15,673.
Okay, we got to start over because I did not have our mics on. Welcome to the CMAC 10-year anniversary. I think you can hear us now. I'll have to trim this. It is CMAC's 10-year anniversary this year. Today wasn't the actual day of CMAC's 10-year anniversary opening, but CMAC did open 10 years ago and some change. And we thought it would be really cool to celebrate CMAC's anniversary on 10/10 at 10 a.m. or 10:02.
For the next 10 hours.
For the next 10 hours.
Yes.
So we lined up all the 10s and we're here. Joining us today is Mr. Jeff Stamps.
We're professionals.
Live is hard. If this was a pre-recorded video, it would have been great. We also have Brian Harley.
Hello.
Woo! Johnny Pacina.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm your host, Kyle. We will also have some other special guests joining us throughout the day, dropping in.
And if you want to just show up, I mean, technically we're not open today, but if you just knock on our gate, we might hear you. We might let you in.
And come tell us about your favorite CMAC memory of the last 10 years. Now we're going to break down the next 10 hours by hour, representing each year that CMAC has been open. We're going to watch some videos. It's going to be like one of those days where you watch all the Star Wars movies or Lord of the Rings movies in one day. We're not going to watch every single video that's ever played on CMAC, but we're going to watch some of our favorites. And some of these videos are short, on the shorter end of things, so we'll watch the whole video. Some videos are quite long and would take up the entire hour, so we're just going to watch some highlights. We're really excited, but before we start watching some videos, I would like to ask Brian and Johnny, what was it like opening CMAC on day one? I could not find actual video footage of the first day.
Well, before we get too much into that, before I answer that question, I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that today is Indigenous Peoples Day.
It is.
Yes. And before we start this stream and get into things, we should acknowledge that CMAC is located downtown Fresno, in the central San Joaquin Valley. This is traditionally Yokuts and Monos people. We're the original inhabitants of this land.
Yes.
And we want to pass along our thanks and gratitude to them and their stewardship of this land. So, yeah, especially on today of all days.
We're very excited.
Yes. But yeah, the early days.
The early days of CMAC.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of folks to thank for making CMAC possible, work that began long before just 10 years ago. You know, there was a kind of a group of community stakeholders in the early 2000s that kind of saw what community media and public access television look like in other communities across the United States, and they said, why don't we have that here in Fresno in the Central Valley? Let's try to make that happen. And so that in of itself was almost a 10-year effort to get just the doors open at
the early 2000s.
The early 2000s.
Building a board, building a 501c3.
Yeah. So we really want to, thank all the people that are involved in that. And there's so many people, that we couldn't possibly name them all. But of course, there's our founding chair of our board, which is Randy Reed. Shout out Randy. And our founding executive director, Jerry Lee. So the two folks are very instrumental in making CMAC possible.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And,
what do you remember, Johnny, from the very first couple of days of CMAC being open?
I would say, well, just from my perspective, and I won't get too much into my history of my experience, but it was great coming right out of college to just kind of experience CMAC. And hearing that, I got to give a shout out to Don Priest as well. As I was wrapping up college and about to graduate, he was on his way out from teaching and semi-retiring was the joke he was throwing around for a while. And saying, hey, check out this place, CMAC. So I came on over and got involved in numerous ways for helping set up gear in the studio, delivering stuff around the city, driving around with Terry as well, and Jerry going to like storage facilities and getting some of the early gear in here. And then also shooting the ribbon cutting grand opening. That was a fun experience as well. That was a grand event. We had the mayor here. We had all sorts of different stakeholders in the community here. And yeah, it was a great time. And then before I knew it, I was working here part-time.
Excellent.
So yeah.
Yeah, I was looking for that ribbon cutting footage.
We've got it somewhere. It's on a hard drive. We just don't know which one.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Brian, was that there were some snags in maybe the early openings as well. Maybe not on the grand opening, but we had a bit of an issue with the technical floods.
That was the grand opening.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we opened on April 13th of 2012. It was a Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th opening.
It was already a day of bad luck. And yeah, it was raining horribly. And the basement of the building flooded.
Wow.
And in the basement are and they're still there actually, we're still using the same T1 cards, for those who know what a T1 card is, pretty old technology at this point. But that was actually how we got our signal out of this building to AT&T, so we can get it up on the channels. And the basement flooded, it destroyed those T1 cards,
Wow.
and we went off the air on our very first day that we were supposed to be on air. So it was a bit of a scramble, and Terry was running around like a chicken with his head cut off, but it all worked out.
It did. Yes.
But
in the end, it
It
worked
made
out.
for an interesting day.
Yes,
first day.
indeed.
Yeah. Well, so I don't have the grand opening, but I do have the very first video that was ever recorded in this studio that we're in here in downtown Fresno. I'd love to take a look. Let's check it out. Let's jump to it.
Poor man's poison.
Ah, yes.
I remember passing by your place. I remember looking at a new look on your face. Not feeling welcome here, not feeling great. Not really knowing what I did or what it takes to not feel replaced. But it was always you. You moved on, and I did too. And I may not be the best for you, but I pray you'll see you're the best for me. It was always you. Seeing you around once or twice, here and there in such a small town. I remember seeing you with him, trying not to let it show that I know I didn't win. Maybe I'll see you again, but it was always you. You moved on, and I did too. And I may not be the best for you, but I pray you'll see you're the best for me. It was always you. I remember that kiss that you stole. I remember feeling weightless and almost whole. I remember not wanting to let go. The way your eyes stare right through my self-control. And I want you to know that it was always you. You came back, and I did too. And I may not be the best for you, but I pray you'll see you're the best for me. It was always you. Always you. It was always you. Always you. It was always you.
Thank you.
Wow.
First.
Those guys are so good.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I should mute us. There we go. Poor Man's Poison, I remember they did so well, they even toured in Europe for a stint. Maybe multiple tours, but it was really, really cool. I hope they can get the band back together and we'll bring them back in the studio. I also have one of the very early videos of that you mentioned Terry, our early engineer extraordinaire.
Yes, Terry Dolph.
He created a video. I should have put a bigger screen here. How do I change? I want to change my view. Let's see.
I take it this is.
We're going to be at this for 10 hours, folks.
Yeah.
Out of all the
bear
screens,
with us. Bear with us.
you chose the 5-inch.
Yeah, I just needed to make it.
Where's the sumo?
No.
in
I just needed this. There we go. Terry, this video he claims is the very first video that ever aired on CMAC.
Oh,
It
could
is
be.
his trip to Yosemite. The video is about 4 minutes long. The last video was not the first video that ever aired, but it was the first studio recording. Was it live? Was it a live?
It wasn't
broadcast?
live,
It wasn't live. It was live to tape, live to
to
SD
tape.
card.
Yes.
But this video may have been the very first video to air. When the channel went live, did it happen like as the ribbon cut, or was it like midnight? Do you remember like when the channel kicked over?
It was probably midnight of that day.
Yeah.
Yeah. We weren't on Comcast actually that very first day. It was just AT&T.
Just AT&T,
Yeah.
and only AT&T until.
And then I think like
it
a week
flooded.
later we were on Comcast, but we only had one channel. They hadn't activated all 3 of our channels yet.
Which channel went live
It was
first?
96.
Oh.
Because 96 on Comcast was pre-CMAC. It was known as the Fresno channel.
The Fresno
Yes.
channel, yeah, gotta love
And-
Fresno.
Yeah.
And as a student at Fresno State, we had a block of time called University TV,
Yes.
like every Mondays and Wednesdays for 4 hours, and
Played
we
Fresno
would
State
play
Focus.
Fresno State content on there.
And other
Yeah.
fun videos that students made.
That was kind of like the Comcast local origination channel before CMAC came along, and then we took control of the channel, and it became our government channel once we activated our 3 channels. Yeah.
Very cool. So, but before the other, how long did it take for the other 2 channels to kick off?
I feel like it was a month or 2.
Yeah.
So for a while, we were just on one channel on Comcast.
And were you just playing government stuff, or were you playing
it was
with
a
the
mix.
public?
It was a mix of stuff. Yeah.
So did you have to do separate programming for Comcast versus AT&T? And this is probably really
Yeah, so
boring
there
for
was-
people listening. But I think it's a really, really cool.
Yeah, so we had our 3 channels set up within Cablecast, which is our automation system that runs our channels. And one of those, 96, was just a mix of public education and government content. And then the other 2 channels were like public and education
On AT&T.
on AT&T
Oh,
only.
funny.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, let's check out Terry's Yosemite video. possibly the very first video that ever played on CMAC.
First video was me at the zoo, and our first video was Terry at Yosemite.
Terry at Yosemite.
Yosemite born. Borny.
Yosemite
Born. Yeah, it's a prequel to the Jason Bourne. It's a real meta Terrence Malick kind of action movie. Yeah, shout out to Terry. He's in Paris right now.
Yeah,
What time is it in Paris? Can we FaceTime call him?
Oh.
Hey Siri,
might
what
be
time
like
is it in
3 a.m.
Paris? Oh, I know it. I've even got the watch setting. It is 19. It's 7 p.m.
Oh,
1900 hours in Paris.
Probably enjoying.
He's
some
probably having
late
dinner.
or something.
A baguette,
A baguette.
a croissant, and he is still an employee here. He holds down the fort at Fresno State for us. You didn't even text him. You're just
We're
going
going right
for it.
for it.
going
No
for
warning.
it.
All right.
See if he picks up.
Maybe, hopefully, he's got French Wi-Fi.
It's a special kind of wife. It's a
different kind of Wi-Fi,
Yeah, it's
Terry.
Hey,
Oh, he
Terry.
picked up. Oh,
He's alive.
We are live on the channel.
You're
right
live on
now.
YouTube right
We're
now.
live on YouTube and Facebook. We're celebrating 10 years of CMAC.
yeah.
Yeah.
We just played your Yosemite Born video. Anything you'd like to say regarding one of the earliest videos that played on CMAC?
Oh gosh, that was the first video I think I made for CMAC. Was the Yosemite Born. That's what you just played. I was going to tune in, but I'm in France and I just picked up some food to go for my daughter, and I'm walking back in the apartment right now. But yeah, that was a fun day. It was a wonderful day. It was a perfect day in Yosemite. We had just wonderful weather. It was just the waterfalls were jamming, and it was just perfect. The ranger gave me a nice tour in her truck, which was nice to drive around rather than walking and schlepping the monster camera that we had.
Yeah, you took the big camera.
You got to meet my friend here, the giraffe. And I have a tiger here too. It's pretty cool.
Oh, wow.
And a zebra. So
Amazing.
how's the broadcast going? Are you getting a response from people, or people calling in and?
We just started.
We'll set something up to let people call in or leave comments about their earliest CMAC memories. But yeah, I was just like, I wonder if Terry's awake. It's probably only 7 o'clock in Paris.
Yeah, that's right. We're 9 hours ahead.
Yeah. What? Happy birthday to your grandchild.
Thank you.
Has the birthday already passed?
No, we had it last night. It was wonderful.
Excellent.
They have a cafe with children and adults, and they get to play side by side. It's really nice. You can have coffees and lattes and things like that, and you got your kids running around in ball pits and stuff like that. It's like it's a
Smoking
classy
tiny
Chuck E.
cigarettes.
Cheese. It's very classy. I wouldn't compare it to Chuck E. Cheese, but it was a very classy place.
Very nice. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time on your vacation. I just wanted to say hi and get your thoughts there. Thanks, Terry.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much. You guys take care. Good luck on your broadcast.
Safe travels. Thanks, Terry.
All right, take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Yes. Excellent. The early CMAC days. Terry's got the lockdown. Now, something we haven't talked about yet. CMAC is a 501c3 nonprofit.
Yes.
And we not entirely, but we also operate off the kindness of strangers and
From viewers like you.
from viewers like you. So if you see that donate button on YouTube or on Facebook, it would mean so much to us if you could help us out. If you've enjoyed any programming over the last 10 years, $10 for 10 years is a great campaign. We would really, really appreciate it. Looks like Dum Drum has already donated. Shout out to Dum Drum, the founders of Sweetfest, which includes Brian.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dumb Drum.
Yes. When is Swedefest this year?
Sweetfest is going to be on an unknown date in December, early December.
Yeah, early December. The call for entries is already in, so recreate your favorite movies, TV shows, video games, a book. Imagine a book, or do illustrations from the book. Where the Wild Things Are, the book. I guess there is a movie, but you could do that and submit your homemade movie. What's the time limit on videos or movies for?
Yeah, so the idea is you pick your favorite movie, remake it in under 4 minutes or less, and then submit it to us, by December 5th, and then we'll have a cool screening somewhere. We don't know where yet, but we will have a big public screening of everybody's films. So that's always a great way if you're thinking, like you're watching all this programming from the early days of CMAC and you're like, I want to learn how to make videos, well, you can come here. And Sweet Fest is a great way to get started because it's just taking something you already like and you already know and remaking it. So it's a great way to learn how to do video production.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do we have the date for when entries are due?
December 5th.
December 5th.
Yeah, so you have like 2 months, pretty much, a little under 2 months.
Use your Halloween costumes.
And you can make a Swedish film in 1 day. So
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't recommend
We've done-
waiting till the day before the deadline, but yeah, you can make one pretty quick.
So 4 minutes, family friendly, December 5th, screening to be announced, and it'll be a ton of fun. CMAC is a sponsor of Swedefest. All right, let's jump into our next video. Let's see, do I have a preview of it? We are going to watch Art Hop, Jazz Hop, one of the early Art Hops. Jazz Hop doesn't exist anymore. Art Hop still exists.
Yes.
But CMAC is still an Art Hop location. Used to be a Jazz Hop location. Let's check out a recording from Jazz Hop.
Two kids walking down the street with their arms entwined. They're in love, we all can see, because the hands don't lie. The hands don't lie, hands don't lie. Not like the lips or the winking eye. No, the hands don't lie. They just do what they do and don't worry about the why. The folks can have the surgeries, take a few years off the face. Won't look younger, much to me. I'm looking in a different place. The hands don't lie, hands don't lie. Not like the lips or the lifted eyes. No, the hands don't lie. They just do what they do. Can't be disguised. With 27 bones, hands move like poems. They cut straight through to the honest parts. They reach or hold or heal, driven by what we feel, and show us what is truly in our hearts. You brush a tear from your cheek. Man, I hate to see you cry. But with his hands, he did speak when he gave you that black eye. The hands don't lie, hands don't lie. Not like the lips or the winking eye. No, the hands don't lie. They just do what they do and don't worry about the why. Why?
Need to open our mics. Boxcar Figaro, big friends of CMAC.
Played here many times.
Many times. They've played CMAC Fest. They played the Lowdown. They've played this art hop. I believe they played the Garry Johnson CMAC'n live from Fresno. They are great people. Really enjoy Boxcar Figaro. I believe they're still playing, and they still have the box with the red Boxcar Figaro name 10 years out.
Great guys. Yeah.
Yeah, great folks.
Jeff's on the couch now.
Jeff's on the couch. Johnny had to go.
Jeff,
We had to let Johnny
you
go.
were invited to the couch.
Do some work. He can't just sit around and watch videos with us today. But there's stuff to do. Things are always happening. And again, we really appreciate the kindness of our viewers. We have another donation. We got to give a shout out to Gilbert Tang from the Editor
Gilbert.
podcast and Unusable show that I co-hosted with him.
And how much did Gilbert donate?
$70 minus one. I'm not going to say it.
Nice.
It's not going to become a meme. Very cool stuff.
Thank you, Gilbert.
Thank you, Gilbert. I do want to jump into our next video. We're already halfway through 2012.
Yeah, it's 10:32 already.
Yeah. I do want to check out this video, also from Terry. It's called "Looking for a Fiber Conduit at the Met Building." It's him trying to get the connection to Comcast set up. I have not watched this video all the way through, so we're gonna explore. We're gonna watch it together. Maybe this will be the first video we do a commentary. I'll do us picture in picture, and I'll leave our mics open. We can talk through this video.
This was like the first of many CMAC vlogs. I mean,
Yeah.
you've been responsible for a lot of CMAC vlogging, but Terry started it with this early 2012 vlog.
Terry set a precedent. Let's check it out, and let's stay on the screen. Let's talk through this one. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, this is a short video. Yeah. So this had to have been before we officially opened, and yeah, Comcast guys were just coming out trying to find where they could run the fiber line into the building.
Okay, so this is the back alley
This is the
behind
back alley.
CMAC before those apartments came out.
Correct.
Oh yeah, there's the yellow, like don't run into me thing on the chain still there.
And that is Ted Ruiz from Adventure Video. Boy, that was a really
That was it. That's the whole.
not much of a vlog, actually. Yeah.
I don't know what that tool was, but I want one.
Just
Yeah.
it's
Just
looking
some
for
metal
fiber.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's like a metal detector, but just for fiber lines, I guess. So yeah, this building already had fiber running to it. From
I don't know if it did.
the early days, no.
I don't know if it did.
Or they were just
before
figuring out
we
where
moved
to
in.
put the fiber.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like there was already fiber here, like that the Met building put in.
I don't think so. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think we got connected when we moved in. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. So I want to go back. I want to play another song from our friends at Poor Man's Poison. Let me cue it up here. There was no better way to do this, but this one's a real slapper, and I say that because the bass player is just slapping the heck out of the bass. So let's
Forgive us for the standard definition recording here. It was recorded in high definition. We couldn't locate the high definition
I
recording.
found the standard definition broadcast file.
Yes.
I was excited to find it. Poor Man's Poison is excellent.
But they sound great.
Let's jump back in to Poor Man's Poison.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
No one's been preaching
For me to go this way.
Stable lives and showing everything that we need.
So take on what you know and run it away. What's tomorrow not ever come until we're through today.
Battle hands and wounded hearts are caving by the million. Broken dreams and what they seem just a lesson to learn.
So take on what you know and run. take on what you know and run away.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got plenty about me that you don't know. I got skulls and bones in the closet of a break room, broken home. But everybody's got something they're hiding too. So when you point that finger of judgment at me, you got 4 more pointing right back at you. And now I ain't saying that I ain't done wrong. And if you could forgive me for the seeds I've sown, I've made mistakes and I've been praying for them all. And I'll be praying for you until the day I'm gone. I said, I'm going home. You do best to forget my name and start working on your own. I ain't trying to be mean or do you no wrong. See, we both got something better waiting for us, so we can both go ahead and move on. I'm going home. I'm going home. Yeah, I'm going home. I'm going home. You got plenty about you that you don't show. And I could really care less about the things that you think I shouldn't know. You see, I got no pressing matters on my list. And to waste my time with the way you think, or the curse coming from your lips, I tell you now, I ain't saying that I ain't done wrong. And if you could forgive me for the seeds I've sown, I've made mistakes and I've been praying for them all. And I'll be praying for you until the day I'm gone. I said, I'm going home. You do best to forget my name and start working on your own. I ain't trying to be mean or do you no wrong. See, we both got something better waiting for us, so we can both go ahead and move on. I'm going home. I'm going home. Yeah, I'm going home. I'm going home. Yeah, well, I'm going home.
Thank you. Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Poor Man's Poison. I love him so much, I went ahead and played 2 songs. We got 20 minutes left of 2012. I can't believe we've already gone through a whole year of CMAC videos. Again, we're celebrating CMAC's 10-year anniversary. We're going to be playing videos from the last 10 years over the next 9 hours and 19 minutes. We're really, really excited to take a look back at some classics. Jeff,
Hi.
you are one of CMAC's newer employees.
Yeah, I've been here for 10 years.
When was the first time you found out about CMAC?
I found out about CMAC in high school. I went to Cartas.
The Center for
Advanced Research and
Advanced.
Technology.
I always forget
Sounds
research.
really
I remember
fancy.
research and
It's
technology.
really fancy. It sounds really
Advanced.
prestigious. Yeah, and Seth Chambers, my instructor, was like, yeah, if you want to do video outside of school, there's this place called CMAC downtown, and they have workshops and, tell them you're from CMAC and all this other stuff. And that's when I first heard about CMAC, and then my buddy ended up working here, so then that was another introduction. So
And now you're stuck here
and now I'm stuck here forever. Yeah. Can never leave.
Where were you in 2012?
High school.
Yeah?
Freshman in high school.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Very
so,
nice. You've been working on a fun project. We for the first time in 10 years, we've been doing some upgrades in the studio. We've got brand new bright lights. I looked at them and now I'm blind. And we also upgraded some of the camera technology in the studio. What kinds of work were you doing last week and this week on the cameras?
Yeah, so we had some cameras that were previously on our mobile production vehicle.
Yes.
And we wanted to repurpose those for the studio. So last week was a lot of removing the old cameras and putting in the new cameras. And it's a lot more work than it sounds.
That's the abridged version.
Yes, there's a lot more in between. It was a 3 day process overall with the usual troubleshooting stuff. So.
Yeah.
So next time you come to CMAC, there'll be new cameras in the studio. Be looking pretty spiffy.
If you need us to give you an overview on how to use them, schedule a consultation at cmac.tv, our website.
Yeah.
Another thing you can do at our website is donate.
You can.
But if you're watching this video, there should also be a donate button right under the video.
Whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, you should see that little donate button. You can also leave us a comment.
We'll read your comment
comments on the air
if it's appropriate.
And if you make a donation, we'll acknowledge you on the air as well.
We've already gotten one donation from Gilbert Tang. We gave him a shout out. His comment response was, "It's a pleasure." So thank you, Gilbert, for your donation. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for making cool videos. Speaking of cool videos, and speaking of the most wonderful time of the year, we have one last video from 2012, and it is titled Fresno Grand Opera Presents Christmas on Van Ness.
Fresno Grand Opera, another organization that's unfortunately not around anymore, but this is their Christmas event.
Yeah, they used to do an annual
Venice,
Christmas
at the Big Red
concert.
Church.
Yes. We got to capture it in 2012, and in subsequent years until they were gone. But this was an early video that played on CMAC. Let's take a look and listen. Let's get in the holiday spirit. Yeah. It's almost time.
It's only October,
but it's perfect time to start celebrating Christmas.
Not even November.
Santa Claus designs are already in stores. Yes. You can already start decorating.
I went to Lowe's yesterday, and it's all Christmas stuff now. Their Halloween stuff's like pushed to the back.
Yeah.
And it's just Christmas right when you walk in.
Yeah.
Which is great. I love Christmas, but it's a little.
But it is early.
It's early.
But let's get in the spirit. Let's get in the holiday spirit. Fresno Grand Opera, Christmas on Van Ness. Wow. That video highlights a couple of very interesting people still related to CMAC. You mentioned our original
Our executive director, Jerry
director.
Lee.
That's the word I was looking for.
Jerry Lee's in that choir.
Yes, but also a recent addition to the CMAC family, Mr. Kirk Cruz.
Kirk Cruz, yeah, we spotted him in the front row there.
Yeah, he has been a recent teaching artist.
Yeah, helped us teach some of our workshops. Just taught a workshop the other week on storyboarding, which was a lot of fun. I think people enjoyed that one.
And Kirk is just an amazing artist and also musician and singer.
Yeah.
We're really happy to have him. Check out cmac.tv/workshops to learn more about upcoming workshops here at CMAC. Is my mic on? Yes, it is. Okay.
Is my mic on?
I can't remember if I turned it back on.
Somebody please count how many times during this whole thing we ask if our mics are on.
Our mics
How much of the 10 hours is going to be?
Headphones on. That's just what I need to do. Great. Well, we'll put a little counter in the corner.
Yeah.
So we still have 6 minutes left
of
recapping 2012.
Well, I did want to. Did you work on that Christmas on Venice production?
I did.
Was that a live production? Live
No.
to the channel? No.
I don't believe it was live to the channel, no.
You had some fun technology. I could tell that some of those angles were GoPros.
Yep, we did have a GoPro angle going back at the audience.
Yeah.
And again, forgive the fact that I think that was like a standard definition recording.
Yeah, I dug that one up. Basically all of them for 2012, I dug up out of the playback.
We recorded them in high definition, but yeah, that we pulled the files off our.
We were only
playback
broadcasting.
server. Yeah, our playback server was only in standard definition at that time, but yeah.
But it creates a great nostalgic feel. I should have ran it all through a VHS filter to really sell the nostalgia.
Exactly. We were using really cool overhead mic the Royer mic for the
Oh,
recording
the
the
stereo
choir.
ribbon mic, yes.
Yeah, stereo ribbon mic.
Great warm recording.
Yep.
Then yeah, maybe I should try to find the higher quality
Right.
recording.
Now, of course, yeah, you guys heard the compressed YouTube recording, but yeah, it sounded really great originally.
Yeah. Another CMAC employee who was here year one. We've got beach
Got him
ball
on the
version
couch here.
of him, Cesar Perez, Cesar Perez Villegas. He recently just celebrated his last day at CMAC last
Yes.
week.
But we'll always have him here in beach ball form.
Yes. Cesar is now a new CTE instructor for McLean High School. So if you see Cesar out and about with a bunch of students, send him congratulations, and we wish him the best. We'll try to bring him in to come hang out with us here and there, which I feel like is how I got started. There were just like cool things happening here, and I would just like Johnny, Lisa, Cesar, or Max DeBoss would be like, "We're doing a cool production, come hang out,"
Yeah.
and I'd come by.
And
So
I think we should acknowledge acknowledge the folks who joined the staff in 2012, because CMAC is not just about its programming. Of course, as a viewer, maybe that's what people see on the outside, is the content that's on our channels or on our streaming apps or platforms. But if you're a member of CMAC, or if you come down to the media center and take a workshop or consult with one of us, you're interacting with our staff members. And our staff members are a huge part of what makes CMAC what it is. They keep the ball rolling. No pun intended. Keep the ball rolling.
little pun intended.
Every single day. So in 2012, we mentioned our first executive director was Jerry Lee. And then we had mentioned Terry Dolph, who's our chief engineer. I don't know if we mentioned Don Priest. I think Johnny
Briefly,
mentioned
yes,
Don
yeah.
briefly, but Don was our program manager at the time. He taught a lot of the workshops, came up with the curriculum for a lot of our early workshops in 2012. And I joined the staff technically in 2011, but was part of staff in 2012. And then Cesar, who we just mentioned, was an access facilitator, along with Johnny Pacino, who was on the couch earlier, and Lisa Talley joined us in 2012. And then lastly, Hope Melgoza.
Hope.
A lot of you who are early CMAC members might remember Hope. Hope was our administrative assistant, sat up at the front desk. It's who you saw when you walked in the door in 2012. So I just want to acknowledge all those folks, some of which, still with us today.
Yeah.
Even if just in beach ball form. And yeah,
Great.
2012.
Great first year. Strong. Oh.
Oh, bye, Cesar.
Jeff just wanted his hat back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it is just about time to keep moving, keep looking ahead, always moving forward. Well, even though it's a minute early.
Cue the crazy transition into the year 2013. Blue, blue, blue.
I want to kick it off.
Wow, we're in 2013 now, Jeff.
The world didn't end like they said it would.
Oh, the Mayan calendar. No, that was a 2012 prediction, wasn't it?
It was.
Was there any programming around that? Did anyone submit any videos to your recollection?
I don't
Just
think we had any Armageddon, end of the world kind of program.
how to prepare for the end of the world.
Yep.
Maybe we should make some of those videos.
Maybe.
Or if you would like to,
If you
create
want to
those
make a
videos,
video,
come down to CMAC.
Go to cmac.tv. And even if you don't want to make a video, donate to CMAC to help others who do need our services. Hit that donate button, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. You should see a little donate button down there. Maybe throw us $10, maybe throw us $1, whatever you could donate, but it helps us.
$1 for 10
Yeah.
years, $10 for all 10
It helps
years.
CMAC keep going for the next 10 years and beyond. So
Yes.
we really appreciate it. And we'll shout out donations or leave a comment in the chat if you just want to interact with us. We are live.
We are live.
We will be live until 8 o'clock tonight.
On Facebook, we'll have to reset the stream at 6 p.m.
Yes.
because for whatever reason, Facebook will stop it at
Thanks,
8
Mark
hours.
Zuckerberg. But
Come on, Zuck.
yeah, leave us a comment. We'll interact. And thanks for being with us as we transition into the year 2013.
In the year 2013. We do have a new comment, another one from Gilbert, and I believe this was while we were listening to the Fresno Grand Opera Christmas on Van Ness. He said, "In my head, I'm mixing this to a jungle beat." So you know what? I think we're onto a new genre of holiday music right there.
Yes.
Gilbert, come create that music here at CMAC. But I do want to jump into 2013. There's a whole program here called the Veterans Forum, hosted by PJ Scott. And I believe this
She had
video,
a very special guest.
yeah, I
in this
believe
episode.
he did some time traveling as well.
Yes.
And had a very special guest, Abraham Lincoln.
Before we jump into it, PJ Scott, very early member of CMAC, veteran herself, and created a program called Veterans Forum. She had actually been doing it in another town, and she brought it to CMAC when she moved to Fresno. Really awesome lady. Haven't seen her in a while, but she's produced hundreds of hours of interviews with local veterans, and this is just a small taste from one of her episodes with a very special guest.
If I can get it to play full screen. Well, we'll just play it with the YouTube window. Here we go.
Hi, PJ Scott here, your Navy Waves veteran. Yes, I served in the military, the Navy, from 71 to 79. And I have a very special guest on Veterans Forum today. In fact, so special we may do 2 programs with him. And he was in the militia years ago in the 1800s. And yes, you've guessed it, I got Mr. President Abraham Lincoln with me. Thank you so much for joining us on Veterans Forum.
I'm happy to be able to be here.
It's so good to have you here. Now listen, you just got elected. Many states have seceded from the Union. And we'd like to know more about your background if we can, Mr. President, because you have walked into an enormous problem and you're the man who's going to be in charge of trying to fix it. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I mean, we know you were born in Kentucky and moved around and became an attorney and you served in the militia, but tell us about your family background. We'd kind of be more comfortable to know your character makeup, to give the country confidence that you can do this enormous task that's before you.
Well, I hope to have their confidence. It is an enormous task.
It is.
And no one man could do it alone. It's going to take the backing of the people who elected me and the other folks maybe who didn't vote for me as well. And certainly we can't do it without the help of the Almighty.
No, we can't.
But my primary concern is keeping the Union whole. The Union has got to stay together. That's, by the grace of God, it will, but that's the key point, keystone, and cornerstone of our democracy.
Well, let's be honest. Our founding father, George Washington, whom we all revere, didn't fight the English for us to split up.
No, certainly not. And I revere him so much. He is my favorite president. Matter of fact, some of my earliest education, the 2 books that I first read, one was the Holy Bible, and the other was the life of George Washington.
Oh,
and,
wonderful.
You see, books were hard to come by when I was coming up. As I recollect, I was born in 1809, February 12th of 1809, in Hardin County, Kentucky, which is a good-sized county, which a little later on was split in 2, and the area where I was born is now known as LaRue County.
Okay.
It's not far from the Ohio River, south of Cincinnati, Ohio. near a little town called Elizabethtown.
And do we understand your father, was it Tom?
My father
Came from Virginia? So he was a
Yes.
Virginian?
Yes, he
Okay.
was a Virginian. His father, whom I'm named after, that was Abraham Lincoln. They had, let's see, there was Uncle Mordecai, and there were a total of 5 of them, and they all split and went their different directions, and we weren't able to maintain contact with them. But I remember Mordecai because I remember the story. My father was, I think, the 3rd in line, and then there were 2 girls. And when Abraham Lincoln Sr. moved the family from Virginia into Kentucky, and one of their earliest friends was a fellow named Daniel Boone.
Oh, okay.
And they would socialize by getting together around the homesteads and telling stories at the fireplace, and
Right.
campfires and things. But Abraham Lincoln Sr., or the first, was out clearing a field, and Mordecai and my Uncle Mordecai and my father were out there too. And my father was 6 years old, and Mordecai was about 12, about 6 years older. And a couple of Indians came out of the tree line and attacked my grandfather. And, and one of the Indians had a rifle and shot and killed my grandfather, Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, wow.
Hey, so Abraham Lincoln, that is a local actor who
Yes.
plays Abraham Lincoln. I don't know his real name. He's always been Abraham Lincoln to me.
Yeah, you can see we even CG'd him as Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
Just keep the illusion going. But yeah, I believe he plays or played Abraham Lincoln for like all of the Civil War revisited stuff that the Historical Society would do. Yeah, great guy.
And yeah, he goes to a lot of the Veterans Day parades and
Yeah.
stuff. I think veteran programming is very important. We've had a number of members come through and make veteran programs. At this time, I don't think we have an active member or a member actively making veteran programming at this time. So if you want
But
to
it could be
interview
you.
veterans, if you're a veteran and want to talk about the issues surrounding veterans, come on down to CMAC. It could be really, really cool to see. I think it would be very, very cool to see more of that.
Definitely.
We've got a number of videos from 2013. We have more than we did for 2012. So let's just keep moving. I want to watch a video called "Do You Believe in Downtown?"
Yes.
This video, during this time, there's a real big push for downtown revitalization. I think CMAC was a part of that. In some ways it's still happening, but there's definitely more businesses and nightlife happening downtown.
Oh yeah.
And this really helped with that. But
The whole area around CMAC has really transformed over the last 10 years, yeah. And a big part of that's thanks to the Downtown Fresno Partnership. And they produced this next video in conjunction with CMAC, but also Jeffrey Scott Agency. And I actually traveled to Kalamazoo, Michigan to shoot some of this video.
Wow.
Along with Craig Sharton and Elliot Balch and Kate Borders. Yeah, we went to Kalamazoo because it was the site of the very first pedestrian mall in the United States.
yeah,
And they had torn out their pedestrian mall
and turn it back into a
and turned it back
street.
into a street because they ran into a lot of the same issues that Fresno had run into. Fresno had the second pedestrian mall in the United States, the Fulton Mall. And so as the city of Fresno was researching the possibilities of what to do, we went to Kalamazoo to interview folks and learn how taking out the mall had improved their downtown strip. Let's play Do You Believe in Downtown Fresno?
Do you believe? I still can't get it to play full screen for some reason. So here we go. Windowed video.
Saving it.
I have everything I need up north.
No grand plans can improve it.
Revitalized? How many times have I heard that before?
All across America, a change is taking place. cities that believe in themselves are transforming their downtowns. And in the process, they discover something incredible. Cities like Kalamazoo, Memphis, St. Petersburg, Boise, San Jose, they all believe that to be a great city, you need a great downtown, and that one big idea renewed their cities into thriving business centers and incredible success stories. Now ask yourself, what do you believe in? Do you believe Fresno has the potential to be great? Most of all, do you believe in downtown Fresno? It was 1964. Construction began on the Fulton Mall. 6 months later, it became the nation's second pedestrian mall. Community leaders thought it was just the change Fresno needed to become a thriving city. And for a time, it seemed to be a promise fulfilled. A few years after it opened to foot traffic, the Fulton Mall began its decline. Decades had passed when big stores like Montgomery Ward and JCPenney moved out to shopping centers closer to new neighborhoods. Where did that leave the Fulton Mall?
Fresnans my age remember when Fulton Street operated as a busy thoroughfare with cars and stores and people walking on the sidewalks. Today, sadly, it operates at only 6% of its economic potential.
Some 200 pedestrian malls were built in the 1960s and 70s. Today, more than 170 of them have been removed. Of the 24 malls remaining, only 7 are successful, and they're tied to a major anchor like a university or a hospital campus.
From 1980 onward, most downtown areas were in the throes of the suburban flight, and a lot of suburban shopping malls were being put up.
Times change and things change, and when we look at trends and we look at what works and what doesn't work, I think the answer is pretty obvious whether it's working or not.
As the 90s progressed, it became pretty clear that the pedestrian mall wasn't working.
So what makes us different? When did we stop caring? If the success of a city is measured by the health of its downtown, then it's time we face the fact that downtown Fresno isn't working.
I think the pedestrian malls across the country, for the most part, have been unsuccessful. And it's time perhaps to give them a new life.
I think, like a lot of other communities in the Midwest and just around the country too, you recognize that the downtown has got to be the heart of your community.
Until we revitalize downtown and make it a destination, Fresno will never live up to its potential.
Old Pasadena is a great example of an area that went through a dramatic revitalization. They were going to demolish everything in Pasadena, in Old Pasadena, and at the last moment decided not to. And that area has now, 25, 30 years later, become the heart of the city.
When you go to another city, the first place you want to go to is its downtown, because that's where you learn what a city is all about. Right now, when somebody comes to Fresno, they don't get a sense of what Fresno means when they come to our downtown.
90% of the pedestrian malls that reintroduce vehicular traffic experience significant improvements in occupancy rates, retail sales, property values, and private sector reinvestment in the downtown area. South Bend, Indiana, 20% increase in retail sales. Kalamazoo, Michigan, every storefront occupied. Louisville, Kentucky, vacancy rate reduced by 30% in the first year.
Fresno has spent years ignoring this problem. Our main street doesn't work. It's affecting our entire city.
I think right now Fresno is lacking in a great city center, and it's been proven that in other big cities around the United States that is crucial in the success of an entire area.
Now we have a plan. All we need is for the community to rally behind us.
We did take some flack. Why are you investing so much money downtown Kalamazoo? Why aren't you investing it in the neighborhoods where we have low-income neighborhoods here in Kalamazoo also? And we just had to explain that it's a balance. We want to keep the whole community healthy. We need to make these investments downtown.
So opening this pedestrian mall to vehicular traffic would change the entire outcome, and it would then change the entire outcome of Fresno.
Now is the time to make a change. Now is the time to stop waiting for the next generation to fix it. Now is the time to say no to a stagnant downtown and yes to a vibrant future. Now is the time.
Something needs to be done to make the Fulton Mall a place where people want to be, not a place that people avoid.
We need a main street. We need that core urban vitality.
We need to start with our inner core and work our way out from there. And I think that everybody in the community should be able to get behind that.
Whenever I ask my friends, come join me downtown at our favorite place, they're like, oh, I hate finding parking. And I'm like, okay, if we could just park right in front.
If they do open the mall to traffic, I'll be ready to build tomorrow.
Visibility, connectedness, and accessibility are the three main things that would definitely get me interested in looking and building on the Fulton Mall.
Think about it this way, without even having a street, we invested so much. If we have the street opened up, then, it will be much, much more significant investments done here in downtown Fresno.
With a revitalized downtown, Fresno has the potential to add over 200 lofts and apartments to the Fulton Mall, helping to create what is already happening in many other cities, an urban lifestyle where people can live, work, and play.
I do love living downtown, and I can't wait for the day for more people to experience living in an urban lifestyle.
There are a lot of elements that go into making a city great.
Families that live here need a place to go that's nearby, that gives them options for shopping and for dining and entertainment.
And it's our job to bring all of that together, make sure that it's in place so that we can move ahead in the right direction.
Downtown should be the financial, historical, and the cultural place of a city.
You can see the potential. It's there.
Our city found the courage to make a change once before, and we can do it again. Now more than ever, we need thriving businesses. We need a unified center. We need a source of pride. We need life to come back to the center of our city. We need to believe.
I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
I believe in downtown Fresno.
Downtown Fresno, a great city that needs a great downtown. Now only one question remains. Do you believe?
I believe that great cities have strong economies.
I believe that a vibrant downtown is vital to a strong economy.
I believe that great cities have great downtowns.
I believe that Fresno can be a great city.
I believe that we, the community, have the power to change downtown Fresno.
I believe that the Fulton Mall is the heart of downtown Fresno.
I believe that the Fulton Mall needs to change for Fresno to have a great downtown.
I believe that the Fulton Mall is crucial to a strong economy in Fresno.
I believe that the time to change the Fulton Mall is now.
I believe in downtown Fresno.
Got to open our mics again.
Hey, there
I
we
believe
go.
in downtown Fresno. Do you believe in downtown Fresno?
I do believe in downtown Fresno.
Oh, I need to, yeah, set that up better. But yeah, I also worked on that video. I worked on some of the aerial footage. So this was 2013, and there were not affordable quadcopters. Well, there was like the original DJI Phantom.
Was there?
About that time, and you would just stick a GoPro on it, and they wanted a better camera than that. And I was the only one crazy enough to let my friend Aaron Lipinski strap my nicer camera to his single rotor RC helicopter. And so those shots of the Security Bank building and flying through the now Fulton Street, Fulton Mall, those were all him and I. And that was a really fun day.
Yeah, aerial videography and photography is definitely something that's changed quite a bit over the last 10 years since 2013. And did you know you could check out a quadcopter from CMAC?
From CMAC, if you wanted to fly.
If you want to learn how to get some of those aerial shots yourself.
You do need to follow all of the FAA's laws to do so. But yes, we do have that available for checkout. I know Gilbert was watching this.
Yeah, we got a comment from Gilbert on YouTube.
Do I believe in downtown Fresno? I have many thoughts. He is, I think, and then he said he ironically has to go sit in traffic. I think he's returning to the Central Valley from Los Angeles.
Oh, there you go.
Right now.
Drive safe.
Drive safe, Gilbert. But keep this video going, playing in the background of your drive. We are very close to Fulton Street and the former Fulton Mall. I enjoy the trips down Fulton Mall to go grab lunch, to go see my wife, who also works downtown on our lunch breaks and stuff. I'm also trying to start a scooter gang. I've gotten Brian to join, and our colleague Alex have purchased scooters, electric scooters, and we still need to do a proper scooter gang ride down Fulton Street, but we need to do that. So now that it's cooling off, kind of, it's still like mid-90s in October, but hopefully it'll be nice and cool. We'll all go out to lunch.
If you want to join our scooter game, bring your scooter on down to CMAC.
Yes.
We'll scoot around.
We'll scoot around. We'll go grab lunch. All right. Our next video for 2013 is Veggie Burgers at the Tulare Ag Expo.
Oh.
This is a video from Nick. I'm going to mess up his name. Shaku. Butchered it. I'm so sorry, Nick.
Sorry, Nick.
Let's check out Veggie Burgers at the Tulare Ag Expo.
The World AXA Expo in Tulare, California. Hi, my name is Aubrey. This is the best place in the world to find the latest and greatest in farming technology. From irrigation systems, tractors, massive combines to Roundup. But if you're not into farming, there's guaranteed to be something here that'll catch your interest. While you're wandering around, you're bound to get hungry. I guarantee at some point, wandering around through these exhibits, you will get hungry. This is why I'm standing in front of the Dinuba Junior Academy Veggie Burger booth. Now I know what you're thinking. Veggie burgers at an international gathering of farmers? Yes, you heard it right. Veggie burgers at the World Ag Expo. Why veggie burgers? Let's go meet some of the people running the booth and get some answers. So we're here at the World Ag Expo. Everyone else, including your neighbors to the left and to the right, are selling tri-tip beef burgers, pork burgers, every kind of burger you can imagine. Why are you selling a veggie burger?
Well, I could see where you could think we're a bit out of place, but actually 50% or more of farming is plant food, and that's really what we emphasize at our booth, almost fully. We do have some cheeses and sour cream, but other than that, we're really advertising the plant food that the farmer is involved in producing on a daily basis. So we don't feel out of place at all.
Okay, so what is it about a veggie burger that makes it a healthier option?
I think that the most dynamic part of a veggie burger is that it is all plant food. Whether you're getting the vegan burger, which is all whole foods, no processed foods, or you're getting the vegetarian burger, which does have some processed soy product in it. All of it contains fiber, and the one alarming thing about meat and meat products is that it has zero fiber. And all our foods should contain fiber, because that's what helps break it down and keeps a healthy colon.
Okay, so the health advantages are quite clear, but what about the taste?
Oh, the taste. I wouldn't be...
Oh, that was good.
Some great advice on how to have a healthy colon.
Yes, very, very good stuff. The Tulare Ag Expo still happening every year. More CMAC members should go out to it. The Fresno Fair, did it just wrap up? Is it done?
It's still going.
Still going.
Yeah, Fresno Fair.
I know the Fresno Fair is also a very popular destination for CMAC members to go and explore with a camera and share what's going on. We've got plenty of videos for 2013.
We do.
Let's keep plowing through this here. We've got The Meader Arts Council, a video from Terry Dolph and Andrew Tosky.
This was, so if you didn't know, CMAC, you can hire CMAC to produce a video for you. Of course, our mission is to educate folks and give them confidence and skills to be able to create their own videos. But sometimes we work with other nonprofits or government, local government, school districts who don't have the capacity to learn. They have a deadline coming up, they need some help, and so they can hire our staff to produce a video for them. And so this was, if not the first, one of the very early productions that we were hired to produce as a staff for the Madera County Arts Council, and it was celebrating an anniversary. I can't remember if it was 20 years, 30 years, something like that. They'll mention it in the video. But a celebration of arts from the Madera County Arts Council.
Let's check it out.
Yeah.
An art teacher at the high school named Nancy Clute was the chief person to get us all started.
And Nancy was a formidable force.
Yes.
And so I always talked to her like she was Mother Superior.
Arts Council began back in the late 70s. There was a grant that became available from the California Arts Council.
Economically and culturally, there was a significant need in our community. Larry asked me to be a part of the city wing. Unbeknownst to us, we had a counter on the county as well. So the next step was to bring the two groups together, which we managed. And through that union, we now have the Madera County Arts Council.
We got together once a month, brown bagged it at the old Chamber of Commerce office, and planned and plotted and worked towards having an arts council, and after several years, we did.
I think the formation of the council was the first milestone to be able to get a group together that actually could feel and help and promote and develop the arts. From there, it just wonderful stuff.
The cornerstone of the Arts Council is having a strong arts and education program. Art helps students excel in other academic areas.
Through the arts, children learn all the disciplines that they need to learn. PACES stands for Presenting Arts to Children in Elementary Schools. We are teaching children multiple disciplines as a means to expressing themselves more fully.
I think with music and art, there sometimes isn't a recognition of the value of each of those for the other subjects that are being taught.
That's why we have the Youth Art Program too, because every year in March we have Youth Art Month, and that gives the students to express their creativity and their emotions through their artwork. And every year we get amazing work into the gallery for the month of March.
Our annual gala, that's really where we raise a significant portion of our money to fund these local art programs in our community.
My favorite Arts Council activity is, I think, concerts in the park. And I really love to see all the families come out and people of all generations come out and just enjoy the music in the park in the summertime.
I think the fun part is when we bring people from the community together and they actually enjoy something, whether it's a concert in the park or whether it's our Celebrate Ag show. People come together.
We're a farming community. Arts isn't exactly the highest.
It was hard to persuade a farmer that the way he tilled his farms or the way his crops grew could be beautiful.
But I think most farmers are artists. I think artist is actually sort of the result of a creative process. And so farming is that way. You know, I think whether you're developing a piece of property, it's kind of, a lot of thought goes into it. And you have ideas and choices to make, and you interpret things differently than another person would.
The Celebrate Agriculture with the Arts program
was created by Nancy Clute. We've continued it. It forms a wonderful bond with the agricultural community, gives the artists in Madeira a sense of place. It's really fun to get to know the artists. That's probably the second thing I would mention about being the director that I loved, was when all the artists, or a handful of the artists, are at the gallery chatting and sharing.
All right. Yeah, great work, Terry and Andrew. So Andrew was an employee of CMAC who started in 2013.
In 2013, yes.
He was our very first mobile production vehicle engineer. Also a great video producer, as you can see. He made that great video.
Yeah, we hired him to run the CMAC van, but I think on his first week we said, actually, you're going to make this video for the Arts Council.
But yeah, Andrew's a great producer and engineer.
Yes.
He now works for a national production company, mobile production company.
Yes, NEP Broadcasting.
And runs the van trucks.
Yes, runs the big trucks that you see at all the huge sporting events, and yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Maybe if he's in town, we can convince him to stop by. I don't even know if he's in town.
I could try to FaceTime him too.
All right, let's jump to another studio production, another music production as well. This is live from Fresno. This is a production often run by CMAC member and former board member and former board president, Garry Johnson.
Yes, in fact, Live from Fresno was started by Garry Johnson and Eric Catlap. And unfortunately, Eric Catlap passed away in 2013. And that's the year that we created our Volunteer of the Year award. And it is an award that we give every year in Eric's name. So it's the Eric Catlap Volunteer of the Year award. And Eric and Garry started this show, Live from Fresno, to give CMAC members a way to volunteer on other people's shows and gain experience in the studio. At the time, our studio workshop was a 2-part workshop, and so they kind of called their crew the Studio Part 3 crew, because this was the next step after you took our studio workshop, was actually getting hands-on with the equipment. And so Live from Fresno was a weekly show that every Monday you could come here and jump on a camera. So Garry was our first Volunteer of the Year in 2013, and here's an episode of Live from Fresno. We'll just show you a snippet from 2013.
See the miles in time you've been trekking in. What is love? Does love know me as I sail along this ocean, peace and serenity? We all got hang-ups, can that be yours? So we're searching, baby, we're questioning why. far behind. You see the finish line. Yes, you're done. No, you're not. One more hit, one more time. Pencils and papers, lyrics and pens. I hate you, lyrics are skin. And I know you, you know me. What do you think we'll be? Oh, honey, I destroy you, create. Do you think we'll escape? And I know you, you know me. What do you think we'll be? Oh, honey, I destroy you, create. Do you think we'll escape? Oh, honey, we're long gone. We're long gone. We're long gone. Honey, oh, I've got a question. Now that you can feel the world in which you're living in, you are loved, you are free to live or to die, whatever helps you breathe.
Wow, she was a great singer.
Yeah. Sydney Dominic?
Dominiki, yeah, I think
Dominic?
I don't know if her website's still active, but yeah.
Yeah. I really always enjoyed what Garry and the gang put together for Life of Fresno.
Yeah.
Great way to practice a studio production.
A show that actually started in 2012, but ran for many years.
Yeah. I thought it started in 2013.
No, Garry won Volunteer of the Year in 2013, but yeah, Garry and Eric actually started that show very early on in 2012.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. We've got plenty of videos for 20.
We do. If you're just joining us, this is a 10-hour live stream where we're looking back, a retrospective on the last 10 years of CMAC programming.
Yes.
And activities and staff members and just going-ons.
Yeah.
We are in hour number 2 of the stream, and so we are each hour going to be focusing on a different year of our history. So we're covering programming from 2013
for this hour.
If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, you can see there's a little donate button at the bottom there. Hit that donate button. Help us help support us for the next 10 years of CMAC. We would really appreciate it. Also, feel free to interact with us since we are live. You can leave a comment on Facebook or YouTube, and we'll see it and we'll mention it live.
Yes.
So yeah, and please stick with us here. If not for the whole 10 hours, at least a portion of it.
Yeah. What I want to watch now is something called Over the Edge, 2013. I don't know if it's a vlog or
it's a short video that the Downtown Fresno Partnership had hired CMAC to produce about an event that they had called Over the Edge, where you got to rappel down the Security Bank building.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's check it out.
The Pacific Southwest building, otherwise known as the old Security Bank building, and we are rappelling from the 15th floor today. It's really an incredible experience. Everyone should do it at least once in their life. It's definitely not as scary as it looks. It's quite invigorating. And I think it's a bit different to do rappelling off of a downtown building rather than, typical outdoor rappelling. This is produced by the Downtown Fresno Partnership. Obviously, we couldn't do it without our property owner because they gave us the building. And our goal is to bring a lot of new, unique events to downtown and make sure that we're continuing to make people go, what? I heard that, and that's happening, and that's so exciting. We want to keep that surprise element alive in downtown. We always need volunteers for all of our events, so if anyone is interested, they can go to our website, downtownfresno.org, or send us an email at info@downtownfresno.org.
Now it's your turn to go over the edge. June 1st, 2013. Get more information and sign up today at downtownfresno.org and start your personal fundraising campaign.
Very cool.
And that was Don Priest you heard right at the end there doing the VO, CMAC's former program manager.
I got to do an Over the Edge on the Pacific Southwest building in 2015.
Did you really? Oh, wow.
Jerry Lee, old executive director, donated and got a slot on it, and he wasn't going to do it.
That's right.
And then I guess Bastina had done it in 2014.
So what was that like?
It was pretty nuts. It's pretty high up there. Do you know how many stories?
It's like 14 stories, 15 stories.
Yeah. I kept looking down. I shouldn't have. I kept looking down. That's a long ways down. And there's just these two ropes. And I just squeezed the thing and just walked my way down.
Wow.
But yeah, there are some like ledges you need to like step over, like kick yourself off and like reconnect. It was quite exhilarating. I wore a GoPro, but I don't think I did much with that footage. It wasn't that interesting. It was just like me accidentally looking down and going, panicking. Yeah. But Over the Edge, Downtown Fresno Partnership, great friends of CMAC. We always appreciate working with them.
Definitely.
Whether it's on a one-off video or like the State of Downtown broadcast. And I just touched my microphone. I'm sorry, everyone. The next video I'd like to play is Entity Encounter at Sierra Sky Ranch by a CMAC member, a late CMAC member named Garry Kennedy. He also is Volunteer of the Year, Member of the Year award winner. Worked on a ton of different projects. If you needed his help, if he could be there, he would. And he was always working on really cool projects. We sadly lost him in 2020 to COVID, but his memory lives on here, and so do his great videos, like this. Somewhat paranormal, but also religious piece.
Yeah. Which video is this again?
The encounters at Sky Ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's check it out.
It's starting to rain a little bit here. It's a little bit past midnight. Most of the investigations are over as far as the group tour goes. One reason I came back to the Sierra Sky Ranch is because last time I was here, the loft up above the garage, I felt I was attacked. Okay, I went up there and I was praying in the spirit, and all of a sudden I felt this. It wasn't like a force pushing me or anything, but I felt the pain in my upper lip like I'd been slugged in the mouth. Now, I've been hit before, so I know what that feels like, and it got a little bit worse. And I had my wife take a couple of pictures up there in the dark, and one didn't show anything, but the second picture showed a streaky or a ribbon orb right above my head. It was very noticeable. So I think I was attacked because I went up there and I was praying softly. And tonight I got a couple of friends going up there, Jackie and Tracy with me, and my cameraman Johnny, and we're going to see what develops, if anything develops at all, you know. Supposedly there's a person that used to live up there that's really cranky and doesn't like guys, and he's attacked other gentlemen. So we'll pray about it and go up there and say, okay, we still got a problem, let me know. And we'll see what develops, and hopefully we'll get something on camera. Thank you.
Oh man, that's spooky. Garry was like you mentioned in the clip. He was working with another CMAC member, Jackie. Jackie does a show called Paranormal Journeys. Yeah. I think I've got a clip of that queued up here. But spooky things happen up at the Sierra Sky Ranch. But yeah, Jackie, Gary, Johnny, they love the paranormal stuff. It is the season for spooky
definitely
stuff
is.
this October time. But I do not want to hunt. I don't really believe in spooky stuff, but I don't want to go poking around for it either.
I'm a healthy skeptic, but it doesn't mean you can't explore.
Yeah.
There's lots of things we don't know.
Okay, so I have queued up a clip from friend of CMAC, Max DeBoss. He did a show called the No Talent Show, like apostrophe NO, like the Fresno, but no talent. It was a improv comedy show. He tried to get me to come out and be a part of it, run a camera, or be in it many times, and it just never fit in my schedule. But it was a really, really cool project with people that I've worked with a lot. I just want to play a sketch or two of this. Also, the intro is just great. We gotta let it run.
Let's check it out
on the intro.
Thanks for tuning in to No Talent, Fresno's new and only comedy improv show. We do this show completely improv in front of a live studio audience. So, I really hope you enjoy the show, spread the word, and whether you like it or not, let people know about it. Because, it's new to Fresno. We really want this to kind of take off. And we want your involvement as well. So, please watch us again, and I hope you enjoy the show.
And without further ado, let's meet our contestants. Contestant number 1, what is your name and favorite food?
Oh, my name's Mike Vickles. I am an oncologist, and I pretty much like anything soft.
Gross. Contestant number 2, what is your name?
My name is Alyssa, and my favorite food is pizza.
Oh, that's just wonderful to hear. Now, contestant number 3, let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, my name's Brian Machado. I'm from Viola. Yeah, I'm off.
Good Lord. All right. Well, to just familiarize with some of our new viewers, the rules: you must keep down the food you eat, and you can't tap out. If you do, you will be disqualified. The first food we have is locally grown from our Fresnoian fields of peppers, the Fresno pepper. It is one of the hottest foods known to the human race. Oh, let's see what we got over here. How is that tasting, contestant?
Ooh. That's even hotter than I thought it was gonna be.
Oh yeah.
Reminds me of sucking on my mom's teeth. A little crunchier though. I can feel it. eating away at my kidneys. That's hot.
Looks like this is not enough. What we need is our second food right here. Do our contestants like chicken?
Yeah, okay.
You're gonna love our chicken tumors. How is that?
It's chewy and crunchy, and it just exploded into my throat.
Oh yeah.
I can taste the cancer.
What do we have here? Our first elimination, contestant number 1. I'm afraid you're disqualified. You'll have to leave immediately. Oh yeah, just right up. Let me see.
Okay.
That was pretty rough, contestants. I'll have to admit, our producers aren't especially kind to you. Here, what we have here. What do you think that is?
Dessert.
Oh well, it is bull semen. Producer, do we have any spoons? No spoons. No. I'm afraid you'll have to. Yep, just like that. And you must really want that $50 gift card.
I like Target.
Oh dear. No, that's not enough for our second contestant. I'm so sorry.
Good.
Oh, she didn't make it to the bathroom. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, you can see why that show didn't last too long. No, there was really great people. Max is great. John Hogan, who won the eating contest, he now works across the street.
He's right across the street right now. We should go grab him.
We'll go pull him in and see his reaction to that clip. Randy Colress is still in the Valley. He was the host of the game show. He directs theater, Max and his brother are still making cool stuff. Yeah, podcast.
Max has the No Focus Radio Hour, so check them out on Instagram at No Focus Radio. You could tell he's still going with the No theme there. No talent show, No Focus Radio.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, what else do we got from 2013?
I want to jump ahead to a CMAC member whose online persona nickname was Miss Beautyphile. She created educational programming mostly about the cosmetic industry, and I always it's SciShow, but for makeup.
Exactly, Trina Espinoza.
So let's take a look at Miss Beautyphile.
Mineral oil had it all. As a successful beauty ingredient, it held leading roles in commercial successes like Pond's Cold Cream, Oil of Olay, and Jergens Moisturizing Lotion. Adored by mothers and grandmothers everywhere, mineral oil gained national attention for its contributions as a multi-purpose beauty remedy, receiving high praise for moisturizing skin, removing makeup, and warding off pimples. But in the last decade, mineral oil's shiny public image would take a turn for the worse. Its hard-earned reputation left in shambles. Rumors began to circulate about mineral oil impersonating gasoline, clogging pores, suffocating skin, and causing cancer. Has mineral oil engaged in shocking criminal activity, or has it been falsely accused? Hello, and welcome to Miss Beautyphile's Special Investigative Report. I'm Miss B, and today we're going to be discussing the accusations against mineral oil. Let's get started. Accusation 1. I'm a nature girl, and mineral oil is synthetic. False. Easy there, nature girl. Mineral oil is made of petroleum, which is 100% natural and completely organic. Like all living things, it's composed of hydrogen and carbon atoms. When Mother Nature wants some good old petro, she cooks up some dead, prehistoric plants and animals, applies the pressure, and cranks the heat. Millions of years later, your petroleum's done. So remember...
Petroleum on your skin?
So yeah, Trina's awesome, and I think she still does Miss Beautyphile programming, so check her out on YouTube.
Yeah. I'm not sure if she's still based in Fresno, but still making cool stuff. So there was a lot of we kind of filled up this hour, but a lot of great shows that started in 2013.
2013 was our first full year of operation, and so as you can imagine, there was a ton of programming that was produced, and there, by no means can we show everything that happened in 2013, so this is just kind of highlights that we're grabbing from, but we want to mention Welcome to Fresburg, an awesome show.
I queued up the wrong.
What do you got queued up?
No, we can do Welcome to Fresburg.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's so many shows, but yeah, Welcome to Fresburg is a show produced by Don and Rochelle Franklin. They were inspired to create children's programming because they didn't kind of like what they were seeing on TV for children's programming, so they said, hey, let's create our own show. So it's an animated show that really focuses on like lessons for young children. And they have just exploded on YouTube over the last 9 years. So check them out on YouTube.
Let's check out a clip right now.
Yeah, let's check out a clip.
You the hottest jams in the land. And I do want to take a break in the music to remind you to check me and my friends out on Section 8, coming to CMAC, Comcast 93, and AT&T 99 this October. That's right, we're going to be talking about friends, family, and fun. So don't miss Section 8, and let's keep these jams blasting right here on 88.8 FM.
Oh, sorry about that, kid. I didn't even hear you right there. I'm real focused right now. Actually, I'm doing a little programming right now, working on a game for kids. You see, this game is going to help kids learn how to do math with fractions real easy, because I like programming games to make learning fun. Now, I haven't seen you around here.
Right.
Yes.
Little taste of Welcome to Fresburg. They actually won a national award, I think in 2013, from the Alliance for Community Media for Best Children's Programming.
A hometown award?
Yeah, Hometown Media Award.
Amazing. We've only got a few minutes left of this hour. We'll probably bleed into the next hour a little bit. But I want to talk about another show that also started in 2013, Paranormal Journeys. We mentioned Jackie when we were talking about Garry's video. This show is still running. Jackie is still making this show.
Yep.
Talking about paranormal news, the weird, the wild. Let's take a look at Paranormal Journeys.
For the past 10 years, everything paranormal has captured the attention of many people, invaded TV, radio, the books we read, movies, and even in the news, and the popularity keeps growing. No longer talked about in hushed voices or kept hidden, now people are talking around the proverbial water cooler, and with incidents that happened years ago or just yesterday. Seems many are curious and anxious to tell stories about their own brush with the supernatural. I'm Jackie Meader of Central California Paranormal Investigators, and this is my co-host, sensitive healer and Reiki master of Casa del Curandero, and partner in crime, because it's a crime we didn't do this sooner. Krista Erickson.
It is a crime. So together we're going to be talking about things that go bump in the night and even the day. We're going to take you to places that some say are haunted, meet those who hunt for ghosts, venture into the wilderness in search of Bigfoot, watch the skies for UFOs, and investigate urban legends. Those who are on the journey and committed to researching all manner of the paranormal. We hope you enjoy our special guests throughout the season and discussions on various paranormal topics.
Yes.
Hey. And it's October, the perfect time to just marathon, 9 years of Paranormal Journey episodes.
How many episodes do you think she has?
Oh, she usually does one a month, and so 9 years.
I want to say she's in like the 80s.
Yeah.
She'd take like December off and stuff, but yeah, I believe there's like 80 plus episodes of Paranormal Journeys, and they're all available on the CMAC website.
Yep.
So definitely go give them a watch. Okay, powering along here. We're technically done with done with this hour, but I wanna play just at least one more.
Yes, another show that started in 2013, but is still running today. A show called Martial Arts Mania from Debbie Goodman, and let's take a look.
Hi, welcome to Martial Arts Mania. I'm your host, Debbie Goodman. I have a very special show for you this time. My Sifu, John Cho, whom I've trained with for years, is my special guest. Welcome, Sifu.
Hi, Debbie.
Thank you so much for coming to the show.
You're welcome.
We're going to talk a lot about Chinese New Year today, because Chinese New Year is coming up, the year of the snake.
Mm-hmm.
I remember many weekends we spent going around town doing the lion dance to bring prosperity to businesses. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Okay. Well, during the Chinese New Year, it varies between January and February, because it's based on the lunar calendar. And we've been doing this probably like for over 20 some years, because we started at the Confucius School, when we were at the Confucius School in West Fresno. The idea is like we go out to different Chinese businesses in the community and sort of like bring the lion along to wish people prosperity, good business type of thing. It's sort of like the start of the year, so you're hoping for good things in the new year coming up.
Okay, and this is a lion, not a dragon. Most people call it a dragon.
That's correct. Most people refer to it as a dragon. But the part on the lion is basically based on the Chinese character. Actually, it's not necessarily mean to represent like a lion from the African or the savannas of Africa. It's sort of more like a mythical creature. So different aspects. I don't know if you can see on the camera, but it has kind of like a horn. You know what I mean? So it's not necessarily an animal, a live animal.
Okay, well, I'm partial to the lion because I am a Leo.
Okay.
And tell us a little bit about the instruments involved and some of the other things like the firecrackers.
Okay. Well, going back to the lion, since you mentioned the lion and the dragon, basically we have two people playing. One person plays the head, one plays the tail. If you're talking about the dragon that you see sometimes in parades, it might be a 7-person or 9-person dragon. So that's part of it. Part of the thing with the firecrackers during the New Year's, it goes back to kind of like legends, and I'm not really sure how true the legends are, so forth. Nin represents like year in Chinese, and supposedly there was a monster that came to eat people, and then they were able to scare off the Nin with making a lot of noise and firecrackers and so forth.
Hey, a jib shot right there, looking down at the guests.
That's Jeff's favorite piece of equipment, the
It
jib,
is.
the studio jib.
The studio jib is currently MIA, hidden away, because it is quite a hefty piece of machinery.
But Kyle, what time is it?
It is now noon.
It's noon.
We're 2 hours into it.
Yes.
So that means it's time to move on to 2014. 2014 was, I think, a pretty big year. The CMAC MPV was in full swing.
Yes.
Everything was happening here at the studio.
Yeah, we didn't mention, but yeah, the CMAC mobile production van was something that came along in 2013, really hit its stride in 2014 when we started doing high school sports and working with, I think the first school that we worked with was Sunnyside High School in Southeast Fresno. And we're going to show you a little clip from ABC 30, actually, did a little story covering our partnership with Sunnyside and the experiences that the youth were getting working on our van and broadcasting high school football every single night. So let's check that out.
So let's toss to Graciela Moreno at ABC 30.
Take away, Graciela.
Well, only 2 weeks left in the regular season for high school football before playoffs begin. In this week's Good Sports, Action News sports anchor David Battaler introduces us to a group of Fresno high school students working together to produce a few games for local television.
It's Friday night at Sunnyside High School, but instead of sitting with friends at a football game, more than a dozen Sunnyside students are putting the game on local television.
I'm not giving them a grade, they're not getting paid, and they're spending, from 2:30 in the afternoon until midnight, running big cables and sweating, all because they love it, because they want to be out there holding a camera. They want to be able to say that they have that experience.
Fresno's Community Media Access Collaborative, or CMAC, partnered with Sunnyside High School's Video Production Academy to produce 3 high school football games earlier this month. CMAC staff was on site for technical support and guidance, but the video crew was entirely made up of students.
It could be pressuring, but at the same time it's really fun because we have to follow all the action and have to listen to the director at the same time for what to shoot and stuff. But it's a great experience.
Honestly, as yourself, when you do it, you're not thinking about it, but when people come in and they're like, wow, you're 16 running a full-on, news van, that's when it gets you, and then you realize, wow, colleges will love this.
So instead of trips to the concession stands, the kids were communicating by headsets, placed on risers next to the sidelines, and dialing up instant replays in the production truck.
We don't have desks in here. We have a table, so we all get to talk, and we get to go out of class and film things. So we're not just stuck in a classroom working all the time, on papers or whatever.
Video production on the field, supplemented by news bulletins every day, even during lunch when time doesn't allow for them to be done during class. These Wildcats are getting invaluable hands-on experience, and some are even thinking about television or cinematic production as a potential career.
There's more than just a grade, and there's more than just the experience. It's getting to know people and maybe potentially getting money for it and just getting to learn more and be with their friends.
I do want to go into the field in broadcasting, mass media communications, stuff like that. And yeah, so I feel like this does help me get way more experience than any other people, at this level.
CMAC and Sunnyside Video Production Academy, a match made in heaven or Southeast Fresno. For Good Sports, David Battaler, ABC 30, Action News.
Whoa, CMAC Sports. You can't focus that.
Do you want your own CMAC Sports football squeezy stress reliever? Come by CMAC. We've got a bunch of them.
Throw back.
No!
Got it.
Yes. So we are currently in full swing with CMAC Sports this year.
Yes.
We've partnered with Sunnyside and McLean and Fresno High. We're trying to see if some dates work with Hoover and Roosevelt.
Yeah, in the past, Hoover, Roosevelt, Bullard, partner with lots of different high schools. If your high school wants to partner with us to do some high school sports, just reach out and let us know. And definitely check out the game this Friday, This Friday, there's a high school football game.
Yeah, we should be live on the CMAC Education channel.
Yep, and it's the Sunnyside crew, so all new crew. It was just wild watching that video and seeing all those kids from 2014 who have grown up, gone to college, graduated, and some who are working in the industry now.
Cruz
Gonzalez,
the interview there. He now works at Sunnyside along with.
He teaches at Sunnyside now. Yeah.
Katie, yeah. Yeah.
And Gabby, I saw Gabby in there. Gabby eventually worked for the Fresno Grizzlies doing replay. She was our replay master at the time. Great to see those kids and going off and getting careers, because that's what our CMAC sports program is all about. It's exposing these high school students to possible careers in broadcasting and media.
Yeah. I want to take a look at a clip of a show from 2014 called Do You Get Downtown?
All right.
Hosted by the president of downtown Fresno.
Mr. Fresno himself, Craig Sharton.
Yeah.
Who has moved away from Fresno, sadly.
Yeah, since, but
we miss you,
he's
Craig.
Big advocate. How did this show come together? Because this is before my time.
Yeah, so this show, we were approached by the Downtown Fresno Partnership and Kate Borders about doing a monthly show highlighting the activities, things that are happening in downtown Fresno. The show was underwritten and supported by Wells Fargo, and we produced, I think, about 9 episodes in 2014.
This episode features one of my favorite restaurants downtown, Umi Sushi.
Let's check it out.
Let's check it out.
Welcome back, and if you aren't already hungry enough, get ready for this next segment where we talk about the craving of sushi.
Craig apparently loves sushi.
I do, and I'm really, really happy to have some in downtown again.
Oh, I am too. Joining us today are Ketut and Tracy from Umi Sushi, the newest addition to Kern Street right here. Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Welcome not just to the show, but to the neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a lot of fun.
Tell us a little bit about when you opened, your hours, any information that you want us to have.
Well, we opened, we had a soft opening on the 6th of January, and then we opened to the public on the 7th, so we haven't been open that long. Actually, today is the end of the month, so we've made it through our first month. Our hours for right now, and I will preface that by right now, because of course we'd like to see a lot of things happen for downtown, and I know it's a big month for downtown, but our hours right now are 10:30 to 6:30. If you get in the door before 6:30, it's not like we're going to kick you out, so if you got to come at 6:25, please come join us. We aren't open, we're still going to keep our same hours, but things will change a bit when we get our liquor license. So we're kind of waiting on our liquor license, but we're over 30 days into the process, so it's a 60 to 90 day process. So that's going to change things up. I've promised a lot of our customers that we will be open for a happy hour, and every day will be a happy hour at Umi Sushi, or Umi Sushi. I have to get used to the name change. We're hoping to have some karaoke and just get downtown moving.
That's great. So tell us where you are.
Yes, Umi Sushi. They're still around. They're still open. We could go have lunch there. Although that video is not shot inside of Umi Sushi. That was the downtown club, which is no longer,
unfortunately,
around. But Umi Sushi is still around. One of my favorite downtown restaurants. So Craig, would interview different people downtown. There were different locations. Downtown club. There were episodes done in.
Yeah, every episode was done on location at a downtown business, and we not only highlighted that business in that episode, but as evidenced by that clip, talked to other downtown business owners and talked about activities that were going on, like the ice rink during the Christmas time and things like that. So it was a really fun show.
So I want to play a video that you worked on, Brian. We'll just keep us up in the picture-in-picture so we can
narrate this one.
We can narrate this one because I don't think there's much sound going on anyway. Here we go. So in 2014, visited Fresno, and how did this come about? The Fresno Bee reach out to you?
Yeah, Fresno Bee reached out to us and said, hey, President Obama's coming to town. We would like to live stream his arrival and departure.
Because he was only here for...
he was just here for a day.
6 hours or something.
And so the Fresno Bee at that time didn't really have their own live streaming capabilities. And so they partnered with us to make this happen. I was out there all day. Got a cool little White House press badge as a memento, and yeah, we live streamed the Air Force One coming in here at the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. It was a lot of fun.
That's wild. That's typically a bigger plane that typically shows up at the Fresno airport.
I think so, yeah.
That's remarkable.
And it had its own, as you can see, had its own little area of the airport that it pulled into. Right now I'm standing on a press riser with all the other news stations. It was not just Fresno news stations. You really had news stations from across the state who had come in to witness the president visiting.
Yeah, because when a president comes to California, it's usually LA or San Francisco,
right.
Sacramento. But this was a pretty big occasion to have
Yep.
Yeah, you got way up on the scale. You're like multiple football fields away.
Yeah, pretty far away. Had a real long lens. Just trying to get in there. There's not, we might need to fast forward here. It took a while to connect the stairs and have them come out.
You were looking at the other stairs and then it came up.
Well, no. This is just like the press corps and folks that travel with the president. They're coming out the back. They get the rear entrance.
I see.
But yeah, the president's going to come out of the main stairs. You can see a lot of the press corps that travel.
All right.
There they are.
Jim Costa.
There's Jim Costa traveling with the president. It's a little shaky because just a bunch of people on this little platform moving around. And I was on a real long one. There's Diane Feinstein.
Now the CEO of the Super Valley community.
Yeah, our two senators, Feinstein and on the other one.
Right outside the plane. Like any sound. Oh yeah. We gotta get the wave.
They're gonna jump in a helicopter now. Fly off. I think they were going to some rural location in the county.
But you were just hanging out at the airport. You just stayed.
I was just at the airport the whole time because we weren't sure when they were going to come back. Yeah, I think I did maybe leave and come back at one point. But,
go grab some lunch. Yeah. There's a helicopter. Lots of things.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I was going to stop this a little less formal, but then we see the news and all these guys saluting the jets.
Commander-in-Chief.
The guy. It's look at all that cool.
And look at the other helicopters back there.
Yeah, everybody else gets in there. Click off the wide one. I've never been in a helicopter.
Neither have been in an airplane. Jeff has been in a helicopter.
We'll have to get him back and ask him about that. So then we take off. Kind of. Yeah.
There's not much more.
Yeah, well, I want to see the helicopter take off. Do you get that, or do they? Oh,
see it.
Just kind of behind all the other.
Yeah, a bunch of people got in the way, and yeah.
But we do have the video of.
Him coming back.
Yeah, I also saved that link. Let's see.
We have so many videos from 2014 to share. My goodness.
Just really quick. This is just the helicopters coming back.
That's everything coming back. Yeah.
Okay, everybody comes back. So yeah, that's what, the sun is setting. We've got a nice purple sky. Picturesque presence.
So I wasn't sure which one.
Oh, it's open. It's like they're going to jump out of a hospital or something.
He's not in. He
wasn't in that one.
He wasn't in that one. He's in that one.
Yeah.
Fancy presidential copter. Marine One, I think it's called.
One?
Yeah.
Okay. Air Force One, Marine One, Space Force One.
Space Force One.
They'll have a
President Biden ever goes to space. Yeah, maybe it'll be Space Force One. Oh, I guess it wasn't in that one.
Oh, there's a decoy.
Decoy, yeah.
Wow. Taxiing. Did Ashley Swearingen come back to shake something?
There he is. No, I don't think so. See, he's got the coat off. It's been a long day. He's ready to go back to DC.
Wild. Doctor's got the sniffles. Oh, the wave. Oh, he's jogging up the stairs.
Jogging up those stairs.
Look, tiny little cardio. Wild.
That was it.
Oh, little slidey pocket door. Air Force One. Wild. All right. What? Aside from just like hanging out at the airport all day, what else do you remember from that day?
Not much, really.
Let's jump to. I want to check out. We haven't played a parade yet.
Okay.
Let's do the Tower District Mardi Gras parade.
Yeah.
Always a fun time to do a parade with the CMAC MPV. Mardi Gras, the Pride Parade, Chinese New Year. What else? Are there any other parades that Veterans
Christmas
Day,
parade.
Christmas parade.
Yeah.
So let's. We've got kind of a beginning here, and the parade's not quite started yet. Let's jump ahead. Oh, we had a correspondent.
We were on the roof.
I want to see that. Let's start there. Here
Things
we go.
that are happening is right there on the street with Renee. Renee, how you doing?
I was on this already.
You guys, I'm good right down here. There's a lot of excitement. As you can see, hundreds of people are lined up out here. Now, right now, the police officers are headed our way. The parade will travel through Olive Avenue and will end here at Wishon. Now, we're pretty glad that the police officers are here to make sure that this is a safe and happy environment for all the families that are here watching the parade. Again, more than 20 floats will travel east along Olive Avenue here in the Tower District. Back to you guys.
Right on. We have a few things happening right here. I could see them right here, in front of the landmark. They're going in big circles right now.
Lots of bicyclists and some of them in costume. Oh, there's one that's really, really tall and almost like riding on stilts, it looks like. I mean, just amazing bicycles and lots of groups involved in the Bicycle Apocalypse, I believe
This
they call
is
it.
the Bicycle Apocalypse. It brings you superheroes on bikes. They're a group of riders from all over the valley getting together for community rides, events, and everything bicycle. Critical Mass meets every Friday, or I should say every last Friday of the month, for a group ride that goes all over town. Tour de Frez, I should say, hosts bike hop and art hops nights. Fresno Bike Party rides third Friday of every month. And last but not least, the Pedal Junkies, and they do it all. Ever been interested in community bike rides or bike polo? Look them up on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for more information, and then until then, rubber side down. That's what you want to do, rubber side down.
Lots of great bicycles here today in the Tower District as part of the 17th Annual Mardi Gras Parade. And this is the Superheroes Parade this year. That's our theme, and we have lots and lots of bicyclists out here from the various groups.
There are a lot of bicycles, and right behind them are who?
Right behind them is Zappcon, and Zappcon wants you to let the good times roll with Zappcon. It's your local comic book and gaming convention. That's going to be coming up October 18th and 19th at the exhibit hall at the Fresno Convention Center. Zappcon will be bringing you comics, gaming, superheroes, and special guests, and much, much more. Get your geek on with Zappcon, and they do have a website, zappcon.com, I believe, that has information about the convention coming up. So if you're into superheroes, you might want to check out what's happening with the Zappcon convention. They're right after the bicyclist here. You see them just crossing the street down there.
Yes, we do see the Bicycle Apocalypse. They're right almost in front of us, and they're throwing beads and candies and all kinds of good things. This is the Bicycle Apocalypse. Oh my God, do you see that big old bicycle out there?
That is amazing. I'd be scared to get up that high because I would fall down real far. I have a hard time without training wheels on something that big.
I'd fall down, go boom. Okay, anyway, we have lots of. I see plenty of bicycles out here today. Wow, that's very, very interesting. I could not dress my bike up that well.
No, and my bike is very pedestrian,
Yes, it is.
It was just enough getting lights and a few things like that together for the, my bike and keeping it going and going. But look at that. That is just amazing to be able to ride that. And we see a lot of our bicyclists in their superhero costumes. And the crowd is yelling, and looks like everybody's having a good time with the bicyclists. Oh, I know they're yelling because the bicyclists are throwing beads. That's what's going on.
Oh, we've got the Riddler.
I see the Riddler. I see all sorts of superheroes. Flash Gordon is a female this year, it looks like. I didn't know that.
I didn't know Flash was...
Let's check out what's going on down there with the bicyclists and stuff. Renee, what's happening?
Hey, I love a good bicycle. I love a good parade. I could watch that whole video over again. The Tower Mardi Gras Parade is back. They will probably be doing it again next year, so keep an eye out for Tower's Mardi Gras Parade. Coming up next, I would love to play a video, another sports video, this time high school rugby. Not only was the CMAC MPV great, the CMAC MPV is great at football, but it's also great for other sports like rugby and water polo. This is also a time that we worked with Clovis schools. This is Buchanan and Clovis West's rugby. Let's take a look.
Welcome to Roosevelt High School, downtown Fresno, California. I'm Andrew Clark, and this is Josh Olford sitting with me. We've got a rugby match between Buchanan Bears and the Clovis West Golden Eagles just about to kick off. Welcome, Josh.
Good to be here.
Glad to have you here.
Perfect night for rugby.
It is. It's a beautiful night, playing under the lights. Great field conditions. Buchanan kicks off. Clovis West bobbles the ball, knocks it forward. Buchanan's playing advantage. Got an advantage going for him.
Referee for the day is Jeff Jury in the neon green with the white mustache.
Looking sharp out there.
Always.
Both teams choosing to wear red today. Black shorts of Clovis West, white shorts of Buchanan. Clovis West has the eagle on the back of their jerseys under the numbers. So the first scrum of the night. Buchanan's put in. Picked up by the scrum half. Oh, and another
good tackle.
Bobbled by Buchanan. Forced by a quality tackle. Clovis West has got the ball, securing it in a nice ruck. Buchanan's trying to drive over, but unsuccessful. Poor pass on Clovis West. And results in a knock.
I'll tell you what, this is this is a rivalry match as far as local high schools go. I went.
Yes, local high school sports, always a great time. Always a lot of cables to run with the CMAC and PV running cables to either end of the stadium. But
everything can't be wireless yet. But
someday,
we're getting there.
Everything will be wireless. It'll be a lot easier.
Someday.
I would like to play. Come back to the live from Fresno.
Yeah, so, as I mentioned last hour, we created a CMAC award that we give out each year, the Volunteer of the Year. And in 2014, our Volunteer of the Year was Garry Kennedy and Paul Starcevich. And Garry and Paul both volunteered quite frequently on the show Live from Fresno, which we mentioned in the last hour. And so what we've got here is an episode featuring the Trey Tosh Band, right?
Yeah.
Trey Tosh, who you might know the name.
Great electric guitar player from Fresno. I don't know if he still lives in Fresno, but he's done quite well for himself in like the blues guitar realm. So let's take a look at Trey Tosh live from Fresno.
If you want me to stay, I'll be around today to be available for you to see. Well, I'm about to go, and then you'll know for me to stay. I got to be me. You'll never be in doubt. That's what it's all about. Say you could take me for granted and smile. And I believe that I'm gone. Forget reaching me by number two. You're number one, gonna be number one. I'll be good. How I wish I could get this message over to you now. And when you see me again, I hope that you have been the kind of person that you really.
Hey, so Trey Tosh, really great musician. There were a ton of great musicians on Live from Fresno, but not only Live from Fresno, but a ton of music productions came out of 2014.
Yeah.
I'd like to highlight another a program called The Brick Wall. This was primarily Caesar's production, yes?
Yes, this was produced by CMAC staff, Caesar and Don Priest. And this, similar to Live from Fresno, this was a show we created to give members an opportunity to volunteer on shows in the studio and gain experience. And let's watch the intro too, because yeah, this show had a cool intro, and we tried to give it a different visual look than some of the other studio programs.
Yeah. So this is The Brick Wall by Caesar and Don. The musical guest was called The Songs of Christofferson. So I think it was musicians playing the songs of Christofferson. Let's check it out.
Break a man, break a promise, break a heart, break a home, take a long, hard look at heaven, gone to hell. Under the gun, see the child, young and hungry, roaming wild, on the run, and he'll die, reaching for freedom. He was born under the gun. Swollen man, blind with power.
Hey, so that's The Brick Wall.
That was The Brick Wall.
We've got some comments on YouTube. Big Guys 45 says hello.
Hello, Big Guys 45s.
Jeff does not appreciate our comments about the CMAC jib.
You know you love it, Jeff.
And Rocky, also
Rocky Rodriguez,
co-founder of Dumb Drum, says, hello, boys. When will CMAC be doing a live from Fireball? Well, Rocky, you can make it.
You can make it.
Come check out a camera or a couple of cameras, a live switchboard from CMAC, and let's go out to Fireball.
Let's do it.
We'll showcase all of the talent that Fireball has to offer.
All right, it is 12:40. If you're just joining us, welcome to our 10-hour live stream celebrating 10 years of CMAC history on 10/10.
We're
October 10th.
revisiting a lot of the great programming that's played on the CMAC channels.
Yes. We will be live until 8 o'clock. So if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, please leave us a comment. We'll read your comments live on air here. And hit that donate button. You know, help CMAC survive the next 10 years by hitting donate on YouTube or Facebook. Or you can go to the CMAC website.
Donate $10 for 10 more years
Yeah.
of CMAC.
Yeah.
We are currently in the year 2014 in this little time machine here.
Yes.
We've been checking out some music programming. I honestly, I'd like to just kind of continue with that because we've got a Down by the River. This, I believe, is, it's produced by Debbie Goodman, who we've already mentioned, did Martial Arts Mania. She recorded a Respite by the River. The musician was Steve Ono.
Yes.
Steve Ono, I took guitar lessons from him. He taught me how to
Really?
play guitar. Great,
Wow.
great
Very talented guy.
musician, local from Fresno. So let's take a look at Down by the River with Debbie Goodman and Steve Ono.
My name is Steve Ono. Welcome to Respite by the River. However everybody pronounces that anyway. I've been a musician in the Fresno area since the mid-1970s. Played with a whole bunch of folks. And this was actually on the radio in about 1989. She's out all night. I know she knows I like her fine. I seek moderation and a quiet life. She's not ready to settle down. But I'm a serious man, not a one-night stand. Yeah, I am what I am. I'm a serious man. Society, to see and be seen. Mingle and linger and be polite. I might party hardy once in a while. Try not to let it get too tight. 'Cause I'm a serious man, not a one-night stand. Yeah, I am what I am. I'm a serious man. Papers, watch PBS, live like I'm planning to stick around. I'm just looking for a serious gal, one who really understands that I'm a serious man, not a one-night stand. Baby, I am what I am. I'm a serious man. Oh, I'm a serious man. understand. Now I am what I am. I'm a serious man.
Hey, we're back. Actually, I'm back. Brian went to go grab lunch, so we're still going, and I want to jump into another music show. This is a show called JoJo's Corner. CMAC member JoJo would do regular music shows. Let me just get this queued up real quick here, and we're going to jump right in to JoJo's Corner. I don't even know who the musical guest was. They might drop an F-bomb. I apologize in advance. I didn't check this super closely, but I'm really excited to share some of JoJo's Corner because he's been making this show for a really long time. We got a hip hop artist. I don't know what their name is, but we're gonna check it out. Here we go.
Your ass, smoke another blunt and I pour another glass. Flight school nigga, roll another one in class. Day one niggas, I don't never gotta ask. Me and Chris so going straight to the top. I'm a young wild king and I stay with a thought. Closed mouths don't eat, so I say what I thought. I say what I think, smoke what I smoke. I drink what I drink. Red and black music. This is my team on the hunt for the green and we chasing the dream. Yeah, you know it. I know you know about it. I told you all about it. Yeah, we been about it. All my niggas bought it. If you acting like you know.
That's all in JoJo's Corner we're gonna play because it's not really appropriate for noon. But I did want to shout out JoJo. He's been doing this for a long time. He's been a long time CMAC member, and I'd be remiss to not share a little bit of his show. All right, I want to play a video here just because this is quite a time capsule of 2014. So here at CMAC, we make video tutorials. We teach people how to make videos and podcasts, media, all kinds of media. And back in 2014, there were these things called DVDs. And if you wanted to have a video and share it with people, YouTube was around, but a lot of people still put little discs in a player underneath their TV and hit play. So here is a very cool tutorial, very hip information that you will need to know if you want to burn a DVD. I believe this is voiced by Johnny. I just want to play a little bit of this because it's such a cool time capsule of 2014.
The CMAC's training video series for editing. We will now cover how to burn your project to a playable DVD using Adobe Encore. Launch Encore from your dock. The program will want to set up your project much in the same way that Premiere did. The steps you took to save your work to your hard drive, you will do here as well. Save your Encore project to the projects folder on your HDD. Once Encore is opened, you will need to create a new timeline. Go to Timeline and select New Timeline. You won't need to worry about formats or video codecs. Encore will take all videos and code them specifically for the DVD during the build process. Now you're ready to bring in your video. You can import the video you exported from Premiere. Once you have imported, click and drag the clip to the timeline. Now, click the Build tab. In the Build tab, click the Build button. At this point, Encore may warn you that your disc may not play properly because it has not been checked. Since you are not adding any other elements such as menu or special actions for your DVD, click Ignore and Continue, and insert a blank disc. Encore will begin encoding your video and burning the DVD. This may take a while. You will see a progress bar appear. When complete, the computer will eject your finished disc. If you wish to burn another DVD, click Build again and follow the same process. We hope you have found this installment of CMAC's training video sessions for editing useful. If you have any further questions regarding editing, we are always available to assist you during our operating hours. Happy editing!
Hey!
Happy editing.
You're a young whippersnapper. Jeff, do you know what a DVD is?
I came out here to say that I was listening to the stream. I was very offended by how you made DVDs sound like such an ancient concept. And also, but then also I wanted to joke that in the video, Johnny's like, HDDs. Like, we don't have hard disk drives anymore, man. We're SSDs now.
Solid state drives. No more hard drives, no more DVDs. I feel like I'm going to knock Brian's computer all the way off the table.
Don't do that.
What was the first DVD you ever owned?
I don't know. I was a child. You know, I mean, if you want to talk about like that I have owned in my adult life.
Like you split your money to the store and buy, like, not a gift, not something your parents already had, but like, what was the first DVD you were like, I gotta buy this?
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Mrs. Doubt, yes, a classic. I believe. My family took a little time to get a DVD player, so we had a lot of VHSs, and then I wanted to get DVDs of like VHSs we already have. I think the first DVD I got was Phantom Menace.
Phantom Menace.
Yes. Okay. Let's keep moving. Let's move right along this lunch hour here. I want to play a video here. Again, I don't know if this is appropriate. I don't know how it's gonna play out, but this is a Fresno Comedy Hours, a stand-up comedy show. Fresno Comedy Showcase. I don't even know who this comedian is, but let's hear what comedy was like in Fresno in 2014.
2014.
This might be a train wreck. Brian's gone. Brian's no longer here.
We're off the rails already.
We're going off the rails. He's been gone for 8 minutes. We're going fully off the rails. Here we go. Fresno Comedy Showcase 2014.
Thing you see on the wall is me, what is me as a child.
Picture in picture.
On the
This is
cover
Andrew
of
Chapman.
Sports
I do know
Illustrated
this.
swimsuit edition.
Let's live commentary just so that we don't full face.
Yeah. Which is why I'm gay now.
Yes, Andrew.
For those of you that are curious.
I don't think Andrew lives.
It all started with my father putting me on the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit. Swimsuit edition at the shopping mall. 50% off because it's Christmas. So just in case, I'm not really, you know, a lot of people think I'm gay by the way you look at me, but I'm not sometimes. Like, you know how it works.
It's 2014. The zipper
It's a choice.
Oh.
He's got like a Pete Wentz vibe going.
I'm just looking at his hair.
Let's go with that.
Yeah, and the tall hair.
Like, a lot of people look at me, oh, you look slightly less shitty than most of the men I've dated. I'm like, well, it's not hard. I grew up with 5 older sisters.
Andrew's
5.
holding it down.
5. All of them
he does
had
comedy,
extremely shitty boyfriends.
And
the boyfriend
and he's swearing in the daytime. All right, that's enough. That's enough, Fresno.
It only took 8 minutes.
As soon as I walk out, start playing JoJo.
I knew I couldn't do it while Brian was here.
I was watching.
Listening along. We're a cable television channel. We can play anything HBO plays, but yeah, we try to play the more risque stuff at night. I didn't vet every single one of these videos. It would have taken me 10 years. All right, let's jump in. This one's got to be safe. This one's Fresno EOC. It's a video. I also don't understand what I just thought it was Fresno EOC Economic Opportunities Commission. No description, but it's Brian's back.
He's very upset.
But you know who's not upset? The Fresno EOC.
No.
They do great work. Let's check out what they were up to in 2014.
SOUL is the first charter school in the county of Fresno. We just got recently rechartered for 5 years. We're very proud of that. We're proud of the kids that went through the process of chartering. I mean, we included the kids in the process, and we went to Fresno Unified's board meeting, and we had at-risk youth filled the board meeting, and they had to wait 3 hours before they had the opportunity to speak, and they were all, again, as we expected them to be, but I think others were surprised at how well behaved these kids are.
One thing that really caught my eye about SOUL was the teachers. They're really attentive about you. They're really on you about your grades and everything, and they're not only as teachers like in ordinary schools or big classrooms and everything where they're like, all right, I'm gonna help this student. They're all like focusing on each individual student, staying after school, helping them, and it's just better. I mean, with the bigger classroom, they can't keep up with every single student. With the smaller classrooms in the smaller environment, every student, the teachers are like their friends.
One of the differences between being at a traditional school and being here at a charter school is that you see the results at a much faster pace. You see the transformation in students. You see how they adapt to our programs, and they take the adaptation skills and take them out into the real world. As a teacher, I feel a much higher level of satisfaction working with at-risk youth than I would at any other traditional school.
Ultimately, is to make sure they have that path to post-secondary education, which, majority of our students go directly to Fresno City College, and that's a process in itself as far as getting them ready for what they call registration to go, which means if they get a certain, if they complete some prerequisites in that's expected of them, then they can get their classes before they even graduate from high school, which we just completed last Wednesday.
A couple weeks ago, I registered for Fresno City. I'm a major in teaching, education, stuff like that. I like learning about stuff that goes on around the world. There's always a way to bounce back from it. You can always keep going. The teachers push you, no matter, you can have the worst grades, but they'll help you be the person you want to be because they know that you can.
And we're back. Fresno EOC SOUL Charter School. Still our neighbors. Still
just down the street here.
Down the street, down Calaveras from us.
Yep.
They were also a recipient of a grant that CMAC put together called the MAP grant. What is MAP?
Our
MAP?
Media Access Project grant that we gave to 3 high schools in 2014 to kind of help them kickstart their video programs. Yeah, so Hoover, McLean, and SOUL were the first recipients of that grant, where they got cameras and computers and other equipment for their classes.
And we got videos to play on the channel.
Yeah.
Well, we're almost done with this hour. We're almost done with 2014. What a year it's been.
What a year.
Quite a musical year. So I'd like to wrap up this year with a video also produced by Andrew Toski, correct?
Which one is that?
I believe this is the 2014 CMAC promo.
Okay, yeah.
I believe Andrew produced this. This was still a little bit before my time, but great little video to explain what CMAC is or was at that time, in that time capsule, to the community. Interviews with Frank Delgado, the former executive director of Arte Americas. We saw a video from Don Franklin. He's in this video, not a cartoon, in real form. And who else? And Jerry, the former executive director of CMAC, gets an interview here. Let's take a look at this CMAC promo.
CMAC empowers the members of the community to tell their story by offering them the opportunity to learn how to use video equipment, how to use the facilities we have to offer. CMAC is an organization that is devoted to allowing people to tell their stories. 99% of those organizations and individuals that have stories to tell have never been able to do it because they couldn't afford to. Now they can. CMAC empowers members of the community by offering them the opportunity to learn how to use all the wonderful equipment that we have available for them. And then once they've learned, using that equipment to create their own content.
The great thing about once someone has filmed and edited their video is that it is aired via Comcast and other channels, and this gives Arte Americas the opportunity to connect with outlying communities, people who may not have a chance to discover us any other way.
To see something that you've actually produced on a channel is fun for the first time, especially if you spent a lot of time with it. And it does take time to learn the programs.
Because you hear it all the time as a producer, we can help get you out there. But this is the real deal. There is no gimmicks, there are no type of games that they play. You produce the content, you follow the guidelines, it will air to the community and be an inspiration to the community.
CMAC is here to provide that venue. And it provides that venue to every aspect of the community, every part of the community. No one else does it that way. No one else offers that. The importance of CMAC's members cannot be overstated. CMAC is its members. We've trained hundreds of people, and we've already seen hundreds of stories, and the results of those stories are being felt in numerous ways.
I got involved with CMAC because a friend of mine already belonged, and we volunteered to film a fashion show. And because there were good classes for CMAC, they ran us all through all the instruments and equipment that we were going to be using. I felt good about the experience, and I felt really confident. And actually, it was really a lot of fun, too.
And the training is simple. You know, when I did it, I think I took 7 classes, and at the end of 7 classes, I got a certificate, and I started recording things. Anytime I've had questions, the staff here has been great, and they've given me the opportunity to try different things with whatever content I'm producing.
When I got around other members, seeing that they had different visions than I had, but that we could all partner together, it was just like a giant gumbo or a giant buffet of different ideas, different creators, but all with one purpose: to create quality content.
You can't do it all. You can't be the man in front and behind the camera for every production. CMAC needs volunteers because it's a community-based organization, and the more volunteers you have, the higher quality of production you can achieve in your program.
People can contribute to CMAC by just participating and coming up with your own clever ideas and coming to the functions, coming to the events.
I feel great about being able to send volunteers and people who are just connected with Arte Americas over to CMAC so they can develop their own art form. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another organization providing this level of resources here to the Valley to anybody who is interested, motivated, and wants to sign up. It's incredible. We love having them across the street, and they really are adding to what the Central Valley is providing.
CMAC is an outlet for anyone who wants to get their message or their skills or their artwork or whatever it is out into the community. It's a professional atmosphere where you can get the help that you need to be able to produce your program, and as a result, Fresno gets so much more to see and find out about.
I mean, when I see the smiles when people come through on orientation, or when they're hanging out in class, or seeing their projects being on the big screen in the lobby or on TV, that's magic. I mean, it's one thing to hope to do something, but it's another thing to help people fulfill and be that servant in the community. And that's what CMAC is. CMAC serves to help fulfill people's dreams.
Wow. Such a lovely statement there from Don Franklin about the power of media and what we do here at CMAC.
What a cool time capsule of the space. The edit bays were still on the second floor. The third floor hadn't been opened yet. The way the workshops were conducted, the way Andrew ran the mobile production vehicle stuff, that was all real cool to see. It's a great time capsule.
And as we get into the 1 o'clock hour and go from 2014 to 2015, I'm remembering something significant that did happen in 2014 was the opening of the third floor. It happened in November or October of 2014.
All right, so it's the 8-year anniversary of the third floor.
Yes.
Very nice. But yes, we're moving into the year 2015. Our volunteers of the year were Anita, Fernandez, Marlene Jones-Cannon, and our producers of the year were Sevag, Tateosian, and Jackie Meader.
Yeah.
Now, while 2014 was quite a year for music production, 2015 was quite a year for conventions.
It was.
There was Zappcon, there was FresCon, and longtime CMAC member Doug Bloomer took his show Figures in Action down to Zappcon. Let's take a look at Zappcon. What a classic. Here we are, Figures in Action at Zappcon.
Time is all. Yeah, you got it.
Doug Bloomer, not only a longtime CMAC member, but just a longtime community media producer. He has videos that he produced, I think, in Southern California at a community media center that we have helped him digitize those tapes and put them on the CMAC website. You can check out some vintage community media videos on the CMAC website.
Cinema Circus.
Cinemacircus.net. He's still going. He still loves conventions.
Yep.
Although Zappcon no longer is around, you will see him at any of the other active conventions. So while we're on conventions, I'd love to jump to a video about FresCon. Who is this produced by? I'm not exactly sure who produced this, but this convention. Oh, it is a Doug Figures in Action.
Well,
convention.
Let's go to the next thing.
Just real quick. Let's take a look at this convention at Fresno State. Oh, maybe. There we are. We'll get a Doug. We'll get a
if they just like to get their badge, because the earlier the better. They're more affordable.
That's right. The early alien gets the civilization, so that's perfect. Well, nice seeing you again, and thank you.
It's good to see you too.
Very impressive indeed. Yes. Shout out to Doug Bloomer. There are other conventions still happening, like the Weekend Blender in Clovis.
Yep.
There's one out at the fairgrounds whose name is escaping me.
There's an anime convention. Anime-con.
Anime. Also really fun one. Great. Moving along.
I don't know if we have anything queued up from our volunteers or producers of the year, but we could talk about them a little bit. I mean, our volunteer of the year that year was Anita Fernandez, who's still an active CMAC member
and now board member
today, and on the board of directors as well. Believe her first show was Just Music, another music show.
Yes.
And has just done a variety of things, helped a variety of different members with their projects over the years. And Marlene Jones Cannon was the other volunteer of the year in 2015. Worked on Live from Fresno a lot. Worked with Garry and Paul on a lot of different shows. Worked on The Van a couple times. And of course, we have to mention our producer of the year, Sevag Tateosian, longtime CMAC member since 2012, produced San Joaquin Spotlight, which was later renamed Central Valley Ledger,
and then went back.
It is now San Joaquin Spotlight again. Sevag is awesome, someone else who's still producing to this day, and also a producer of the year in 2015, Jackie Meader, who we mentioned earlier, Paranormal Journeys.
Yes.
Great folks, all still active with CMAC.
I thought I had a Central Valley Ledger or San Joaquin Spotlight.
We'll pull it up after this break.
I don't have it, but we'll pull it up. But I do have
Short Film Boot Camp?
Yes.
What do you think?
A new project that Lisa created as a part of a training exercise to create a short film. They wrote it ahead of time, but they filmed and edited it all in one day. A series. So I think we've got.
Were you involved in these
short films? I was involved in one of them
because 2015 was also the year that Kyle Lowe joined us on the CMAC staff.
So there's one that I helped produce and I acted in.
The pencil project, right?
The pencil style. Well, all of these are pencil projects.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So the pencil project is you get the same script and you build a different scenario around said script. So
curriculum that started with Don Priest, one of CMAC's early employees.
Yes.
So everybody gets the same script, and then you just have to kind of create a unique scenario around the script.
Yeah. So this one is called Shafted. But yes, Shafted, Snafu, and the Code will all have the same script. We will simply have a different scenario around the script. So let's check out the Shafted version of the short film boot camp pencil exercise.
All right, let's take a look here. Looks like it could be the axis. Looks like a code 804, sir. It's the third one this week. People are up to in this building. Let's see. Hello?
I'm looking for a pencil!
Yes!
I lost it. Have you seen it?
No.
I thought I left it here.
No.
Oh boy. Oh no,
Oh,
we didn't
that's
zoom
okay.
out.
I'll come on over.
Oh, no, come back.
No, I was going to go behind you.
Oh, you come over here. Yeah. Johnny's back.
Yes.
Johnny just dropping by.
That's right.
He's actually headed out. What do you remember of the pencil project exercise?
I remember they were really fun and random.
That one was very random.
I think also, they had their purpose, which was to teach members what it's like to follow a script and record with, based upon what the script was outlining for them, and teaching all the aspects of production. So it was really fun getting local talent to come in and assist us with those as well.
Yeah. I want to play another one.
Oh,
this
let's
one
do
is
it.
titled Snafu. Same script,
Snafu.
different scenario.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm looking for my pencil.
Yes!
I lost it!
Yes!
Have you seen it?
No!
I left it here.
No! No! No!
All right. Also starring CMAC member Garry Kennedy.
Yes.
Definitely directed by Lisa Talley.
Right.
That's way up her
the
alley.
style. That's Lisa's style.
That's the kind of movies she makes. There's a couple other ones, but we don't have to watch all of them right now. But there was also some other fun stuff happening at CMAC in 2015. I would like to check out another parade. This was the Chinese New Year parade.
Oh, yes.
From 2015. This was just like earlier in the year before I started, but I remember watching it. It was a great production. Let's check out
Cue that up.
Chinese New Year 2015, or I don't know, Chinese New Year, whatever year, like year 5000.
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, everybody, and Happy New Year from us. My name is Brady Williamson.
And my name is Jeremy Brownstein.
And welcome to the 15th Annual Chinese New Year celebration here in downtown Fresno. How's it going today, Jeremy?
It's going great. A beautiful day for a parade. I'm glad that you can make it today.
Yes, thank you, and I'm glad to be with you today. It's about a high of 75 today, a little bit warm, a little bit of a breeze at times, so hopefully that kind of keeps the people around a little bit longer today. The heat doesn't scare them away.
Absolutely. Might have to dip into those pina coladas in the vending area.
We might have to. So real quick, Jeremy, just discuss with us a little bit the history of the parade.
So this is the 15th year of our celebration, and it's just grown. The first celebration was about 5 floats, and so we've really grown from there. We've added a festival component to the event, and it keeps growing every year.
Okay. And also a little bit about the history of Chinatown, the diversity, when it was founded, just anything you
And there we have it.
All right. Well, that was the Gumyo Taiko Drummers, a great performance by them.
Wonderful. Now we're officially ready to get going.
Yes, so now we're off and running. But first we want to take a moment and we want to introduce some of Chinatown's honored representatives.
This is historical. And by trying to bring in something like the Chinese New Year Parade is to try to bring people back. We're just trying to bring some historical facts to the younger generations to know what their heritage was.
Different people that have come have said, well, we thought it was going to be like San Francisco. And we said, no, it's like the Valley and it's like Fresno. And it's Fresno's Chinatown, which has always been extremely diverse. There are about 11 different ethnic communities that have called Chinatown home.
The school that I attended really was composed of all ethnic groups. The Italian, the German, the Mexican, the Japanese, Chinese. So the beautiful thing was, if you just mingle with each other at the time and you don't emphasize the segregations, you don't have the problem.
As each year I've been at this, I notice another building is either demolished or another building boarded up. When I was a child, teenager, young adult, I did not appreciate what I have in culture or historical value. What is the point of your existence if you're not passing down to your children's children the information of your historical family and culture and race? Without that information, history is lost.
And it looks like we have our first floats now starting to approach. What do we have right here, Jeremy?
Well, leading off is our organization, the Chinatown Revitalization, Inc., which was founded in 1995 by actually our Grand Marshal, Kathy Omachi. We consider her our walking history of Chinatown.
That's cool.
That's cool.
So that was a partnership with Fresno State students. Jess Thurkelson's class, professor out at Fresno State. He is also on the CMAC board.
Yes, I think maybe he joined in 2015, perhaps.
After working on this project with Andrew and the van team. Yeah. So that's really a really cool parade as well. If you ever, I think they mentioned it in another part, but. And Debbie's martial arts mania clip we played. Chinese New Year kind of sits around January, February, whenever the lunar calendar has it. But
I think the parade's typically like first Saturday in March. It's like a little bit later.
But it's always
great event.
Always a good time.
Definitely.
All right, let's jump in with more from 2015.
If you're just joining us, this is our 10-hour live stream celebrating 10 years of CMAC history on 10/10.
Yes.
We started at 10 a.m.
Yes, and we're still going.
We're 3 and almost a half hours into it.
Each hour we are focusing on a different year of our history, so it is 1 o'clock hour, and we are on the year 2015, talking about everything that happened in 2015 at CMAC.
Yes. If you'd like to help support CMAC, there's a donate button under the video on YouTube and on Facebook. So please help donate.
Drop us $10 for 1010 for 10 years.
To help keep CMAC running.
Yes.
All right.
Or whatever you can.
For
$1,
10 more
$10.
years.
$10.
$100.
You know.
Yes.
Multiples of 10 are ideal,
Yeah.
but you don't
Keep within the
have
theme.
to.
Yes.
Great. Let's check out a video from a new show that was created in 2015 as a training exercise called Members Only. So we watched live from Fresno. We kind of talked about how that was a great training ground for members who had just done the studio workshop.
Yeah.
Lisa and Caesar decided to create a dedicated show to a third day of studio production. And the show they came up with was Members Only. The very first guests on Members Only were Jackie Meader from Paranormal Journeys, and also a brother and sister that created a card game called Exodus, and
Yes.
they would do their annual tournament here at CMAC and produce that.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at Members Only.
Hey everybody, welcome to Members Only, a show centered around and focused on CMAC members and the projects they produce. My name is Johnny Pacina, and I'll be your host today. In this edition of Members Only, we'll be talking to the producers of two shows, Paranormal Journeys and Exodus. Up first is Jackie Meader, director of Central California Paranormal Investigators, to talk about her show, Paranormal Journeys, a show that investigates the unknown. But before we get started, let's take a look at a clip that gives us a quick look as to what the show is about.
This is where we get to talk and debate about all things paranormal, strange and just plain weird.
Are we opening on two? Well, that's quite a video. Today we have Jackie. Thank you for taking the time.
Sure.
And wow, I really enjoy working on your show, and I'm really surprised today because the tables have turned.
Yes.
I direct Paranormal Journeys, and I really enjoy it. And as you can see, and I'm sure our viewers can see how exciting the show can be from all those highlights we have at the beginning. But again, thank you for being on the show and taking the time out of your
Thanks for
schedule.
having me.
Yeah. So this time I will ask the questions. This is see how this turns
I don't
out.
know if I like this or not. I like to be in control.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. We'll make this quick and easy and painless. All right, so first off, I'm sure everyone wants to know a little bit more after watching that highlight. So tell us a little bit about the show.
Paranormal Journeys is probably a little different than most other talk shows, radio shows, whatever, internet shows, in that we take it from a perspective where we want to know what the journey the particular person is on. So it's not so much what evidence they capture, although that's always an added plus, but it's about their journey, their personal journey, and why they got started doing what they do. And it could either be hunting ghosts, chasing Bigfoot, watching the skies for UFOs, metaphysical mysteries, could be anything, urban legends,
Exactly.
So yeah, so it takes it from a perspective of how someone got started doing what they do and what they love to do.
Yeah, it seems like everyone has a personal experience with something that has touched their lives in a paranormal, experience or something they've seen, and they really want to try to find the answers, I guess. So that's great. We can highlight that on the show, and I really enjoy working with you on that.
Yeah, thank you. I enjoy working with you too. It's, I mean, we have a great crew. I mean, I've been fortunate that the same people keep volunteering.
Welcome back. Next up, we have the team who created their own trading card game called Exodus. Let's take a look at this quick clip and give us a short introduction as to what Exodus is all about.
Hey everyone, today's Exodus match is between two exciting decks.
Twin Cannon Angels versus Battleship Drangel.
Go through and separate the blue energy from everything else. That will be placed in a face-up pile called your energy deck.
It's a creature! Ethereal Royalis attacks directly for 6 life points.
So I use my 2 Embarrassed to attack his life points directly. Sweet!
That was brisk. Then I will play Leech. So this one says I get to choose 1 energy from a creature or pile on your opponent's side of the field and have them discard that energy card. So I'll destroy your Darkrest Dragon.
I used my Fire Cannon Angels to finish off her remaining creatures and attack her life points directly for game!
Well, that was a really interesting video. I remember actually the shoot and how that went when we set that up so we'll be able to talk about that a little bit more. But thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us. It's a huge honor.
Definitely.
Thank you. And first thing I got to talk about is the shirts. We've been talking about it the whole time you guys came in. Those are really cool shirts. Now, can you talk about what is on those shirts? I mean, obviously, you have the Exodus logo, your trading card game, but what can you tell us about the shirts, Jake?
So we have the official Exodus logo on the sleeve, and the character is actually named Alana. She's a star formation made of galaxies and nebula and stuff like that, and she's actually the cover character for the first booster expansion to Exodus.
Awesome, awesome. So in the creative process of creating that character, who did both of you kind of collaborate on that? Wow.
That was amazing.
That was amazing.
What do you remember? Because I wasn't here when Members Only got started. I did help take over the show, but what are some memories from those early Members Only planning and getting that show going?
There a lot of great memories. I remember Caesar, Lisa, and I sat down and we, as you mentioned earlier, coming up with a concept of how can we make the studio exercise more interactive and actually do a show that we could air on the channel as well.
Yeah.
So that's what we came up with, Members Only. So it was a really cool way to highlight members' productions and what they've been up to, as well as have the newer members crew the entire production, direct, etc. I was a little rusty in the hosting department there, but I got better, I think, as we went on. We did, I think, a total of like 15, 16 episodes, maybe more.
Yeah, good number of them.
Yeah, so that's when the year we had started it. I really enjoyed it. It allowed for me to kind of, experience more of on-screen opportunities as well. So just one of the many things that I enjoy about working here. And gosh, what was that, 7 years ago?
7 years ago. I didn't pull a clip from Exodus to play because I knew we were going to watch that clip. I did want to play Paranormal Journeys because it started on a different year, but how intricate was that card game? I remember them coming in and trying to figure out how the game worked. It was just so intricate, and I'm Jake, you saw the clip of Jake playing. I'm like, he's just changing the rules?
Yeah, right. What's he doing?
He's the game creator. He's just making it up.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
I think just being a fan of some of the old school TCG games like Pokemon, I kind of understood the concept. You have energy, and you have these creatures, and they need energy to attack, and and it got really in depth though. Not only with the card game itself, but like their productions as well.
Right.
Like they had the overhead on the table. They had like a full-blown tournament later on, which was maybe 3-4 years later after that.
I think
was it about the same year?
I feel like 2016, 2017, 2018, I think it was like every year they would have the tournament.
That's true.
And it was like the international tournament. And this game was like well played.
Super popular.
Super popular. And people came from all over the United States, and I think some from international.
Yeah. No, they
came to Fresno to play that game here.
Yeah, they are on the trading card game map. Like they sell their cards like I think locally still, and they still have a lot of like interest generated around this. So it all started. Well, I don't know if it all started here, the card game aspect,
started
but
in Fresno.
The production element of it. They utilized some of our services here to get that message out about their game.
I hope they're doing well.
Yeah, hope they are too.
So
hopefully we'll see them soon.
I want to play. Earlier we played the how to burn a DVD tutorial.
Yes,
I want to
nice.
play a tutorial from, let's see, also from 2015, because it's 2015. I want to play the video using the TriCaster for keying and virtual sets. I think this was our best viewed video on YouTube for quite a long time.
Until
2020.
dethroned it.
We made a whole bunch of other tutorials, and some of them took
this
off.
one was really popular.
So let's check it out.
Check it out, yeah.
The CMAC's training video for using the green screen and the virtual sets. In this video, we'll discuss how to key the green screen, set a new background by using a picture, video footage, or one of many of the TriCaster's pre-made virtual sets. But before you get started, there are some key things to be aware of. Keying the green screen successfully requires adequate lighting. CMAC staff has already taken the necessary steps to ensure this. However, it is important to make sure that all the lights assigned to the virtual set are turned on. Next, you'll want to place your talent in front of the green screen. The trick to a good key is finding out how far away you can have your talent stand from the green screen and still have good lighting with a full green background. To demonstrate this, we will use CMAC Studio Mannequin, the only person who doesn't mind standing still until you've gotten your cameras and lighting just right. The further you are, the better. The closer you are, the more the green from the backdrop will spill onto your talent, which will not only cause problems when you attempt to key out the green, but will appear on your video as poor lighting. So always make sure that you place your talent a few feet away from the screen itself. Now we're ready to set up our shots. The next thing you'll do is set up the cameras you'd like to use with the green screen. You can use 1, 2, or all 3. Whichever makes the best sense for your show. Once you've chosen your cameras, set your shots to your preference and then lock the cameras down. Once you have committed to using the green screen, the option to move the camera while recording is no longer available. Next, we'll move into the control room to finish the rest of the setup process. When we're talking about virtual sets, it's important to understand that we're really talking about mix effects. That is, mixing one input, say a camera, with another, like a picture. The inputs are located in 2 places. On the physical control surface, it looks like this. The digital representation will also be visible on the screen. Both will do the same things. It's just up to the user to decide which they'd like to use. Using the digital interface, you will select one of the corresponding ME tabs. They will be labeled and numbered 1 through 8 via ME1, ME2, ME3, and so on. Just like we have 8 buttons for cameras, we will have 8 for our mix effects. But just as we only have 3 cameras actually plugged in, we will only use 3 mix effects, or ME tabs at most. Since a virtual set is really a composite, 2 images merged together to be seen as one, each camera, depending on how many you use, will need to be composited and assigned to its own ME tab. Once selected on an ME tab, you must delegate what goes in the A input and what goes into the B input. Remember, we're working with a composited image. We will need to tell the TriCaster which is our first image and what is our second. And most importantly, which one goes in front, i.e. A over B. This is the default setting for our ME's options. To use a virtual set, this would need to be changed, but we'll cover that a little later. I know that my talent is on camera 1, and I want him or her in front of a new background. So I'll choose 1 here on the A bus. If I want to use a picture, I'll choose the location I saved it in, either Graphics 1 or Graphics 2 in the B bus. And if I want a motion background, like a video, then I'll choose whichever location I saved that in, i.e. DDR1 or DDR2. Now let's key out the green in the camera. On the TriCaster interface, you'll see that each of the cameras has a window. Looking at camera 1, in the lower right corner, there is a small gear icon. Selecting that, a new window of options will appear. Here, we'll click on Live Mat. This is the control panel for keying out the green screen. Click and hold the dropper tool, drag it over to the green in the camera, and let go of the mouse. The background goes from green to black, telling us that our background is now transparent. We're almost ready to composite in our background, but not quite yet. If you notice, we have a little bit of green washing over onto the hair and the face. In this same control panel, you have some other controls that will help with this. You can adjust your smooth and tolerance levels until you find a blend that eliminates as much of the green as possible. Once you've finished with the adjustments, you'll be ready to set up your virtual set. It's good practice to start with ME1 if you're only using one camera with the green screen. If you're using all 3 cameras, it's less confusing if you assign each camera to its corresponding number, i.e. camera 1 is assigned to ME1, camera 2 to ME2, and so on. Let's start with ME1. I'll make sure this tab is highlighted. I'll select the corresponding number in the A bus, and then select the appropriate location for my background on the B bus. Done. Now I'll be able to use my newly composited image for my show. All I have to do is press ME1 on the switcher, and the virtual set is now visible. If I were using all the cameras on the green screen, I would simply repeat these steps for each. And once I'm ready to begin my show, I'd only use the ME buttons on the switcher to either cut to or change cameras on my virtual set. Now let's discuss the pre-made templates that are offered within the TriCaster itself. Setting up and using a template is just as simple and easy. After the cameras have been appropriately keyed and you're ready to choose your background, simply click on the plus sign icon here next to Default. A new window pops up and gives you a range of options to choose from. By scrolling down, you can see a variety of virtual sets to work with. Depending on your needs, some will be a simple background, like this one. Others will give you a little flexibility in customizing the set with any graphics or videos you would like to display. These will allow you to have 2 inputs, your talent in one, and then your picture or video in the other. The set will display what input will appear where. For example, in this virtual set, you can see where your talent will be, which is represented by the grayed out area labeled A, and then where your picture or video will be displayed, labeled B. Simply come down here and choose where those images will be coming from. So I'll choose 1 for A and graphics for B. The last thing we'll briefly cover is using multiple cameras for some of these virtual sets. Many times you'll see that one particular design has 3 different options. These are different angles that are based on a typical 3-camera talk show type setup. Like for this set, we have a left, a right, and a center angle to be used with all 3 of our studio cameras. You don't have to use these, but you can see that they do help add a little more realism to your virtual set. That about wraps up our training video for using the green screen and using the virtual sets. Remember, staff is always available to answer any questions or concerns you may have in using our equipment, and we'll be happy to assist you when you're ready to begin recording your show. Thank you for watching.
That last line there is still true. You know, let us know. We're happy to help you with any technical stuff.
Brian's got his green screen jacket on. I just haven't. I couldn't get the green screen.
We didn't watch the tutorial that we just showed.
I'm not using them.
So
I'm using newer technology that's even more complicated to make it happen.
An awesome.
I will make Kyle disappear now.
Oh.
Whoa.
Invisibility cloak. Yeah, no, that was that video has 14,000 views.
68,000
68.
views.
Wow.
It's been very helpful to the people using new tech TriCaster switchers.
Yes, we had a lot of fun creating that one. For some reason, I was wearing a scarf in that video.
Oh.
I think it was just cold that day.
I'm trying to figure this out. I'm never gonna figure out how to make this work.
Are you doing the?
I'm trying.
We're not using the TriCaster.
I wanted something. I pulled up the City of Fresno logo.
So then I think we're just thinking about it wrong. If we put like
green,
and go to upstream,
there's green back there, so there's some artifacting happening with the green back there.
take that guy.
Oh, City of
And
Fresno.
then
Grapes. 1885.
It works.
Jeff, I believe in you.
I saw it happen.
It was working in the preview.
Oh, I see something
that's it?
happening.
That's yeah.
You
But
can't
it's also
shrink
the
it down.
green.
Oh!
Technology.
You need to
Crazy.
walk so that we can see.
Wow.
Oh, it's a black jacket now.
City of Fresno.
Scanner Darkly. Have you seen that movie?
Oh yeah.
That's got it.
City. City.
City. You're gonna have to like jump to get the other parts of it.
So we made it 3 hours and 47 minutes, and now we've
Wait.
gone totally goofy.
Is this green or blue?
But you could make goofy videos too here at CMAC. Oh, the green.
Kind of a slightly
No,
different
it's not.
Oh yeah, we need to sample
We
it.
can do it.
Want me to keep
Can't
it?
do it when it's on screen.
I can't sample. You can't
Want
sample.
me to do it away?
Hold on. Do this.
Now make, instead of that image, make it the camera. Can we do that?
Another cam? I'll make the other camera.
Or just the same
All
camera?
right, let's try.
Oh.
There we go.
Whoa.
What is going on?
We're not even halfway through this, and we're all delirious
We're
right now.
Okay. Let's take a look at. Let me pull up my actual playlist. We still have more stuff from 2015 to watch, including Underground Media. CMAC member Des Martinez made great videos and now runs the Fresno We Are Not Invisible homeless advocacy group. So Des had some musical guests.
If you're just joining us, what is going on?
I've been here for almost 4 hours and I don't know what's going on. Here's an interview between Des and a musical artist. Let's take a look.
Thank you. I like it. So, tell us about the video. Tell us how you came up with the concept, the storyline. What influenced you to do that? Well, I wanted people to, when they hear this song, to feel good. So, the beat and everything is just, I found that feel good type of vibe. And then with the concept, I wanted it to be like 90s. So I mixed a little Fresh Prince with Ice Cube in there, just mixed together. So when people see it, like, man, it's a real like nice, colorful, feel good type video. Right, and it was. Yeah, and it goes with the title, Good Day. I want y'all to have a good day after you hear this. I know we go through negative things, a lot of stuff going on in our lives, but you can have that, that hope, that it's gonna be all right, So I mean, that's basically what I was pushing for with this song. Now, you had your family in this video. Yeah. Your wife and your kids, right? That's much respect. I love that. I love seeing the whole family-oriented video. Just positive. Everything's positive in it. So you guys took a trip. Where did you film this at? We filmed it on Santa Monica Beach.
I was gonna have it at Venice, but I was like, man, I love that Ferris wheel and all that stuff over there. So I was like, man, that would be great. So I picked Santa Monica, and it was beautiful. I had my family, my brothers came out. It was a beautiful thing.
That's
and
nice.
We had so much fun. We made a trip out of it.
A family vacation.
Yeah, and BC, you know, shouts out to BC again. He drove out there and did that for me.
Right?
You know, so,
I'm sure he had a good day too.
Yeah, he had a good day. He was having fun. He was enjoying himself
Right?
too. So we all had fun. It was a good
I'd have
day.
been in that water too.
It was real. Like all them smiles y'all see in that video, it was all real. You know, it wasn't no acting or nothing. So,
Right?
Yeah.
Now, have your children seen the video?
Oh yeah.
Do they get excited
Oh, they
when they
love
see
it.
themselves in the video?
Yeah, my son, my daughter.
They're superstars
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
They haven't taken it for show and tell or anything like that to
I
school?
don't know. They've been showing it off though. you
Yeah.
know? Yeah. My son, he still rocks his Honest J shirt, and we actually got matching shirts, but I put his face on his. So it says Honest J, but it has his face with the hat, and then I have my face on mine. So it's like I just wanted to do that with him.
That's so good. That's so good. We love the kids. Love the kids. Love, love, love. Shout out kids. Y'all did a good job.
Shout out to my son, my daughter, and my wife. I love y'all.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, what influenced you to get into music? Like what artists, major artists, let's say major artists that influenced you into music?
I got a long list, but I'll mention the main ones.
Let's say top 3.
Pac.
Right? Amen.
Biggie.
R.I.P.
I've always been a Biggie fan, but I love Pac. I'm a West Coast dude, so it's always Pac, but Biggie, him too, and Nas.
West Coast. Oh, I'm on the wrong camera. Hi, Brian. You're still here.
Yep.
Yeah, shout out to Des Martinez, doing great work in 2015 and still doing great work today.
Yes.
Big shout out. I would like to take a look at another music performance, another live from Fresno. In 2015, the local band, focus, Sharks of Dance, visited the CMAC studio. They're always a hoot. Let's take a look at that. Let me switch the cue up here, jumping ahead. I should have just made this one big YouTube playlist. That's what I should have done if I thought ahead. But let's jump into some Sharks of Dance. Here we go.
Something wrong, you know I can tell. Those drops spill at the front of your forehead. They say at the drop of a hat, once you put it all out, till you want to take it all back. Ooh, sipping on my Sobre nights, yeah. Just sipping on my Sobre nights, and something's changing, slowly shifting. So it's come to this, it's come to this. So it's come to this, it's come to this. So it's come to this, it's come to this. So another cup in your mouth keeps running. Not your selection, always disrespecting. Who knew when they said it was me? They should have flipped it to a mirror and checked the water lightly. Ooh, oh, never catch me sipping on my Sobre nights, no. So when I say my heaven and heated, kill the cures when everybody needed. Sometimes you do it right, but you better watch your back when all they think is black and white. Something's changing, slowly shifting. So it's come to this, it's come to this.
Sharks of Dance. They are a rowdy group. They played live from Fresno, but then they came back and played CMAC Fest that fall. That was my first CMAC Fest as an employee. And they're just rowdy band, and their rowdy fans were just going wild. And the singer Lucas, he's got a hilarious Instagram handle. I believe it's All Disrespect to Jimmy Kimmel, and a very goofy character all around.
Great band.
The first block party wasn't called CMAC Fest. What was it? It was like the summer.
Oh yeah, that was 2013 when we debuted the van, and we called it our summer celebration.
Summer celebration.
It was June.
Yeah, but all of the subsequent CMAC Fest parties since then have been a great time having some bands, and we are planning our CMAC Fest for this year.
Yes.
November 3rd. November's Art Hop Night.
Yep.
We haven't locked in all the details of what's going to be there, but if you've been to a previous CMAC Fest, it will be very, very similar.
And we are partnering with Fresno Street Eats. So they'll be out there with the food trucks and art vendors, and CMAC staff will be displaying some of our art inside.
We'll have the slow-mo booth again.
Yeah, slow-mo booth.
And we'll have different interactive stations here inside the studio, and the Express studio and the podcast studio.
That's kind of a continuation of celebrating our 10th anniversary is bringing CMAC Fest after it being gone for the last 2 years due to COVID. We're going to be back this year for the 10th year. So it's exciting.
We're really excited. And if you are just joining us, this is the CMAC 10-year anniversary live stream on October 10th. 10:10, we started at 10 a.m. We're going for 10 hours, and we're looking back at some of our favorite programming that's been on the CMAC channels over the years. We're breaking up the years by the hour. So we are coming to the end of our 2015 era.
Yep.
We're about to start our 2016 era.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, you joined the staff in 2015, as we did mention, but Charlie Vang also joined us in 2015 as an access facilitator. So shout out, Charlie. We love you. You're awesome.
In fact, what I wanted to wrap this hour up with was checking out the Hmong Story 40 documentary interview with Galen Barry.
Yeah, and that was produced by Charlie Vang.
Produced by Charlie. Let me cue that up. And Hmong Story 40, produced by Charlie Vang.
And I've been asked to explain a little bit about what I was doing with the Hmong over 40 years ago. I would take a camera out and I shot many, many pictures. It was not like today. You couldn't just show them a picture immediately. You had to go down and have the picture done in Vientiane and bring the pictures up and hand it to them. And I didn't realize then that I was recording the history of the Hmong people for the years that I was there. The Hmong lived in very high places on very isolated hills. One of the problems is, while you can build a village by bringing bamboo and other things up and putting a ring of trenches around to defend yourself from, the ground is not particularly good. You slash, burn the trees, you plant the rice, and burn the rubbish that is cut, and you can get 1, 2, maybe 3 harvests of the hill rice, but after that, you have to move on. The villages were quite isolated, but with the airline, basically, that we had flying back and forth, and 2 and 3 days marches, you would be able to begin connecting with other Hmong in this giant network of a Hmong nation. When they arrived in Samtong for medical treatment, and were ready to go, they would often just go to the airport. And the rationale made sense. Why should I walk 3 days back to my village when, if I wait here long enough, a plane will just pick us up and take us back to where we were? But the Hmong preferred the independence, the rough way of living. Yet they had to fight and protect their homes, and they kept losing and kept moving southwards through the mountains. There was a lot of fighting, there was a lot of running, there was a lot of shooting, and there was a lot of dying, and I never learned the name of more than 1 or 2 airplane pilots because they had quite a high mortality rate. We had 2 groups that we flew in, primarily Air America, and the other was known as Continental Airlines, and they worked for the boys next door. We delivered rice for the 2 years that I worked with Pop, helping people go to a new area and get started in a new life. There was quite a lot of attrition among the Hmong soldiers. It got so bad that at one time, General Von Pao had to send out the order that all students, male, up to the age of 11 were exempt from going in the Army. But if you were 11 years old, you were drafted and you ended up in the Hmong Army. I went out to the airstrip one day and saw a group of soldiers around a body. It was a very small body. Talked to a little boy next to it. He was 12 years old, and he was dressed in a uniform that was about 3 times too big. He was Hmong, but he knew Lao. And he said, "That is my friend, Li Gao. He and I both joined the Army a year ago when he was 10 and I was 11. And he was killed this week, and I am flying back with his body to the village that he came with." His rifle accompanied him, a small carbine suitable for that of a boy. The larger rifles went to taller, more grown-up men. But a helicopter or a plane picked up the body, and they picked up the gun, flew them back to the village. He was buried, and his carbine was then handed to the next boy that took his place in the Hmong Army. I had an assistant, Lee Sang, and I said, "Lee Sang, I have a camera here. Why don't you take some pictures?" And I showed him how to operate it, and several days later came back, and Lee Sang had taken a roll of pictures, and I took them down and had them printed. One picture, I said, "What is this? This is quite unusual, tell me." And it's the picture you're looking at here. He told me that there had been an attack on the airfield the night before, and he'd heard people running. And the next morning, after everything was under control, he went out to the airfield, and just to the edge of the airfield found a woman who had been sick and come to Ban Son to have treatment. She and her husband and child had gone out to the airport, and when the shooting started, they picked up everything and ran, and her husband and her child had been hit and killed. The next morning they were sitting at the airport. She had a blanket over the bodies, and she realized that she needed some money to buy something to eat for breakfast, and she reached down and she pulled the blanket from her husband and child, took some money out of his pocket, and then began to realize again that she had lost her husband and child in this long, seemingly never-ended war, and began to cry.
A very heavy story, the Hmong story for the interview with Galen. But Charlie did a really good job. We got about halfway through that documentary. It's really worth watching all the way through.
And that was just one of the pieces too. They produced a series
Multiple
of those videos.
interviews,
And
yeah.
there was a sort of a museum exhibit here in Fresno that year, as well as in Sacramento.
Yeah.
So yeah, really cool project. Long story 40.
Yeah, but that wraps it up for 2015. We're now a few minutes into the 2 o'clock hour.
Yes.
I'd like to talk about 2016.
2016.
Like I said, I started late 2015. I feel like I only kind of got my footing, and then the holidays started, and then we were gone for a couple weeks, and then I came back. And then I really hit the ground running. And I like to play a project that I worked on. It was the League of Women Voters and another oh shoot, what was the other organization? Their name escapes me.
Is it was it Peace Fresno or something like that?
Yes, but they said we're about to do a tour of the Kern County area and the impacts of fracking oil, getting oil out of the ground, and
it was WILPF.
WILPF.
WILPF. Whatever that. I can't remember what it stands for.
Fresno's Against Fracking, WILPF.
Yes. Let's see what it stands for. Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. There we go.
Peace and Freedom. Yes. So we drove down to small towns around Bakersfield and got a tour of fracking in Kern County. I'd love to play a quick clip here of Crude Beyond Belief. Here's our trip to Kern County.
Third most active oil producing region. Southernmost Kern County leads California with 75% of its oil and 58% of its natural gas. Kern is also the valley's second most populated county, with 1/3 of its residents, 289,000, living within 1 mile of an oil or gas well. Their quality of life is basically secondary to the needs and desires of the oil and gas industry, which controls Kern's economy. No one has ever challenged big oil in Kern until some local farmers, some whose families have worked the soil for generations, began experiencing crop loss, tainted groundwater, dry water wells, and air pollution. Problems caused by the oil companies that continually encroach on their homes, their land, their health, their communities, and their way of life. On November 14, 2015, the Fresno branch of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, along with Fresno's Against Fracking, toured central and eastern Kern County with Tom France, who is a fourth-generation almond farmer, founding member of the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition, and president of Kern's Association of Irritated Residents. For those of us seeing the workings of the oil and gas industry for the first time, this tour was. Panorama Park is a popular Bakersfield recreational area with bluffs overlooking the Kern River and California's largest and most densely developed oil field, which extends 20 miles northward.
Tom was just telling me that this is probably the first time there's ever been an anti-fracking sign in this.
Here on the Kern River Bluffs, we call this. We've had anti-fracking rallies in Shafter, where we're going later today, but not up here. This is a very old oil field, right? This is from the early 1900s, if not slightly before. It's the Kern River oil field. Oil was oozing out of the ground here in 1900 in places. So they knew there was something down here. Of course, the Kern River, though, is the lifeblood of Kern County. The Kern River brings us most of our water, both for surface water, for water banking, and it's replenishing our groundwater, without a doubt. What flows underground And you know, in any river, there's a deep sand layer. There's lots of water flowing underground that we never see that's going out, fanning out right out there and replenishing groundwater. We have Pozo Creek to the north of us that also replenishes our groundwater, even though most of the year it's dry on the surface. And so all our water is coming from the high Sierras. The water below here is coming from as far north as Mount Whitney. You know, we want to keep that water clean. To get the oil out of the ground here, though, they have to, this is not the classic fracking that they do back east where they use extreme pressures really deep in the ground. But under pressure, they're doing water flooding and steam injection continuously here. They're using billions of gallons of water to turn into steam. When it comes back up with the oil, it's really hot, it's steaming hot still. They separate it, it's still steaming hot, but now it stinks of asphalt or hydrocarbons. And then they send some of it to the farmers if it's not too salty. But we'll see some of that later today. But this is important in the sense of they're injecting in Kern County over 100 billion gallons of steam every year, according to the state reports. A lot of that was fresh water down here that the company's pumping up because they need fresh water to make steam. If they use their own dirty water, it starts fouling up their pipes and they have this residue left over, a waste that they have to get rid of. So they prefer to use as fresher water as possible for making steam. They will recycle some of the water. There are huge power plants. On the horizon there is a 1,200 to 1,500 megawatt power plant, about 20 years old. It's a cogeneration plant, so it's making steam as well as electricity. There's another one over here, at least 800 megawatts. There's boilers everywhere out there. We'll get a little closer to them, but there's boilers burning natural gas continuously, making steam. Again, they're essentially using Kern River water to make steam, to get oil out of the ground. They inject a lot of it back into the ground. The less salty.
That was a real crazy project to work on. Former Fresno State intern Annie Villalobos was my crew on that project. She helped run audio and second camera, and she now runs audio as her career. She does on set audio mixing.
Very cool.
Very, very cool. I have another project I would like to play. This one is by a CMAC member named Tiffany Kirksey. She created this program called The Closing Crew. And where did I just lost my tab? Oh no, I didn't. It just, yeah, it got dropped into that tab. Oh, weird. Okay. Anyway, The Closing Crew was kind of a show, in the style of like The Office. Yeah. It was semi-scripted, semi-improv, situational comedy about baristas at a Fresno coffee shop. I think the coffee shop is now called The Review again. At the time, I think it was called Mia Cuppa. But let's check out this short comedy skit called First Time Customer episode of The Closing Crew.
So she asked for my number, right? And I said, nah, hit me up on MySpace.
You still use that?
You don't? Jeez.
No.
Next year you get after me about my Napster.
She's like 8. Oh.
What is this?
That looks like a list.
I can see it's a list, but...
Well, as park owners, we need to enforce these rules because people are out of control here, and we need rules.
I don't know. There's like way too many rules in here. People don't like to be told what to do. Especially, you know, I kind of enjoy the freedom that people have here. It's kind of like the whole motif.
Hey, listen, well, so there's this, we had a couple of kids in and they were watching Harry Potter and it wasn't magical, man. We had to almost get like a hose in there. It was gross.
Yeah, hindsight.
I mean, it's not chilling. Like the Netflix is the fine part, but they tell you it's chilling. It's not.
Okay, but all right. I have no words for that. Just let's leave that alone. But can we at least like talk about this? We can work out the rules since we're all equal partners.
Yeah, I guess.
See? Together. Yeah.
You left dishes there and didn't.
Oh, see, we gotta help each other out.
Hello. Hi, how are you? Good, thank you. Welcome to the Buzz.
Thank you.
What can I get for you?
You know what? I've never been here before, so I'm just gonna have to take a look at this.
Well, welcome to the Buzz, the cheapest place to get a buzz that won't land you in jail. So.
Yeah.
Right. So we have all kinds of different drinks.
So what's good here?
Well, like any other, cafe, we have teas, we have cappuccinos, we have lattes. But what sets us apart is our mochas. We have the Michael Jackson, we have the Cuba Cabra, and then our specialty award-winning Walter White. It's made with espresso, honey, cinnamon, for a little kick, and meth.
Wait, did you just say meth?
No, she said meth. We add meth when we make our drinks.
Wait.
There is no methamphetamine in our drinks whatsoever.
0%.
99.6% chance there's no meth in it.
Okay. Not 100% sure though.
I mean, who's 100% sure?
So I think I'm gonna go with the vanilla latte.
Sure.
Is that good?
Meth free.
Yeah, it's great. Great choice. Delicious, not too sweet.
You know what? No, caramel macchiato. I think I'm gonna go with the caramel macchiato.
Another great drink.
Yep. All right, let's punch that in.
I don't know. What kind of teas do you guys carry?
Green, black, red.
No, I'm gonna go with the vanilla latte. No. Salted caramel macchiato. Hazelnut.
Okay.
You know what? No. Salted caramel macchiato.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to agree, but there's people online, and we just be a little bit more decisive, and then we can get through this.
I'm so sorry. It's been a crappy day. My period came, the chocolate cysts, there's blood. It's just not good. Girl, you know the struggle, right? It's that the endometriosis cells on the uterus lining. It sucks, crampy. So, I think I'm just gonna go with a black coffee.
Sure, yeah.
What size?
What sizes do you guys have?
We have small, medium, or large.
That's it?
Yeah.
I know another place that has like a Trenta.
Oh, well, if you bring a bucket, we'll definitely price it up.
Oh, okay, cool. Hold on 1 second. Hey, girl, how's it going? It's my friend. Yeah. No. We're just gonna hang out and watch, do some Netflix and chill at the Buzz. Michael's my boyfriend. He's gonna come over. It's gonna be awesome. So, yeah. So I will. We're just gonna hang out. Okay. All right. So. I'm sorry. I wanted a vanilla latte.
You want a lot of things, but this is what you got. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your boyfriend's leaving.
That's not my boyfriend.
I told you to leave that list.
No, we're making copies and we're putting them all over.
Is it too late to replace the wallpaper with this?
Oh, the closing crew. That was a really fun couple of episodes. Tiffany did a great job with that show. I'd love to see more comedy stuff being made here at CMAC. I'd love to encourage more members to do that. Another thing I would love to encourage more members to do is create space-themed children's shows.
That's a very specific genre, Kyle.
It really is. Oh no, I accidentally.
We've got an amazing show here from Byron, I believe.
Byron Deal.
Byron Deal, yeah, and his son Phoenix.
titled Phoenix and Friends.
It's, hard to describe, you just need to see it.
Yeah, let's play Phoenix and Friends.
Where's Phoenix? There he is! Phoenix and friends, Phoenix and friends. Fun never ends on Phoenix and friends. From space he descends, setting the trends. Parts that he blends on Phoenix and friends. Rules that he bends, magic he sends. Earth he defends on Phoenix and friends. Phoenix and friends, Phoenix and friends. Fun never ends on Phoenix and friends. Bazoogers!
Hello, people of Earth. I'm Sub-Commander Dada. I came from Earth originally, but now I'm stationed here on the Moon as part of the Intergalactic Natural Guard. I report to this guy, Commander Phoenix, from the planet Bazoogulon, far in the future. These days, things on Earth are really tough now that the Smoke Brothers have taken over most of the planet. The faster Charlton and Dagmar smoke destroy the environment, the more money they seem to make. They've infiltrated most of the world's governments, and sometimes it seems like nobody can stop them. A few years ago, top scientists from NASA sent a distress signal into deep space. Fortunately, the elders of Bazoogulon received the message and sent Phoenix, the best and brightest of the young Bazoogulonian warriors. The Smoke Brothers have no idea what they're up against. Hello, Phoenix. Welcome back. It's wonderful to see you again. Do you have any fresh intel on the Smoke Brothers?
I know it sounds crazy, but the Smoke Brothers plan to steal the Hubble.
The Hubble Space Telescope? That is crazy. Rather brilliant in an evil way. What better way to crush the spirits of the children of Earth? Everybody loves the Hubble.
This is Charlton from Smoke Tower West. How do you read me, Dagmar?
This is Dagmar from Smoke Tower East. I read you both loudly and clearly, Brother Charlton.
Most clearly and loudly indeed. Shall we call the meeting to order?
Oh, dear brother, let us dispense with the formalities and revel in advance about a most insidious new scheme which I have just of late manifested.
I pray, dear brother, do tell me more. What is this pleasingly pernicious plan of yours you speak?
Do you feel like you're ready to hear?
Indeed, yes. I will lend you my ear.
We are the brothers of smoke, bum bum, and we have drills that we poke, bum bum, deep into the soil to suck out the oil. The rocks we will frack till the gases come back. People can choke on our smoke, we don't care. We love burning hydrocarbons in the air. You know how much we've always hated the Hubble telescope.
Well, that infernal boondoggle has been raising my dander for 50 years. What makes anyone believe that filthy peasant children need to look into deep space? We need obedient factory workers, not fanciful stargazers.
$10 billion wasted utterly. We could have put everyone in Fresno County in jail for 3 whole months.
We could have bought the next 5 World Cups.
Of course. We could have had 3 Congresses, a president, and 2 Supreme Courts. But that's just my point.
Oh, do get to the point, dear brother. As CEO, I must insist that you desist from further suspense.
Very well. Here it is. I say we steal the Hubble.
But it is worthless. We have said so ourselves all along.
It sounds impossible, but I may have finally found a fiscally responsible use for this piece of government trash before we send it to the scrap heap.
Oh yes, you know, recycling.
Bye. I know your strength, so please do not push me too far. I might go flying off into space.
Well.
Seizing power on the planet Earth and have taken control of a formidable pair of earthly siblings, known simply to us as the Brothers of Smoke. These brothers and their hapless minions are burning the Earth's limited fuel supply as fast as they possibly can in order to heat up their planet and create chaos so they can seize more control. We believe they might be working with a few remaining Arcturan ants, malfunctioning android separatists, or even Earth's nefarious near.
Tougher battle than I expected, but I think we finally beat those guys, at least for. Well, ma'am, we aren't in this game for the recognition, but if you insist, we may make an exception and accept the award, since you traveled all this way.
Commander Phoenix, Sub-Commander Data, I hereby present you these Hubble patches as a token of gratitude for saving this extremely important telescope from the forces of evil.
Thank you, ma'am. All in a day's work.
We are deeply honored.
Also, Phoenix, Queen Nana Bettina says hello. Well, boys, I'm off to Crandor to deliver one of these to Lieutenant Meowsers. See you in the future.
Oh, that's just so good. So yeah, Byron, his son Phoenix, like all of his friends. It took him like a year and a half just to make that 30-minute episode. You gotta watch the whole thing.
So that was like 6 years ago. Phoenix is now presumably 7, 8 years old. What is he doing?
So I don't know. So
we haven't seen him in a long time.
I have. Byron came in with Phoenix like...
What? Recently?
Like 3 months ago?
What?
Yeah. And yeah, Phoenix is all grown up. It's amazing. They need to do an episode 2.
Yes.
The technology has only gotten better for them.
Yes.
Great use of green screen, great program. Watch Phoenix and Friends.
Definitely.
Another great program by another CMAC member that we've already talked about, the Franklins, well, members, because it's Don and Rochelle.
Yes, and they were one of our producers of the year in 2016, the year that we are talking about right now.
So earlier we talked about their show, Welcome to Fresburg, kind of a cartoon children's program, but they've done a number of programs, but this one's pretty cool. This one's called Changed Kitchen. It's a cooking show, healthy eating habits, and this one is all about making breakfast burritos.
Mm.
Let me cue this one up. And
make some changes in my life. As I'm trying to live healthier, today I have easy recipes that are healthy, low calorie, low sodium, and working well with my diabetic diet plan. Right now, I'm about to bring you a recipe that is quick for when you're trying to get out the door to work or taking the kids to school. This is an easy veggie and egg breakfast burrito. To do this recipe, all you're going to need is a microwave, a bowl, 1 egg, shredded cheese, veggies of your choice. For example, today I'm using red bell pepper and green bell pepper, and a whole grain tortilla. Alright, so starting off, what you're going to need to do is in your bowl, place your vegetable, crack an egg, and place the yolk and the white in the bowl, removing the eggshell and setting that to the side. Once they are in your bowl, you want to mix them together. For example, I always keep a plastic fork, or if you're at home, you can use a whisk if you have it. Once it is all blended together, like you're seeing here, simply take your bowl and place it in the microwave for about 30 seconds to a minute. When you're cooking your egg, every microwave may have a difference in heat, but just look at it and make sure your egg is nice and firm. Now, don't cook it all the way through though. You're going to need to take your egg out and put it in your tortilla in a sec to use the microwave to get your tortilla and cheese melted. So, once you put it on your tortilla, sprinkle your shredded cheese on top and place it back in the microwave for about 30 seconds or so. You're almost done. Once it's done cooking in the microwave, take it on out and put it back on the table. Finally, fold your tortilla from the bottom to hold everything in, and then from left to right, fold that flap from the left side over, and then just roll it on through. And there you are done. So I hope you enjoyed this veggie burrito right here on Change Kitchen. If you want to keep up with us on social media, the information is there at the bottom of the screen. And remember, change your kitchen before your kitchen changes you.
All right.
Quick and easy.
Don Franklin, one of our producers of the year in 2016. Another producer of the year in 2016 was Debbie Goodman. We've seen clips of her shows before.
Martial Arts Mania,
Martial
Down
Arts
by the
Mania.
River.
Yep.
I feel like she's put some of her stuff under another header recently.
I think Out About Town.
Out and About.
Out and About.
Yes.
Out and About. Yeah.
With Debbie Goodman. That's also a classic. But I want to jump into a video produced by CMAC staff. This was a really interesting series we did. Our colleague Chris Samaro was here with us during 2016, and he was our production coordinator at the time. And the Fresno Arts Council wanted to produce a series, although this video kind of is all the parts.
They happen in different years, yeah.
Yeah.
So this one was covering their Arts and Corrections program, where they partner with the state of California to teach inmates across the California prison system, or at least in Central Valley prisons, teach the arts. So whether that's painting or guitar or singing, there's lots of different programs. But yeah, really amazing program that is making a difference in helping with the recidivism rate in our prisons.
This is the 2016 kind of recap of the year for Arts and Corrections for the Fresno Arts Council.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Art has given me a chance to give back. I spent a lot of my life hurting people and taking from people, and it's refreshing and empowering to be able to give back.
I believe in rehabilitation. It is crucial. Today's inmate may be tomorrow's neighbor. I work at Valley State Prison. We are a level 2 S&Y men's institution in Madera County. The Arts and Corrections program at Valley State Prison is one of our rehabilitative programs here. They've been here about 3 years, going on their 3rd year, and they provide a myriad of different art programs for the inmates at the institution.
The Fresno Arts Council manages a contract in Region 5 in Central California, and that covers Pleasant Valley, Kern Valley, Valley State Prison, and SADF in Corcoran. Some of the classes that we offer are mural class. We're doing some murals in the prisons, which are great. We're doing choir classes at night. We're doing some drawing classes. We even have guitar classes.
I like when you use the paint, and I like to share it with my friends. That class is gonna make me feel like free and chose to do any things what I have and what I want. And I project it to the persons who's outside and help us to be free.
Learning guitar, you use a different part of your brain. I'm learning to have to create new muscle memory and literally use my fingers in ways that I haven't before because it's completely foreign. And as easy as it looks, just getting your fingers to do things that aren't normal is it's challenging and it's refreshing.
When I guide others into art, I feel a sense of completion. I think like any artist, you're almost sometimes struggling to not allow others to define you. So as the general public, we may think that it's like prison art. And I think a lot of them are putting the effort to be beyond prison art.
I believe that everybody has talents in certain areas. It's all about discovering them. So to say that prisoners can't be artists, I think it's fear of seeing us as human and being capable of something positive.
The first time when I start to do that paint is very scary because I'm supposed to do well, but I'm not good painting too. So after days, start to be more comfortable. So the teacher is a very good teacher for us and help us too. When we ask him, they give it all the time to help us.
When I guide others in art, I feel a great deal of satisfaction in watching the lights go on. You know, this is a pretty basic act of discovery that they're making, but it's I feel good that I'm leading them to that act.
What I'm hoping is that they get the same pleasure that I get out of doing art. It seems like it takes you in a different place beyond what's happening, you know, in your life at the moment. And it just takes you to a real calming place. It allows them to explore other parts of their psyche that will allow them maybe to stay out of trouble or give them some alternatives instead of what they were doing out on the streets.
I got a life sentence, I got a lot of time, and I would have just kept spiraling if I didn't have that outlet.
So people resort to violence, people resort to substance abuse. When you have arts and corrections, you have a direct outlet to go and say, I've never learned how to do this, but it's something I'm interested in doing. I've never thought I might be interested in this, but I'm going to try it and I may find out I love it.
There's been a lot of studies and research that have shown inmates that are just housed in a prison and do not wholeheartedly or actively participate in rehabilitative programs, the very high chance of reoffending, sometimes as much as 75–80% that they're going to reoffend. There have been a number of studies done that inmates that participate in rehabilitative programs, that can drop to as low as 20–30%.
Do you want people to just sit in their cell and stew for 20 years with no outlet and then get out and move next door to you? Or do you want them to develop a skill, learn to be something better than they came when they went in?
These programs aren't offered at every prison. It's very unique. These individuals earn their way to these facilities that are able to have this programming. And it's a privilege, it really is.
After spending 8 years at Salinas Valley, going from a level 4 to a level 2, it was a reward because I didn't request to come here. I requested to stay closer to home, but I was sent here because of my good programming. So it's extremely rewarding, and I'm truly blessed to be able to have this experience.
It does teach you how to kind of reprogram your mind. A lot of our offenders here, and this is not an excuse, but they did grow up in unfortunate environments and backgrounds and homes. A lot of them were victimized. Some people are able to overcome that and do something positive with their lives. A lot of people that grow up in those kind of environments, unfortunately, they go down the wrong road and they end up in prison.
There's a lot of people that hate us, and you know, I don't blame people for that, man. We committed these crimes. Some of us committed seriously heinous acts, you know, and for the community at large, they see us as predators, victimizers. But what a lot of people don't understand is that people are broken because they've been broken. They break because they were broken. And unless you promote healing, they'll never become productive members of society.
I feel inspired to be able to have an opportunity to try something new and motivated to see where I can go with this, because I'm extremely ambitious and I'm pushing myself.
I would like to personally see that more funding, you know, at the state level be allocated towards programs that are rehabilitative. You know, I think that if we could shift some of those funds to invest more money into rehabilitation, it's going to benefit society in the long run, socially and financially.
I'm a big believer that it helps people emotionally in general to play or to dance or to sing, that all of those are good for you.
I learned to be more carefully for things and appreciate life, and I know every person have something in their mind to project to the other person to be better and making a good choice too.
Yes.
We're back.
The Fresno Arts Council doing great work, bringing
Yes.
artists to correctional facilities. So like you heard, I can't say it better than they did. Creating programs for those in the correctional system. And shout out to Chris that I went with him to one of the productions in 2017. It's a lot of work. You have to like inventory every single little thing that you're bringing in.
Yeah.
It's hot, it's sweaty inside the prisons, and then trying to capture interviews with people who don't necessarily want to be interviewed. Trying to like meet these people and figure out who can be on camera, who can't be on camera. Not pointing the camera in particular directions. Very, very high stress kind of environment to work in. So shout out to Chris on that one. I want to jump to a CMAC member that we haven't talked about yet, but he's also been a longtime CMAC member and volunteered on a bunch of stuff, but he made a couple of things. Alvin, he did a program called Alvin Says Stay Healthy. Alvin Stays Healthy, but it's Alvin Says Stay Healthy.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 10-hour live stream celebrating 10 years of CMAC. Each hour, we are focusing on a different year of CMAC's history. We are in hour 5 right now, talking about what happened in 2016.
Yes, showcasing videos that have played on the CMAC channels by CMAC members or CMAC staff. It's been a very fun 10 years, and we're excited for the future, but we wanted to take this time to look back on 10/10. We started at 10 a.m. We're going for 10 hours. You can donate
whether
to
you're
CMAC.
Watching on Facebook or YouTube, you should see a donate button beneath the screen there. Please, throw us $10, $1, whatever you can to help support the next 10 years of CMAC programming.
Yeah. Let's check out Alvin Says Stay Healthy.
My style is impetuous, my defense is impregnable, and I'm just ferocious. I want your heart, I want to eat his children.
How's it going, everybody? This is Alvin Earth Arizaga with Alvin Says Stay Healthy. How's it going, everybody? It's been a great week. Yes. Just got done with some yoga stretches right now, so I'm feeling real loose and relaxed. And what I wanted to talk with everybody about today is water. And water versus all the sports drinks out there, Gatorade, Powerade. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything bad about them, but unless you are a top athlete, a professional athlete out there playing, baseball, football, basketball, unless you're continually working out every day, sweating, and you work out every day of the week, and then you have a big game during the weekend, if you're doing that kind of level of athleticism, if you're that type of level of athlete, then yeah, you're losing electrolytes, you're losing the salt, and Gatorade and Powerade and things like that are for you. But if you're just like, everyday, all day person, maybe you play some basketball here and there, maybe you get a jog in, maybe you do some yoga, but you're not working out a lot, those sports drinks are it's too much. It's too much salt in there, and you're not losing any of these electrolytes, you're just getting too much, and you're just peeing out whatever you're drinking. And then again, the salt in there is just too much for your body. So drink water, drink natural water, bottled water, and mineral water. What I've come to find out is mineral water, even the sparkling, bubbly mineral water, is a lot better than the regular bottled water, because the regular bottled water goes through all kinds of purification processes, getting filtered. So by the time it gets into that plastic bottle, it's kind of like stripped down water. It doesn't have its natural elements in it. And there's like Perrier water and Perignon water, and some other waters like that have the natural minerals in them. And those waters are actually pretty boss. Those are the better waters to drink. So,
all right, Alvin. I don't know what natural water is myself, but Alvin is always enthusiastic, always been a great CMAC member, not only producing his own vlog style videos, but also helping out others, which has been great over the years. I found a video. We were talking earlier about Anita and her Just Music program. I picked one of those out. I would like to play a Just Music from 2016. Who was the musical guest? And this one I grabbed. It is, Jackie Babb. Yes. So Jackie Babb, a local musician who I think has since moved to either the Portland or Seattle area, but is a great musician.
And actress.
And actress, yes, also theater actress. So she's performing at Frank's Place, and Anita captured this back in 2016. Let's check out this episode of Just Music from 2016.
I try to grow that flower, but the chemistry's not right. I planted in the dark, neath the ceiling beams, fruitless as a gypsy with her hands full of seeds. It happens every day. It should be easy to reinvent the wheel and take a ride down the freeway. Now why then can't my hands on my fingers and eyes? I shoved them in my pockets to hide what I have not. I'll buy them in strings and hang them up high, and no one will know they're artificial lights. Can't seem to breed a glow, not even a glimmer. I try to wait it out, but every season is dimmer. It'd be such a waste to toss the bathwater out, to sort it from the baby I haven't yet figured how. So I sit you in my chair, and I sit on the floor, ask for directions, diagrams I implore, but you don't have an answer. Silence as I breathe, so we watch out the window as the sun plays with the leaves. I'll buy them in strings and hang them up high, and no one will know they're artificial lights.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, another great musical performance produced by Anita. In the video, I don't know if I cut to it quick enough, but her production name is Ursa Bean Productions. Always a fun one. Now the volunteers of the year for 2016 were Yvonne Schwimmer and Nuria Ebars.
Yeah.
I think I'm pronouncing that correct. And I believe Nuria was a part of our election night coverage for 2016, right?
Yes.
So I think this is a fun one to play. This was a partnership with Sevag Tateosian. He kind of organized the project, but CMAC staff produced it. And we were covering election results as it came in live for the city, the county, and surrounding areas. We did a little bit of the national coverage because it was a big controversial run for president, but mostly stuck to the local stuff. But Nuria was one of the pundits kind of weighing in on.
She was, yeah.
Or
she was one of the hosts with
one of the hosts. She was not one of the
hosts. Not one of the pundits. Yeah.
So let's take a look at election night, November 2016.
CMAC in Fresno, Election Night 2016, with coverage of national, state, and local elections in the Central Valley. And now your hosts, Sevag Tateosian and Nuria Ibars.
Good evening and welcome to the beautiful downtown Fresno studios of the Community Media Access Collaborative. We're here with our co-host, Nuria Ibars, and two experts this evening, former council members Tom Boyajian and Chris Matisse. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you.
Hello. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting us.
Let's talk a little bit about you two. Tom first, you were elected as a city council member. Which district did you represent and when was that?
District 1, that Tower District, Fresno High.
And how about you, Chris?
I was in District 2, actually. Tom and I were neighbors. I was a little bit to the north and he was a little bit to the south of me.
So tonight we have candidates watching numbers. Tell us a little bit about how that feels. During election night, what is going through the candidates' minds?
Well, my big issue, I think, was waking up and looking at Channel 30 and seeing where I was. And that was my incentive to work really hard because I wanted to wake up to know that I won. So, you know, that's a really nice feeling, you know, when it's 6 o'clock in the morning and you look at that and you go, wow, all that hard work was really worth it.
And I think it depends how close the results are. If they're very close, you'll have a hard time sleeping. If there's a wide margin, if you're winning or losing, you'll probably sleep pretty well.
How about for those who are not victorious tonight? What message do you have for them? Because I imagine it could be tough working as hard for a very long time and not winning.
There have been some people that have lost. I mean, when Lee Brand ran his first election, he ran for Board of Supervisors, he lost, and he came back and won. Gary Bredefeld, who's winning in District 6, he lost the first time he ran. So I would say if you really have an inkling to do this and you've made some good contacts to do it, you never.
But this is the real deal. There is no gimmicks. There are no type of games that they play. You produce the content, you follow the guidelines, it will air to the community and be an inspiration to the community.
CMAC is here to provide that venue.
Phone bankers, major effort to get out the vote. So we've executed just about every facet of the campaign well, and I think it's showing tonight in terms of the results of this election.
And your comments on the presidential election, how do you perceive what's going on?
Well, I'm really surprised, and I think it's showing me that a lot of people the message that Trump had was resonating with the people, and it's kind of a upside down election that we have going right now, and I'm not really following that closest. I mean, it's worked on my end.
You've been a little busy.
But we'll see where it goes. Looks like it could go either way right now. Yeah. And to me, whether it's Trump.
All right. That was a crazy night.
It was.
So Don Priest went out and interviewed Lee Brand, who won the Fresno mayor seat. And a staff member that we have not yet talked about, Zach Saldana, was our production coordinator at that time.
Joined us in 2016.
Yeah, and ran the camera for that live show. So they were live remote, sending the signal back to the studio. Sevag, Nuria, the two pundits, and then we mentioned the volunteer. The other volunteer of the year was Yvonne Schwimmer.
Yep.
That was her voice right at the very beginning. Yep. The opening of that election night show. What a crazy.
Yvonne and Nuria also started the voiceover club, CMAC Voices, which is why they were primarily our volunteers of the year that year.
Yeah, getting members together and talking about voiceover technique and best practices. And
I believe that was the year we got our whisper booth or our sound booth.
Yeah, the Whisper Room sound booth from all the way from Nashville.
Yeah.
Supposedly it was only supposed to take 2 people 2 hours to set up, but it took us like a week and a half. There was some parts came damaged, and we had to ship them back and then get replacements shipped. But it was quite a big project. But yes, come down to CMAC and use our sound booth. We love it. It's very quiet and a great spot to record.
And we've got some more comments here on YouTube and on Facebook.
Oh, I haven't been checking.
Shout out to Terry Dolph, who was on the show in hour 2 or 3. I don't remember it now at this point.
That was the first hour.
Terry said hilarious. I think he was watching when we were playing with green screen.
Yes.
Chroma green. And then we have Adam Peters, who's our intern this semester from Fresno State. Adam says, nice set.
Yes.
He likes the set.
Or maybe he was talking about the...
Or maybe he was talking about the music,
night.
I don't know.
The election night set. Andrew Toski chiming in, bringing back some memories. Andrew, if you're in town, please come visit. We'll bring you on the show and ask you questions.
FaceTime me.
Or
we'll put you on the show.
If you're not in town, FaceTime us. Yes, we'd love to have you.
And then a comment from Yata025.
That's Johnny.
I believe that's Johnny.
That's Johnny Pacina.
He says, more green screen, please. All right, well, maybe in a couple hours when we start losing our minds again.
Yes.
But if you're just joining us, this is our 10-hour live stream looking back at 10 years of CMAC programming. We are focusing on a different year in our history every hour. We are just coming to the end of the 2 o'clock hour, and 2016 is the year we're talking about. What else do we have to look at from 2016?
I want to play something, since it's October, it's spooky season. We have a community member who goes by the name The Homicidal Homemaker, who made different cooking shows. That were themed around very spooky movies. So this is the Hellraiser Cinnabite brownies by the Homicidal Homemaker.
It sounds delicious.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Cotton?
Cinnamon.
It's yours. It always was. Everyone loves rich, fudgy brownies, but not everyone has experienced the pleasures of adding a little spice into the mix. Try it and you'll tear these brownies apart. For this recipe, you'll need 1 cup of flour, 2 cups of white sugar, 1 cup of butter or margarine, 4 large eggs, 1 tablespoon of vanilla extract, 3/4 a cup of cocoa powder, 2 teaspoons of ground cinnamon, and 1/4 a teaspoon of baking powder. For decorating the brownies, you'll need the lament configuration template and your decorating method of choice. You can use metallic edible spray paint, powdered sugar, or cocoa powder. For this full recipe, including a vegan variation and the stencil used in the tutorial, please visit thehomicidalhomemaker.com. First, preheat your oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Then line a 13 by 9 inch pan with foil and spray with non-stick cooking spray. In a bowl, mix together the flour, cinnamon, and baking powder. In a separate bowl, mix together your sugar and cocoa powder. Set both bowls aside. In a microwave-safe bowl, melt your margarine or butter and add to the cocoa sugar mixture. Then add in the eggs one at a time, stirring after each addition until well combined. Then add in your vanilla. Gradually stir in the flour mixture until well combined. and then spread into the prepared pan. Bake for about 30 minutes or just until the brownie begins to pull away from the sides of the pan. Allow to fully cool in the pan before removing. While the brownies are cooling, download and print out the stencil template onto cardstock. Then cut out each stencil with an X-Acto knife. When the brownies are cool, flip them out of the pan top side down and remove the foil. We'll be decorating the bottom of the brownies because the surface is flat and even. Using your stencil as a guide, cut the brownies into squares. When ready to decorate, place your stencil on top of the brownie. If you'll be using powdered sugar or cocoa powder to make your decorations, simply shake it on top using a sifter, mesh strainer, or a shaker. Then just place the brownies onto a dish and you're ready to serve. If you have a cooking question or there's a recipe that you'd like to see on the show, send me an email at ask@thehomicidalhomemaker.com.
Yes, the homicidal homemaker, Casey. I believe she just lived in the apartments. She would just film these in the apartments, just like a block or two away from here.
I want those brownies. Those look really good.
Yeah, I'm making me hungry. But now, it is time. We are done with 2016. It's now 3 o'clock. It's time to talk about 2017. Time to
we freaked out the camera.
Okay. I want to talk about a show that actually started in 2016, but the second episode came out in started in 2016. Second episode came out in 2017. I'm sorry, I'm reading and clicking. It's a show created by CMAC staff, Johnny and Lisa, titled Gutted. They did their first episode 2016. The second episode, I think when they really caught their stride, 2017. It was a horror movie. Again, kind of following the spooky October theme, a horror movie review show. So let's check out Gutted by Johnny and Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa.
And I'm Johnny.
And we're going to talk about movies.
Horror movies, to be exact.
Because this is Gutted, and that's what we do. Insidious, 2010. The opening of this film starts somewhere that's not very familiar. We actually don't touch on the subject matter of the opening until way later in the film, which is interesting. It's an interesting way to set this up, almost starting from the end and then working, going back to the beginning and then telling the rest of the story. So the film starts out very gradually and it takes on this very traditional role. Once it picks up, it doesn't stop. It's actually one after another, after another, after another. You've got these really intense moments. And there's this scene where the mom is sitting at her piano, and this is after Dalton, the little boy, hits his head. He's been in a coma for a little while. It freaks me out for so many different reasons, and it's the scene right here.
Oh, I had to leave before I got too spooky, or before this live stream gets pulled down because we play too much of a movie.
That's true.
But yeah, Lisa and Johnny have done Gutted pretty much ever since. They do like an episode every 6 months now, but it's really fun. If you love horror movies, you might like their breakdowns of said horror movies.
Yeah.
But I think that's enough spooky stuff for a little bit. Maybe we'll come back to some more. 2017 was a big year of new stuff, new happenings. And one of the things that happened in 2017 was a mural was painted on the side of the building.
Yes.
Now, the city owns the building, and the mural was kind of put together by Arte Americas, but we made the video about the mural. So here's a kind of a press event about the mural. Was this the one when it was done, or was this the one announcing it?
This was when the mural was finished in 2017, and this is the press conference and a poetry reading from our national poet laureate, Juan Herrera.
And you'll recognize a face from the Arts and Corrections video from the last hour. One of the painters who worked on the mural.
Yeah, one of the muralists. Mauro Carrera.
Was the painting teacher from the Arts and Corrections video, but also worked on our mural.
Yeah.
So let's take a look.
I need to give total credit to Nancy Marquez because she took that idea and she ran with it in a huge way. Inspired by Juan Felipe Herrera being the National Poet Laureate, thinking of all the poets and writers that we have in the Valley. So let's celebrate these artists with a mural. And then the first project manager was the legendary Francisco Vargas from here in Fresno. And he was leading this project and got us all the information that we needed to get it going before we lost him. And the universe guided us through this process to the Chilean artist that I've sent you information about. And Francisco came to us via the Mural Conservancy of LA, and all of these serendipitous connections together with the support of, we have Arte America's board members here, Annette Leifer, who has been working with us with the McClatchy Fresno Art Endowment. The main funders behind this, the main people who've been rooting for us through this process. We have our partners in CMAC here in this incredible building. So this was originally the Fresno B building, was the Met, all these places that tell stories, and now CMAC in here helping the community to tell their stories, celebrating stories of authors and writers and poets who've come from here in Fresno. This is a very special moment for Arte Americas. This is our 30-year anniversary. We have the mother of Francisco Vargas here, who's just doing this. Hey, everybody, let's put our hands together for this lovely lady. This lady's been a supporter of Arte as well. But everyone who was here in attendance, you all love Arte in a very special way, so this is why I wanted to have everybody here in a way that's not the official dedication, because then we're all going to be, running around on that day. But I wanted to be able to have this moment to be able to introduce you to the artists who are behind this project. So I'd like to bring up Francisco Letelier and Mauro Carrera just to introduce themselves to everybody and to all of our familia here. Francisco.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming out today. Frank is such an eloquent speaker, but I'll add a few things to that. As many of you know, I came into this project in a serendipitous way, but it's been an incredible experience. In many ways, it's a huge wall. It's a challenge. Figuring out how to get up there was one thing, and then being up there is a whole other thing in this way, especially when you're way up top. The thing I can tell you as somebody who's come from Los Angeles to Fresno to work with all of you in community to create this mural is that what I love about murals is something that Frank spoke about briefly, is that murals are like icebergs. Most of what comprises a mural and the meaning of mural is not visible to the eye. So today we have many of the people that make the mural possible. A mural is a painting, but it's an idea that engenders and catalyzes conversations, imagination, and helps us imagine what an organization can do in community and what it wants to do in the future. So that's what struck me most about this project, the huge team of people that has made this possible. It takes a little bit of the limelight away from an artist and their great vision, because an artist cannot have a vision and bring it to fruition without working with others. So it's really, we're doing physical labor up there, but it wouldn't happen without you. So speaking about the future, another great thing about this project is that I've gotten to work with Mauro Carrera. Most of you know him. It seems that whenever we're up there, horns are honking and somebody's going, Mauro! But I'm so fortunate to have met him early on in the design process, and knowing from the very beginning, if we work with local artists, we have another local artist working with us. But I'm just so fortunate to have the collaborative partnership and the insider kind of knowledge of Fresno. He's helped me, my stays here be awesome. So I'm going to put Mauro here on the mic. Thanks, you guys.
How's everybody doing? So thank you for being here. Thank you for embracing the connections that it takes to create a project of this size. And Nancy just got here. We're going to say hello to Nancy. So my name is Mauro. I am
Yes, the mural is amazing. The
5 years old now.
And yeah, I can't believe it's already been 5 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you to Arte, thank you to the artists, Francisco and Mauro, and thank you to the Fresno Arts Council, also was involved with.
James B. McClatchy Foundation.
James B. McClatchy Foundation came through as well, wow. So yeah, another big first for 2017. The next big thing that started in 2017 was a little show that kind of replaced Members Only. We partnered with local journalist Donald Monroe. He was starting his new website, the Monroe Review, and you and I were like, can we make this a TV show? Can we make a version of your website for TV? And he said, yes, and then we turned it into an exercise for the studio production workshop. We've kind of spun it off. It kind of has its own life now, but here is an early look at the Monroe Review. Let me just get this queued up here real quick. Ah, yes, another great holiday themed episode. So here we go, some early holidays.
Welcome to the Monroe Review, where it's all about connecting, sharing, and valuing the arts in the Central San Joaquin Valley. I'm Donald Monroe. Today is November 30th, and we're going to be talking about this month's busy art scene. In just a few minutes, we're going to be chatting with some guests about two exciting upcoming events: Central California Ballet's The Nutcracker and a concert from Fresno's all-women choral ensemble, Soli Deo Gloria. But first, let's recap some of what I've been covering on MonroeReview.com. Ray Hatoda is in the middle of her first season as the Fresno Philharmonic's new music director. I've gotten to spend some time with her over the past 8 months, and I was able in November to do something I really like, which is to write a long-form, in-depth profile about an interesting person. In my story, I dive into Hatoda's busy life as a conductor, how how she juggles her frequent travel schedule with her 2 children still living at home, and how she coordinates things with her husband, Brian Dolinger, who is also a conductor. I was able to talk with her son, her mother, her husband, and others about what she's like off the podium. I sat in with her at a rehearsal with the orchestra, caught up with her for lunch at a Mexican restaurant, and learned a lot more about her vision for the Fresno Philharmonic. That vision includes reflecting the diversity of our community and introducing audiences to more American composers and contemporary music, but in a way that won't make the whole process feel like you're having to take your medicine, she told me. Now, I have to tell you, this is a long story, about 3,000 words, so you'll want to dedicate a chunk of time if you decide to read it. But I think that if you do, you'll get to know more about this important new figure on the Fresno cultural scene. Now, here's a news story to update you on, and it turns out to be a happy. And now here's Soli Deo Gloria performing Mary, Did You Know?
Mary, did you know that your baby boy would one day walk on water? Mary, did you know? Mary, did you know? Sing our sons and daughters. Did you know? Did you know that your baby boy has come to make you, this child that you deliver, this child will soon deliver you. Mary, did you know that your baby boy?
I forgot I put John Oliver's face on the top of our holiday tree that year.
Yep.
And then brought it into the studio. And I think when I brought it into the studio, I somehow killed the string of lights on the top of the tree. That string of lights, just the bottom, the middle and the bottom section worked. And all I did was bring it from the lobby in here, and it died. But it was still a really fun episode. It's still a fun show to produce. I think Donald still has fun making it with us. I hope he does. We were just talking about what we should do for this October, for this holiday season. So speaking of things that we started in 2017, just keeping this party going.
New things.
We started a CMAC youth camp.
Yes.
That was the first year we did that. These
are kids age 8 to 13, roughly.
I believe that, 13 or 14 was that first year. And they learned how to write, film, and edit a short film within the course of a week. And they created some pretty funny stuff.
Yeah. Let's take a look at a compilation of what these kids created for our inaugural CMAC Youth Summer Camp 2017.
Yeah, that was a fun.
It looks like you had some fun there. You were an actor.
I got roped into acting in one of them, and I had to be in a silly situation where they put pudding on my face. I don't know if I've emotionally recovered from that, but yeah, that was a really fun project. We've done a summer camp of some sort every year since, and we've even started to partner with the Fresno Housing Authority and Bitwise Workforce Development, where now kids not only learn how to make a short film, but also learn how to code, which is really cool.
Hard to believe that was 5 years ago, and those kids aren't kids anymore.
They're all grown up.
Yeah, they're grown up.
Yeah. The camper who talked me into being in her short film and putting pudding on my face is now like an actress in LA.
Wow.
It's pretty cool. We also, not only did we create a brand new talk show and a kids summer camp, we also created a whole other reason to create in the Valley. We created the CMAC film race this year. I'm tired just thinking about all the things we did in 2017. We did a lot of stuff in 2017. This was a 12-hour film race. Local filmmakers had to receive information at 9 a.m., then write, film, and edit, and deliver their short film within 12 hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I remember we woke up early, we set everything up, we handed out all the packets, and then me, and Garry Johnson went to brunch, and then I came back and just held it down and answered a ton of questions, and then just received all of the films at the end of the night.
That was a lot of fun. Should we bring that back?
Should we do another film race?
Do you want to participate in a film race?
Yeah. Let us know. And but let's take a look at the winning film, because we did judge these. We put together a panel of judges, and then we judged them, and then we screened all of the finished films and gave away awards.
And that packet you said we handed out, that had prompts that they had to use in their film. So that way they couldn't work on their film ahead of time. Everything happened within the 12 hours.
Yeah, there was a title. We gave them the title of their film. I just went to a random word generator website and just generated a bunch of words. And then I believe we gave them a line of dialogue. And then
a prop or something.
And then a prop. Yeah. This first year, it was just we had just printed a fresh batch of CMAC stickers. The prop was the CMAC sticker. But this Viscount was created by Haley White for the CMAC 12-hour film race in 2017. Let's take a look at the winning film.
Jenny didn't want to go to school because she knew there was going to be a math test.
Why is a female child learning math?
Why not?
Is she royalty?
No, she's just a normal kid.
Oh. Oh, I understand. The character does not yet know that she is royalty, but will soon discover so by the end of the story.
No, she's just a normal kid from Oregon that doesn't like math.
She plays the organ? Oh, lovely. Does she know Symphony No. 3? Bum, 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 bum,
Well, you be quiet so I can finish reading and we can go to bed.
All right, fine. Read to me from your delightfully strange, light-up silver tray.
Jenny didn't want to go to school because she knew there was going to be a math test. I have an assignment on George Washington due tomorrow.
Your tutor assigned you a dissertation on a traitor?
Mrs. D didn't assign it. I picked it myself.
Your tutor is a woman? Ludicrous. Woman. Delicious.
How does this sound? George Washington is a hero because he made the choice to step down from his role as president in order to make sure America would not turn into monarchy like Britain.
Ha! Hero. Wooden tooth mumble crust. holding dragon's breath.
It's weird though, right? I don't know. I mean, I had a best friend who was an imaginary friend named Jody when I was his age.
Was Jody a 19th century British man?
No. She did want me to set fire to things all the time, though.
Our kid is a freak.
No. I think you're paranoid. It's probably just all those theater classes you put him in.
I didn't tell him about my royal ancestry.
Hey, I didn't know he was going to take my great-great-great-great-grandpa and turn it into his best friend.
When did you stop seeing Jody?
Oh, I was pretty young, like 13, 14.
Jesus Christ.
Hi, what's your name? I'm Henry. What's yours? Victoria. Do you like sword fighting? Sure. Do you want to go play?
Oops, I wrong camera. There we go. There's Brian. Yes, Viscount, an amazing short film, filmed entirely on cell phones.
Yeah.
Don't need fancy equipment.
Nope.
And they won for the year. It was just a great story. They took. I remember Haley telling me, she's just like, I can't believe you gave me that word, and I'm like, I'm sorry, it was just a random word generator. I just wanted to level the playing field, but Viscount.
She took that and she embraced it and made the winning film.
Yeah, because I think Viscount meant like old British royalty or something.
Something like that, yeah.
And so she made the boy's imaginary friend his like great uncle of
Great
British
job.
royalty. I think that's everything we started new in 20. Well, no.
Interview with an artist.
Interview with an artist. So, CMAC, since pretty much since the beginning, has been an art hop location.
Yeah.
And it's always great to have different artists in here every month showcasing their artwork and possibly for them to sell or just to have greater recognition. But we thought it was great to create an interview series with the artists who are bringing their art in. And this was an effort initially kind of led by Dom Zamora.
Yes.
Who joined Jeff Stamps, who joined CMAC staff the previous year.
Yeah,
and
we glossed, we missed that.
Yeah.
In 2016, we talked about how Chris Samaro joined us and Zachary Saldana joined us, but Dominic Zamora and Natalie Nigg also joined us in 2016.
Yes. Yeah. And then Dom became our full-time
membership coordinator
at the front,
yeah.
And then created this production. And then it did evolve in a couple ways, and Maricela Fernandez kind of took it over as well. But I believe this one that we have a clip of was produced by Dom and Jeff. So let's take a look at Interview with an Artist, not a vampire, Interview with an Artist here at CMAC.
I have always been drawn to images naturally, and I started when I was age 12 with a Brownie Hawkeye Instamatic camera, and I learned how to develop film in my kitchen and make prints. And then, of course, as time went on, I was busy with school, busy with military, busy with raising a family. And it wasn't until I was age 48 when I went to City College and took every course they had in photography, zeroing in on fine art photography. my main photography direction is to photograph in fog, and I've chosen downtown Fresno, the railroad environment, sometimes out in the country, to photograph mainly in the fog. And I found that fog can, during the daytime, wipe out the background so I don't have a lot of debris in my photographs. I can be in an ugly part of town and you don't see all the ugly trash way behind. It also helps to focus your attention on the subject itself because you don't have the distraction of all kind of debris in the background. And also it is, to me, in the daytime, it's very soothing to see these kind of photographs in the mist as it goes into various shades of gray. And then I'll photograph at night in the fog, and those images can be quite mysterious and a little bit menacing, and I have a couple of them here today.
Hey, we're back.
And we switched.
Oh yeah, let me mute this real quick.
Yeah.
Boom. Hey, we switched spots real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, we're hour 6 of this live stream, and got to do something to liven it up a little bit, otherwise we're going to go crazy just sitting here.
What are we doing? This is the 10-year anniversary broadcast for CMAC. We're celebrating 10 years of CMAC being on the air, and we're looking back at programming that's been played on the channels, both produced by staff and members. And we started at 10 a.m. and every hour we're looking at a different year's worth of productions from the. You like my tiny
now
screen?
I know what you're having to experience. I know why you're squinting and leaning over. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was Interview with an Artist, produced by Dom Zamora. And we forgot to mention Zach Yetman.
Yes. Zach Yetman joined the staff in 2017 and helped out with that Interview with an Artist show as well. And yeah, like we were talking about, 2017 being the year of new things.
Whole bunch of new stuff.
Whole bunch of new stuff. We also had a very special visit from folks in the Western United States who we hosted in 2017 the Alliance for Community Media West Region Conference. And so the Alliance for Community Media is a national organization that represents and advocates for community media stations like CMAC across the country. And so yeah, folks from California, Hawaii, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado visited Fresno in 2017 for their conference. And let's just check out a quick clip. The CMAC staff worked their butts off during that time to film all of the different conference sessions that happened. And I believe this is the keynote session from the president and CEO of the Alliance, Mike Wassenaar. Let's check it out if I can cue it up. See, now I know what Kyle's gone through all these last 6 hours. Trying to cue things and finding the button.
I hit F on the keyboard. That'll be
okay.
Yeah,
there we go.
A wonderful event with great food, fantastic music, and what a location, but the best of all, that we could all hang out together. So we want to have a very special session here for you this morning. Obviously, times are changing in our world, both technologically, but politically and administratively, how we operate, how we get our funding, what's going on, and what does the future actually hold for us. What are we going to be looking at in the days ahead? And we're very fortunate to have a keynote speaker to open up this plenary this morning. Very well versed in all of these subjects. He's actually the leader of the band. He takes us forward and will move us with great vision and energy, and it's really a pleasure to have with us this morning the president of the Alliance for Community Media, Mr. Michael Wassenaar.
Thank you, Jay, and I want to thank everyone here today. I want to thank ACM West for inviting me to join you in Fresno. And I want to thank the people of Fresno. This has been great. This is the first time I've actually spent time in the community. And the words yesterday from the keynote presentation really resonated with me because everybody is from some place that deserves to be recognized. Nobody is from no place. And was part of the reason why we work in our field is we're telling the stories of those places, the stories of people who very often aren't recognized by dominant media or dominant institutions. So I don't want to say that we're all Fresno, but there's a little part of me that thinks that as I'm here today with you. So I was asked to speak today to talk about the future of community media, and I'm not paid to be a prognosticator. I actually am paid to work with organizations across the country that do important work to help change people's lives and build communities and inform citizens about what goes on with their government and help.
Yeah. Hey.
Hey, we're back.
And yeah, Mike's got such a good radio voice.
He does.
I could listen to the Mike Wassenaar talk radio hour every day.
Started in radio, yeah.
Yeah, did he? Okay, that makes sense then. But yeah, now he also worked in community media in Minneapolis, but now he runs the whole dealio, the whole country's worth of community media.
And he had a great line there, like we're all a little Fresno.
Yeah. Little ragtag team of creators. Yeah, that was a very crazy week because there were the sessions at the it was the DoubleTree, and then and we had sound systems in every room, and we were recording every room, every talk at every room.
Yep.
And then
we had a tour here at the media center
on one night.
We visited the Shinzen Garden in Woodward Park. We were trying to think, where should we take people who have not been to Fresno before?
And
the Shinzen Garden's
yeah.
beautiful, so we had a little party out there.
Yeah, and then like we were still open to the public.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the week, like members were still coming and using the studio and checking out equipment. That was pure chaos.
That was crazy time.
So we're gonna host in the next couple of years, yeah?
Oh gosh, they've been asking. Like, yeah,
when are we
it's been
coming back
5
to
years.
Fresno?
When are we coming back? Like, give us a couple more years. Maybe in 10 years.
Yeah.
5 more years.
Very cool. What do you want to watch next?
All right, what do we got
We've
next?
watched a lot of stuff from CMAC. Let's watch some stuff from members.
Got it. Well, we've got a show here. She Media.
Yes, a member named Deidre.
Yes.
Her and her daughter would come in and make videos.
And in fact, Deidre was our producer of the year for 2017.
Yes. So let's check out an episode of She Media. It was mostly like cosmetics, tutorials, and reviews. And then she would do some fun stuff with her daughter. So let's see what this is. A very early episode. I think we queued up for this.
All right, here we go.
Hello, beautiful people. This is your girl, Deidre. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Girl That Lipstick. If you missed the first episode where I gave my thoughts and my love for matte lipstick in my first review by Lip Legend, definitely check that down. Definitely check that out in the description down below. But today, we are going to be talking about NYX Liquid Suede, and this is what I currently have on my lips right here. This is also another liquid matte. This is amazing for people who are just, I would say, for all my lipstick lovers, even if you're just starting out wearing lipstick, this is definitely one to try. It doesn't break the bank. I believe they have these at Target for maybe like $6 or $7 if I'm not mistaken. I got this from IMAX, so these were $5, and I got a couple color of these. So if you're interested to hear my thoughts on this lipstick, definitely keep on watching. Okay, so I first started on these lipsticks from my cousin. I turned her into a true lipstick junkie. So shout out to Brand Muff if you're watching this. I know that you appreciate this color. I started wearing these from her. She had one on. I'm like, girl, that lipstick is popping, because I normally put her up on the popping lipstick, but she had me beat right there. So I was like, what is that? So she was like, oh, I got this from Target. So I was like, okay. So I went to Target, checked it out. And I think I got one from Target. I believe it was a pink one. So when I went to IMAX and I seen them, I was like, okay, I got to get a couple of them. So I got this in purple like a kind of dark purple. I got it in a gray, and then I also got it in like a chocolate brown. I really, really, really enjoy this one. As you can see, it's not cakey. Sorry, it's hot in Fresno, y'all. So I'm sweating a little bit, just trying to keep my thoughts together. But anyway, so I like that it goes on smooth. I currently have 2 swatches on. As you can see, I have no pencil on. I just, took my time just to line it up. And let me just show you how it looks on the back of my hand. The only thing that I'm sad about is I think I'm running out, and I don't think I wore this much because it feels like kind of empty in the inside, but that's kind of what it looks like. And that's just one swatch right there. I really, really enjoy this red, just for like a quick on the go, not too, me, I love bow lipstick, but if you're just starting out, this is just not too flashy. It goes with anything, any outfit. I believe that you can wear this during any season. So I really, really, really definitely appreciate this. NYX products, their makeup is amazing, period. I love their eyeshadows. I love their eye primers.
Forgot to turn on the mics. I'm in control of things now, so I have to remember to hit the buttons.
Who doesn't love a good makeup tutorial, makeup review? Deidre did a great. That was an early video. They got more complex. They got more in depth. She did great work. I haven't seen Deidre in a while. I'm not sure what she's up to, but Deidre, if you're watching, come on back. We'd love to have you. We'd love to see what you're up to.
So our other producer of the year in 2017 was William and Darcy Elliott.
Yes.
And they produced a show called Blindside Fresno.
Yes.
William is blind, and Darcy, his wife, pretty much would help him out and
get around,
help him get around, and help him edit too.
Yeah, and then
they would edit together, and he learned how to edit, which was amazing.
Yeah, he had a big old magnifying glass that was amazing. I always thought it was so cool, and it was. I remember doing the workshops when he first became a member, and just like trying to get him set up with different accessibility stuff. And they made a good number of episodes of Blindside Fresno, bringing in seeing eye dog trainers, other blind individuals in Fresno, people working in the city to work on
folks from
transportation.
Valley Center for the Blind, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a really cool program. Let's roll it.
Yeah, let's check out a clip.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Blindside Fresno. My name is Darcy Elliott, and we are here today to talk about canes versus dogs. What are the advantages and disadvantages to both if you are low vision or blind? And our panel of experts today is Nikki and Jamie. They'll be arguing the argument for canes today, right?
Yes.
Right. And then to my right, I have William and Debbie. And they will be discussing guide dogs and why they perhaps are a better choice. So I guess we'll just go right to it. I don't know, should we, wrestle for who gets to go first, or I don't know. We'll start with Nikki on our left, since she's first time guest on our program. Welcome, Nikki.
Hi.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, how you came to be blind, how long that's happened, and your decision to stick with the cane. How did that come about?
I lost my eyesight due to diabetes about 4.5 years ago now.
Okay.
And I primarily chose to go with the cane for right now because I just didn't want, I know the dogs are a lot of maintenance and, just having to worry about taking them everywhere with you. Okay. And I tend to be spontaneous or take a lot of trips out of town and don't always want to worry about taking a dog with me. So
All right.
kind of why I.
Fair point.
Yeah.
All right, Jamie, welcome back. You've been on our program before. So why don't you share with our viewers who might be new your story a little bit and your reasoning behind having a cane at this time in your life.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me again.
Of course.
I have retinitis pigmentosa, and my vision has progressively gone. So recently, when I retired, I actually have a guide dog.
Okay.
And she retired as well. And that I found that when I retired her to get back in the community and the world, independently, I couldn't do it with my cane. And because I used my guide for 10 years. And so without her, I was completely lost. So I actually went through another 1.5 years of training with my cane, my O&M instructor, so I can become proficient and continue to stay independent that way.
Okay, excellent. And William, who is also the producer of our show, he is has Guide Dog Life, and they've been together almost 4 years now.
Yes.
So why don't you share a little bit about your story?
Well, my name is William Elliott, and as Darcy says, I am the producer of the show. I went blind about 7 years ago due to central retinal vein occlusions. That's blood clots in my retinas, which caused me to lose my sight. And I chose to go the guide dog route because I was used to living with dogs, and on losing my last pet dog, I felt that maybe a guide dog might help replace her and also be someone who was useful and would help me.
All right. And Debbie, who's also been on our program.
Keep walking. Ah!
And we're back.
Man, yeah, William and Darcy, they were so cool. I don't remember William's dog's name, but this big black lab.
Oh, yeah.
That would just come and sit at his feet. It was probably sitting under the table that they were doing the panel. Such a sweet dog, beautiful dog. But yeah, William and Darcy were so cool.
They knitted us all hats.
They did
one Christmas year. That year.
Yeah,
that was really, really sweet.
They're awesome. I hope that they are well. I wanted to play another member project called Reptile Dysfunction. It was by a member whose name is Dustin. He used to work at the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. He did not bring the zoo's animals, but he had friends who had like a cool reptile collection and would bring them in. But I don't, you know what, now that I say it out loud, like the link I picked, the video wasn't playable from the website. And I think he asked us to do that because he was applying for a job at another zoo. And he didn't want...
Yeah.
Well,
none of them are.
Can we pull them from Cablecast?
Not right this second, but we'll try to.
We'll come back to Reptile Dysfunction because it was such a good show. It was educational. You had different reptiles on every episode and different experts. It was really cool, despite the little kind of risque name. What are you pulling up now?
Let's pull up this little short piece that we did about 59 Days of Code in 2017.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking a little bit earlier about Bitwise, and now we've partnered on summer camp. But yeah, the Bitwise also, not anymore, but maybe they'll bring it back. But they previously did a convention called 59 Days of Code, where they give people 59 days to create their own app or different, product.
And there was judging and everything. So Chris or Zach,
I think it was Chris.
Chris went out,
recorded this
to the like judging. They were all showing what they had worked on. For the past 59 days.
Let's check it out.
Hey everybody, we are here in downtown Fresno. 59 Days of Code is back here at the Pacific Southwest building. Plenty of new ideas this year. Let's go take a look at what some of these competitors have to showcase. Rebecca, for people who do not know what 59 Days of Code is all about, tell us.
Sure. We're a technology nonprofit based here in Fresno, working to grow the tech industry and community here in the Central Valley. This is our signature event every year. We bring hundreds of developers together and have them work on a project. The competitors will win up to $10,000 in cash. We hope that they use that to start their own business. There's a lot of really smart people in this room with a lot of really great ideas ready to change the world, and we want the Valley to know about it.
Tell us exactly what we are sitting in today.
So we're sitting in a garden sphere that is growing hydroponic and soil drip irrigation plants. Not being able to grow food in certain spaces because you don't have the land or the resources, this you can actually grow vertically anywhere, indoors, and you can grow plants that people can eat anywhere in the world. So we built a website that has local projects promoted on the website, and this is one of those local projects. So this is our pilot project to promote the type of data upkeeping and connecting of people that are doing similar things to address sustainability in their community.
The problem is, for small farms, it's difficult for them to get into new technology because of the costs associated with it, as well as how difficult it is to install and understand these new things.
So what makes About Robotics unique?
We're cutting down costs by taking the sensors and putting them on a single mobile platform, a rover. All you have to do is put it on your property. In our app, you tell it where it's allowed to go, and then it will, by itself, start to take samples and collect data. Our ultimate goal is really to make sensor data accessible to small farms so that they can make important business decisions and be able to save water and improve their businesses.
We want to have a solution for homeowners to view their water usage. Not necessarily the whole water usage, but we want to get a little more granular than that and see usage on individual faucets and different outlets throughout the house. Let's say you have a leak. So we'll have a sensor installed on every faucet to where if there's a leak, we'll be able to measure that leak and know that it's there.
So what do you hope for the future with this?
What we hope is to grow this product and have sensors installed in various homes, and then have a community of users who are conscious about their water usage and are able to make better decisions based on the data that we collect.
And that's a wrap here in downtown Fresno. Good luck to all the competitors as the ideas keep on rolling in, and special thanks to 59 Days of Code.
All right.
Yeah.
59 Days of Code.
That was a really cool little recap. And I still use, Chris made that like CMAC animation where the waves wiggle. I still use that when making CMAC related content. So thank you, Chris, for leaving that asset with us, for creating that.
To those of you watching on Facebook and YouTube, hello. This is our 10-hour live stream looking back at 10 years of CMAC programming.
Yeah.
And thank you. We want to give some shout outs here to Tong Vang for donating on Facebook.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tong. Thank you.
He donated.
And then we had, it looks like an anonymous donation on YouTube. Thank you, anonymous donor. If you would like to help support the next 10 years of CMAC, you could hit that little donate button on either YouTube or Facebook. We would, love your support, whether it's $1, $10, $100. All of that goes back into helping us tell the stories of the Central Valley by educating folks, empowering folks to have the media skills they need to communicate effectively. So thank you so much.
Yes.
We are nearing the end of the 3 o'clock hour. So each hour we are focusing on a different year of CMAC's history. We are talking about 2017 right now. What else do we have, Kyle, from 2017?
I wanted to play a video. Earlier we talked about the siblings who created the card game Exodus.
Yes.
But we did not play much of their actual card game. So they came and had their
they had their tournament in 2017 in the
championship.
studio, or championship.
Yeah, so this is a recap video. It came out in 2017. It might be the recap of the 2016 championship, but it came out in 2017. That's what matters.
Yep.
I still don't understand how the game works, so I want to watch it. Oh no, the video is also not on the website. Oh no. What happened? Some of our footage from 2017 went missing. Need to find that VOD.
That's okay.
What I also wanted to play, some members kept doing their shows year after year. And one of the members that we've already highlighted was Miss Beautyfile.
Yeah.
Trina, right?
Trina Espinoza.
Trina Espinoza.
Miss Beautyfile.
She, through, I think the first clip we played was 2013 or 2014, and then by 2017,
she was still going.
She's still
was
going.
That the year she was nominated for an Emmy?
Possibly.
Yeah, her show actually got nominated for an Emmy Award in San Francisco, the San Francisco chapter of Northern California Emmy Awards. And she didn't win, but it's a really high accomplishment just to be nominated.
Yeah. So I wanted to play a clip of a later episode because she really upped her game on this. Let's take a look at Miss Beautyfile in 2017.
Okay, I'll admit it. I've done it. I've occasionally worn makeup past the expiration date. 3 years expired, 2 years expired. I don't even know how old this is. This has lasted me longer than some relationships, just saying. And even though beauty experts tell us to toss our expired cosmetics out, you know what? They're expensive. And I'm not always done with what's in the bottle by the time the expiration date hits. Besides, when I apply it, everything seems fine, right? Now when I see mold in my makeup or it smells funky, obviously I throw it out. But what about the stuff I can't see? Like bacteria. They're really, really small, microscopic. So it's possible I can't even see what my makeup's contaminated with. But why sit here and wonder when I can use science to find out? So my science goals are going to be to find out if there's anything nasty lurking in my expired cosmetics. All right, let's gear up. I'm here at Counterculture Labs in Oakland, California, where citizen scientists can get their geek on. This is molecular biologist Dr. Chris Noel. And from my pile of expired cosmetics, we selected a few to test. I have a lipstick, 2 years expired. I have a lip gloss, 4 years expired. My mascara, 8 months expired. And my concealer, only 1 month expired.
First, we're going to dilute the cosmetic and spread it, along with any bacteria, onto an agar plate.
Looks like Jell-O.
That's not that far off. Agar is derived from algae and behaves a lot like the powdered stuff you buy in the grocery store.
But cosmetics have preservatives. Shouldn't that prevent bacteria from growing?
Yes, but preservatives become less effective over time.
So even though not required by law, this could be why some cosmetic companies still offer expiration dates. How do we know if there's any bacteria even in here?
Well, we have to make sure we grow enough to see, but that can take time.
What can I do to encourage them to grow quickly?
Well, we feed them. Bacteria can't eat the agar, but they can absorb the moisture, the salt, and the nutrients such as carbon and nitrogen sources from it. We also keep them warm to encourage them to grow. This way to the incubator.
Bacteria reproduce through a form of asexual reproduction called binary fission. The bacteria duplicate their genetic material and divide, producing 2 new identical copies. It's a solo endeavor. One cell becomes 2, then 4, then 8, and before you know it, one bacterium has produced millions of cells in just a few hours. Jeez, bacteria, get a room.
With yourself.
Oh, hey, this is pretty cool. These millions of cells form a little pile called a colony. Each colony has only one species of bacteria, and there are many colonies on a plate.
And now that they've grown up, we can use these properties such as size, shape, color to identify them. Look how different the colony morphologies are. One is wrinkly, dark blue and tight. The other is like a fuzzy cloud-like spread out colony.
With some bacteria, though, their identity can be a little more ambiguous. Fortunately, we have DNA sequencing to isolate a portion of the DNA and magnify it, so we can have better species identification. We got some really cool results, didn't we? Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Now that we've completed...
All right.
Man, she's going full CSI on that makeup. Jeff is back. Jeff is back. Jeff is back. Jeff is back. And that's because
it's 4 o'clock.
And it's time to talk about 2018.
And more coffee.
We are in hour 7 of our live stream. 7 of 10. Does it feel like we've been doing this for 7 hours, Kyle? I'm okay.
I'm okay. I'm okay. We'll check in at another hour. Yeah. Jeff, you started what month? I don't remember what month. May of 2018.
Yup.
Came highly recommended from
Zach.
From Zach Yetman.
Zach Yetman. But you had worked on the MPV during your time as a student, so you weren't a total stranger. No. But I've got the perfect clip.
Oh no! Now I'm scared.
What do we got queued up here?
We have a Let's Play from the show Swords and Lasers that you and Dom created. Now this was a little later. Oh wait, I gotta play your amazing animation you created.
Neat.
What if what if we just keep? We'll stay in the corner here. In picture. What are you playing? What is this? Mario 64? Mario
something.
Double Dash?
Oh god, this is when I had long hair too.
Long hair, Jeff. Bring back the long hair.
Oh no, this was a different time. This was when we were doing Swords and Lasers, which was a nerdy podcast or talk show. And we were like,
welcome to our spin-off series for Swords and Lasers.
So we had imagined that this was going to be a constant segment on the show.
The idea is just for us to just sit around, play games, whether it's video games, tabletop games.
That's what I thought.
Work in progress for this series. The first one was Robo Recall, that was just the pilot. And today we are playing Mario Kart, Double Dash,
and they'll just stream.
So
it really hasn't come together that way.
You still can.
You still can. And thank you.
It's really easy to do.
Most people stream in their bed.
She suggested it. Double Dash is a very underappreciated Mario Kart game, in my opinion.
I want that.
I'm assuming.
I want that race car bed that sits up, and then your computer's there, and you just wake up and you sit up and you start streaming.
Before we actually start,
have you seen that?
No, but it sounds like you have a problem with doing that.
Just wake up and stream. Double Dash.
I'm pretty excellent at this game.
The multi.
I'm going to make it so it's a little more fun and even. So whoever loses,
I had no idea what I was doing.
Wait, you're not a Mario Kart?
I wasn't a Nintendo kid. What
was you were an Xbox?
Xbox.
Yeah,
the original Xbox.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Whatever.
We need to do
I'm definitely
a sync to make sure we can get the gameplay.
You have a special guest with your co-host, former CMAC board member Natalie Berg, holding it down.
Random behind the scenes technical.
Great volunteer. She volunteered on not only Swords and Lasers, but also the Lowdown, which we can talk about this hour.
you guys want 150?
No, I'm cool with 100.
She would come out on MTV productions, all kinds of stuff. I think she has recently moved out of the area.
Dom, this is for you later. Player 2.
Natalie,
left.
We've
down,
appreciated all your help.
Right. And then went up randomly.
I bet she was probably the best Mario Kart
so you're going to pick
player.
2 characters. Oh, two? Yeah, Double Dash, you play 2 characters. This is the only time in the Mario Kart games you actually play 2 characters.
Dom was probably.
And depending on which 2 you pick will depend on what car you can get. Like, obviously, Bowser's bigger, So he's the heavyweight
Now,
class.
your
They
set
won't
is
move as fast, but you
very,
can
very interesting.
bump other
It
lighter
seems like
weight
you
class people
both
off the road.
simultaneously put a lot of
Well,
work
I would
into
be
the set.
generic and just go with this because I don't know what I'm doing. So
Because you got the tables with the trinkets and the...
Yeah, so there were usually 3 to 4 of us on the show, and the idea was we would all bring, every episode we would bring different just
another thing,
nerdy
too, is that
things to
because
display.
Oh, okay.
And it just turned into a conglomerate
you have like the special items that you get.
No, it's
and
great.
I don't know how they determine
But then
it,
you've
but,
also,
like,
you also
that
set up the
character-
pillars
that
and put
character is
lights
more
in
likely
them.
to
Those
get,
were hot back in
their
the day.
items.
Everybody was
so
using
for
those
instance, like,
pillars.
I'm
I
Yeah,
remember.
we need to bring back the
things
pillar
called the
use.
Junior Mind Special.
Yeah.
Special
But
items, like
I don't, we
big
probably need to
shell
wash
that
the
just
white
knocks
skirt
everyone off to the
things,
side.
but
It just keeps going,
yeah,
keeps going, keeps
I
going.
like the industrial look
So
of just the
you
metal
might-
pillars.
What does Mario get? Like a fireball or something?
But then,
Fireballs and
on the flip side,
mushrooms
we
and
also see all of the grip
typical
gear in the back on.
I'm gonna be terrible at this. So
This was
random
All
music.
right.
get into it.
I think this was more of a like test to be like, oh, let's see how it goes, and if it,
Oh,
we want to
yeah.
Then you'll
pursue it.
put more work into it.
But also, like, yeah, that was I think I remember that being a long day because it was like
A's
the
your
first recording. No, this wasn't the first
Was this like a Saturday?
that was like, how do you go?
And then,
I'm going backwards.
I think it was like,
Oh man, okay.
it was
I
after
suck
we
at teaching
closed.
this game.
So you did a full
Even
day.
I don't know. It's just kind of like second nature to me.
Well, see, I don't know because we started the show before I was employed.
Basically, the whole art to like.
No, it was
Missed
after
items again.
I had accepted. After I was, brought on. It was before my start
And
date.
then
We did the
you
first
kind of like with the joystick, if you go
But
left
this
and
wasn't
right,
the first
you can
episode
kinda
because the
like-
first
Really
episode was
quickly,
filmed
it'll
against
change
this
the
curtain.
Drift flames to blue.
This is just
and
the
put
first
extra
Let's
boost
Play.
when you let go.
Yeah, that never went.
There's so much more to this than I thought.
Well, Swords and Lasers, you can watch all the episodes on CMAC.tv. And leave a comment if you think Jeff should grow his hair back out.
I won't listen to you.
I'm going to start a change.org petition for Jeff to grow his hair back out.
Really?
No.
That can apply to hair as well as mustaches.
That's great. I'm glad for those people.
All right. Let's see. What else did we have in 2018 that we can jump right into?
I can't believe we're into 2018 already. Well, maybe let's talk about who in 2018 were our volunteers and producers of the year.
Yeah.
Some recognizable names here. Doug Bloomer, who we had highlighted earlier today, producer of Cinema Circus and going out to local conventions and covering stuff. And then Edna Collins was our producer of the year in 2018 as well for her show Yo Soy, which she still produces to this day. I think it's been a while since the last episode. We haven't seen Edna in a couple months, but
she's always cooking up
I think
something.
She's still a member. Yeah, she'll be back.
Yeah, very, very exciting times. Then our volunteers of the year were Jonathan Zwickel, a New York transplant. That man is New York to his bones.
Yeah.
And he moved to Fresno, and he volunteered on everything. He volunteered on the lowdown. He volunteered on van gigs.
And I remember when he won the award, he said, "I don't understand why I won this award."
Like, Jonathan, you've been here every day of the week.
Well, you volunteer a lot, and it's the volunteer of the year. So
Yeah.
that's why.
He's awesome.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And Abigail Williams, she was a student, I believe, at Fresno City or Fresno State, and worked on some project as a student, and then became a member and volunteered on a good number of projects as well, which was really cool. And then we've already shown Stay Healthy with Alvin, but Alvin Arizaga was also our volunteer of the year.
He produced another program that I was quite a fan of, Vato Yoga.
Vato Yoga. I want to say 2017 or 2018. I actually could not find I was looking for the clip. I couldn't find it. I don't know if it still exists online.
It was kind of a reality show kind of thing.
A comedy spin on yoga instructions. It was very, very funny. Yeah. Dressed up as Vatas. Even Anita, when she had crutches, she had some sort of knee surgery, and she was on crutches, dressed up, trying to do yoga. It was very funny. I want to showcase another CMAC member who's also another CMAC board member, Mo, Muhammad Osman, he did a program called Cooking for Idiots.
Hey, that's us.
Yes, I'm not a great cook. So he did a really great program. This was before he decided to become a CMAC board member, and he did a really fun cooking show. So let's check out Cooking for Idiots.
The third episode of Cooking for Idiots. Today we're gonna cook chicken wings. I have the chicken wings. They are all defrosted by now, as you can see. So the first thing we need to do with the chicken wings is to cook them in the oven. After that, we're gonna put the secret sauce on it, and it will taste awesome. So you wanna get the chicken wings, and of course you need to take them out of the package. So I am gonna get dirty. Here we go. حمار وحلاوة, bread and bread. You can see they are made locally in Fresno. So this is a fellow Fresnonian from Fresno يعني chicken that we killed here in the valley. And we're gonna set it like that, and we're gonna put it in the oven for half an hour as usual, and then we're gonna flip it. So I will see you guys in half an hour. Thank you. We are back. It's half an hour. We're gonna take our chicken wings. It's already getting, and we're gonna flip it. Flip it.
All right, Cooking for Idiots. Mo Osman, it's a really, really funny thing. Also, CMAC board member, probably 2018, 2019.
Yeah, around that
time. Thereabouts. Yeah, made some really funny stuff, just flinging chicken wings around. I still don't know how to cook chicken wings, but I should probably learn.
We were talking about how Jeff joined the team in 2018. Maricela Hernandez also joined the team in 2018 at the same time.
Yes, holding it down at the front desk.
If
you've come down to CMAC, you've probably seen them.
Yeah.
I want to watch a fun video. Let's keep the fun going.
Got to squint at the tiny monitor to see the link to click.
Because he refuses to...
No, look, I enlarged it. Look how big it is. Look.
Yeah, it could be bigger.
Should we talk about VR?
Sure. Why not?
In 2018, 2017, we bought a lot of VR equipment. I feel like we did here. Look, so I'll pull up the video. I'll put us picture in picture.
Oh, that's me.
So this was a geek night out at Bitwise. They invited us. We brought the van out. We brought our VR stuff. We brought a whole bunch of fun toys to let the community that haven't normally seen that. This itself is a 360 video. Not only did we buy VR equipment, we bought a 360 camera. And yeah, it was a fun night. Yeah, we bought a bunch of VR equipment. I'm still not exactly sure.
We didn't have a good plan for what we were going to do with it.
I made a couple of these 360 videos, which, you know, if you view it in the YouTube app in VR, you can look around. I remember Shira Gordon, I think in 2019, we did a VR walkthrough of, I think, the Sequoia National Park and the evolution of the seed. I need to look that video up and so that we can play it.
Well, the whole point, you know, one of the things we try to do here at CMAC is expose people to new technologies. Yeah. And that's what purchasing some of these 360 cameras and VR equipment is all about. So I never heard the pitch on this. You know, what is this? With emerging technologies, there's not always, you know, great use cases already figured out. But what do you see we're figuring, we're still figuring that out.
Bleeding edge.
But the idea is, you know, folks come down and see what it's all about.
That was the fun. Let's do it again, Bitwise. Give us a call.
Yeah.
Let's see. Moving on. What else we got here? Oh, the Rainbow Pride Parade. That summer, Natalie produced the Rainbow Pride Parade. I helped direct.
And volunteers that CMAC is able to provide programming to the community.
Allowed us to climb up on their roof. One of the announcers, Jeffrey Robinson, has since passed away, but he was a great community member and helped organize the Rainbow Pride Parade.
Was this the year that we had the drone going too? Or was that the Mardi Gras parade? I can't remember. We had the drone going at one of them. With operated by CMAC board member Matt Hackney,
and then we sent the
CMAC board member.
Yeah, we patched the signal into the van. I think so. Let's see. I think we at least opened with that. If it wasn't this year, then it was 2019.
Well, yeah, it might have been a different year.
Yeah, it might have been the following.
Lalani Price. Wiener, representing District 11.
We're going to share.
Okay.
I
should probably talk about the fab.
Talk about the fab. With your mic. Give it up for one of my favorite places here in Fresno. It is Fab Fresno! He represents Fresno! He's a proud Democrat that's not ashamed to show his support of all of us queers.
Doctor.
All of us gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender. 91 years old, Helen J. Okay, people at PepsiCo are their greatest asset. We believe in...
This is the Cracker Jack guy. That's not the Cracker Jack guy.
But it is. It's part of their company.
Is it?
Yeah.
Community UCC was the first church in Fresno to install.
I remember 2018 and 2019 being especially scorching hot. I feel like we got lucky this year. It was hot, but it wasn't like unbearable.
It's October and it's still like 92 degrees.
Yeah, what's going on?
Still kind of hot.
Yeah, the 2018 Rainbow Pride Parade was quite fun.
What is this CMAC short break time?
Oh, you don't remember?
Is that appropriate?
Yeah.
When you guys get creative, you know.
This was me and Zach. We had an afternoon and literally no one was here. And all it is like, what if? I'll just talk over it.
It's 30 seconds long.
It's 30 seconds long.
We could play it and then we can do commentary afterwards. Is there sound?
That's the whole thing. It was just like, what would like a cigarette break look like in 2018? And it's put in your AirPods and
another type of addiction.
Yeah, I think what it was, we had the motorized slider for a little while by that time, but Zach wanted to learn how to use it. So I was showing him how to use it, and I was like, let's just make a little short film. And that's what it was. It was me grabbing my AirPods and taking a little break.
Speaking of you started a show in 2018.
I did.
A live show.
A live show.
Because, again, talking about new technologies and exposing our members to new technologies, that was kind of what the Lowdown Live was all about. It was a show we did on Art Hop Night. Members could volunteer on, and like every episode was testing out some kind of new technology.
Yeah. So kind of like the election night of 2016, I was like, oh man, we have our cellular wireless unit. I want to send correspondence out to Art Hop, but still have a live discussion happening here. I think the link that we pulled was the very first live episode.
Yeah, it might be the very first one. But we could pull up other clips.
Yeah, we did a lot in the Lowdown.
There was the show when you turned into an animated character.
That was that was the
live
Halloween
animating it
episode.
Through facial recognition and all of that.
Yes. Here is the beginning of the first episode of the Lowdown Live.
Let's take a look.
I was just doing this out of nerves.
It's the Lowdown Showdown Live. It's the Lowdown Throwdown Live. Lowdown Showdown, Lowdown Throwdown Live.
We lost our teleprompter.
Guess you gotta make it up as you go.
I gotta make it up. Welcome to live television, everyone. Give it up for Ian.
Thank you.
House band maestro. Welcome to the Lowdown Live. My name is Kyle Lowe. I'm doing this from memory because I don't know what happened to the teleprompter. This is a live show out of the CMAC'n studio in downtown Fresno, and where we're going to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. I don't have the teleprompter. I don't know what happened. I'm joined tonight. Our panel is my brother Brandon.
Hi, I'm Brandon.
We got Dominic. We got Ian. And we're also joined tonight with our live Art Hop correspondents, Christine and Matt, the camera operator. We're really excited. Go have fun. Ask people some really fun questions. We look forward to hearing from you and what people are doing in Art Hop. All right. Yes, it's March 1st, and it's our first show. So we'll be talking about firsts. First kiss, worst first day of school. We're going to talk about chatting with people and the first. You'll be able to talk to us, call in, or video chat with us. I'll have more info on that in just a moment. But first, let's set up some rules. We'll be taking calls, and we can't police what the callers are going to say. I do have the right to reserve to hang up on anyone at any time, but remember, this show is live and anything can happen. Like the teleprompter not working. And it's not your fault, Natalie. Natalie's our teleprompter operator. She's great. This isn't her fault. So please don't take it personally. We're also going to check in with our Art Hop correspondent, Christine and Matt, and see how it's going. Come on in, guys. Come on in. You are also welcome to join us at the CMAC'n studio. If you're in downtown Fresno, checking out Art Hop, wanting something to do afterward, come down to the CMAC'n studio. We're going to be on for the next 30, 45 minutes. So let's open up the lines. Let's pull up the lower third. You can call in by dialing 323-540-4384. You can also video chat us by adding the Lowdown Live on Skype. Call us with a story of a first, or if you have something, the first thing that's coming up for you, we'll give you advice. Call and ask us a question. We'd be happy to chat with you. So I just want to open it up. I know I introduced.
Hey.
What a silly show. Who let me do that?
I think you just did it yourself. I didn't ask anybody.
Kind of did. Yep, just kind of did it. But yeah, I think future episodes we did. Actually, later in that episode, there's a tray of chicken nuggets. I made my brother close his eyes and eat chicken nugget sauces and figure out what flavors they were.
Was that the one where you had to reach in the box too and touch something?
We did that. That was a later episode. Yeah. Like figure out what it is just by touching it. I think that was a Halloween episode. I think that was like October.
Snoopy stories?
Yeah.
Or spoopy stories.
We did spoopy stories, I think October of 2019.
Yeah. Was it 2019? Oh, wow.
Yeah, we did it pretty consistently.
2 years?
For at least 2 years. And then we did some outside episodes with the van.
Yeah.
Brought in some kiddie pools. Didn't electrocute anybody.
Went on a bus.
Went on a bus, yes. I still want to ride the Fresno Q line from Sunnyside to River Park and back. To spend the whole day on a bus and just see what it's like.
Gave Kiku a tattoo live on camera?
A live tattoo. I hosted the show after having surgery.
Yes.
The same day.
Yes.
I remember that. The funny thing about the lowdown is it is literally just a look inside your head. Every episode is just you. 100%.
I want to try something. Let's try this thing.
Yeah. Kind of like doing a 10-hour live stream today, right?
This is the return of the lowdown.
Officially?
New format. No. We're going to be doing a 10-hour live stream once a month. No. Yeah, but my inspiration for doing that was just to showcase like what members could do. I wanted to inspire members. I wanted to also give them a place where they could train if you'd just done workshops and wanted to practice switching or operating camera or mixing audio and just see the different things. Because I feel like, and we've kind of seen this looking back, we've seen like, oh, Caesar does a music show, so a bunch of people do music shows. Somebody goes out to a conventions, and a couple of people go out and do conventions. I couldn't find the clips of that game show that a member did. And I can't remember the member's name. But
Patrick Dill.
Patrick, yeah. Did some game shows, and those were really cool. But we definitely see waves. So I wanted to create a show that was different every single time. So it didn't. The only thing that was consistent was that it was live. But everything, there was two game shows. There was a dating game episode, and then there was like a game show episode. And I wanted to inspire people. I hope I did.
I think you did.
I don't know how successful I was, but it was a fun experiment.
Well, you look at our volunteers of the year that year, and they all worked on that show at one point or another. So yeah, definitely made an impact.
Yeah. So speaking of, let's take a look at another cool, impactful video. The opening of our CMAC podcast studio.
Yeah.
We turned one of our meeting rooms into a podcast studio. We kind of saw how podcasts were taking off again, because I feel like podcasts like originally took off in like 2003 to 2005, but then they really hit a resurgence.
Well, they became a thing in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
But didn't really become super popular until
2016, 2017, and people were coming in and like, this is cool, but can I make a podcast? And we were like, yeah, we don't exactly have podcast stuff, but you can. Can you also hit record on your camera when you make the podcast? Yeah. I feel like I was asking people all the time. But we finally decided to build a dedicated podcast studio, and this is kind of a quick look. I think Johnny and I put together of that studio. So let's take a look at the CMAC podcast studio. Welcome to CPod, the CMAC podcast, where we talk about everything CMAC related.
That's right.
I'm your host, Kyle Lowe, and joining me today is Cesar Perez Villegas and Juan
Rafael Casina the Second.
Casina the Second.
Yeah. Get it right, everybody. Get it right.
We're just really excited that we have the CMAC podcasting studio all set up. This is now a space formerly known as Meeting Room 1, where you can gather your team and throw something on your logo on the screen and host a talking podcast, a talk show, a radio show. It's just if you're creating content at CMAC, you got to make a video element to it, but now you can make really great sounding content as well.
That's right.
What do you guys think about the new podcast setup?
I think it's great. I think it's a great resource for members to start using, especially when they're thinking of doing a podcast already, and they could add this visual element to it with some high quality audio.
Yeah, that's right. I think there's a lot to offer. Everyone out there that has some kind of story to share or something you want to talk about, especially right now, there's a lot to talk about, and this is going to give you a voice, and maybe you don't want a camera and a bunch of lights and stuff, and you just want to have a conversation. Mm-hmm. We will have that video element to share your story, but at the same time, this is very comfortable.
So just a reminder, you will need to create a program proposal to use the CMAC podcast studio. You can do so on the CMAC website, cmac.tv. Tap the Create tab and go to Submit a Production Proposal and fill this form out right here and put together your project. And then you'll talk to Johnny when your video is ready, and we'll get it on the air.
Yeah.
And then you can look at services like Anchor and Podbean to get your podcast on the major podcast services like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere else you listen to podcasts.
Yeah. Right.
All right. So that's it for CPod. We'll see you next time. We just made a podcast.
Go.
What was
you don't want to be a guest on CPod?
I don't. But I do have a question for you.
Yes.
What was up with the mustache in 2018?
That must have been in November. You're familiar with No Shave November.
Yes. Yeah.
It was an old tradition that transferred over from. I learned about it from our friend Anthony Taylor, and it was Movember, and I was growing a mustache and doing like a jogathon fundraiser style thing, but instead of jogging, it was growing a mustache for raising funds to fight testicular cancer.
Nice.
And prostate cancer. So mustache for good cause. I don't typically just have a mustache.
No.
Because I like it. Leave a comment. Should I grow the mustache back
in November?
In November, should I do another Movember campaign? I probably should.
Why not?
I would do a daily photo or video update of the mustache. I do an Instagram post every day with the mustache. But yeah, the CMAC podcast studio is still around. We have
4 years old now.
We've upgraded the lighting in there, the soundproofing in there. The mixer recently got upgraded. It's all fancy.
The boom arms.
Yeah, great boom arms. Those are awesome. So please, if you are interested in creating a podcast or a video podcast, come down to CMAC. We've got it. We've got the space ready for you. We also have CMAC podcast kits now that you can check out and take with you and go do a podcast anywhere. The second one, I'm just waiting on some cables to come in, but we will have the second one up and running. Hopefully later this week, those parts come in.
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, this is the CMAC 10-year anniversary live stream. We are going live for 10 hours. We're currently in hour six and a half hours in. And we are recapping some of the best stuff that we've played on CMAC over the years. We're currently in the year 2018. We've time traveled so much.
2018. What a year.
What a year.
I have no idea what happened in 2018.
Well, one of the things we
But that's
brought.
why we have clips.
Yeah, we brought back the CMAC film race.
We
and
did.
This
it was
time,
no longer a 12-hour.
we gave them quite a bit more time. We gave them 60 hours. They picked up their packets Friday morning and then did not have to turn in their films until the end of Monday evening. So they had 60 hours to write, film, edit, and deliver their short films. It was very similar. We gave them the title, a line of dialogue, and a prop that they had to incorporate in their short films. So let's take a look at the second place winner of the CMAC Film Race 2018. The title was Schmooze.
it is and why he's doing it. Travis speaks to himself in the mirror, and I don't know how to fix it. Yes. The past year, he's been doing the same thing.
What a great short film. Sebastian, I think he had just moved to Fresno and joined CMAC just to kind of build a community, get to know the community of filmmakers here. And he now has an office like just a couple blocks from here. He's still producing videos. He makes a lot of music videos, I believe, for local musicians and musicians across California. So great work from Sebastian. Great short film. I also want to check out the number, we kind of have those out of order. We did second place, and now we're going to play third place, Exigent by Vince Cosentino. Let's check out Vince's short film.
Life demands that we press on, or that is what we have been conditioned to believe. We condition our bodies, our minds, our hearts, yet they are all still susceptible to being broken. The calluses produced by this conditioning become impenetrable. Therefore, new feelings cease to be experienced. It's not that I don't care how you broke your elbow, or how you got that scar on your eyebrow. When too much focus is put on one thing, millions of opportunities are missed. The conditioning starts early and influences our perception. The real strength is having the ability to break free and absorb new ideas and views, to see the new paths and possibilities. One's perception is key. Learning to look at things from an alternate point of view is growth. See what lies on the surface and never plumb the depths. One robs themselves of new experiences. Even with hardship, life happens. One just has to be open to and willing to take the risk.
Yes, Vince Cosentino, another great film. He came in second place the first year of the film race. The second year, giving people 60 hours, looks like he was able to drive all the way to the beach and make his film and then come back and turn it in. Yeah, with having so much time, people have time to travel. If we do a film race again, maybe we have to shorten up the time a little. 12 hours was real tight though. But
We'll split it right in half. We'll do like 36 hours.
36 hours?
Like that.
Okay.
Or 24.
Yeah.
But do you want to see the CMAC film race come back? Leave us a comment down below on YouTube or Facebook. While you're leaving that comment, you can also hit that donate button and help donate for the next 10 years of CMAC. You know, we give out cash prizes as part of the film race. So your donation could help us come up with a cash prize for the next film race.
I just remember we had the red shirts, and we ordered a bunch of them, and
you can still get them.
You can still get them if you want
There's
one.
no year, so
Yeah,
it's not dated.
the film race
Maybe that's
t-shirt.
why we need to stick with 60 hours.
Does it say
lots of t-shirts?
Does it say 60 hours on that t-shirt?
I think we were smart and we didn't put 60 hours.
I think it just says film race.
I swear it says 60 hours.
Maybe it does. We'll have to check.
Well,
They were nice shirts.
We'll give away the shirts to the winners. But our winner of the 2018 film race was a film called Jaunty by LT Productions. This is a fun one. Let's check it out.
Thank you for meeting me at such short notice, Doctor. It's my pleasure. I know it sounded really urgent. It really is, Doc. I'm not sure how much more of this I can take from them. You can't allow people to keep putting you down like this. You have to face your problems head on. I don't know if I can. You have to stand up for yourself. Come on, let's try. Do you think you could do that for me? Well, if you insist, Doc. Hey there, handsome. Well, thank you. It's nice to see you again, Laura. So tell me, why do you think so poorly of him? I don't think poorly of him. I'm here to protect him. So how much longer will this be? Oh, well, if you're in a rush, just let me talk to Lorenzo again. Don't say his name. Only I can say his name. I'm here now. I will not let you poison him. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm trying to help him too. And I see you're doing a great job at it. But he still feels as though you're hiding from him. Laura, are you still there? Hi. How old are you?
Hello. I'm 3.
3? Can I ask you a few questions? Are the others mean to you?
No.
Do they keep you from coming out?
No.
Do they bully you?
No. No.
Do they keep you from having fun?
No.
That's enough, Doctor. Do you find it amusing to question little ones? Well, now it's my turn to do the questioning. Has he told you the lies about kids beating him up at school and bullying him? Or how about his parents would fight in front of him? Don't listen to a word he says. He's dumb and a coward. I'm not a coward. Just stay optimistic. You can fight him. You hide from your own fears. You trap yourself here. Only through me are you really whole. I don't need you anymore. Yes, you do. No, I don't. I'm optimistic. Confident I can do this without you. It worked. Great job, Lorenzo. Hold on to that jaunty attitude. And if you need me, you know where I'll be.
Whoa! Hey! It was all in his head the whole time. Julius Thomas, great work. A great short film for the CMAC Film Race 2018. We've got a new special guest with us. We got Alex in the house.
Hello, everyone.
Alex, you have been associated with CMAC since, like 2018, 2019. Yeah, you were a student at Fresno State about this time.
Yep.
You sent me
some links to some work that some buddies have done.
Yes.
That I've either been a part of or just a supporter of.
Yeah, we have the Fresno State MCJ 113 Fall 2018 final video projects.
That one's quite a long one.
Well, you can help me jump and find the ones to watch.
All right, that's fair.
Let's do that.
All right.
Let's find a little bit.
That was a very fun class. Had a group of goofballs in that one.
Yeah.
Made some funny stuff.
All right, let's back it up. Let's go full screen. Let's put us in picture-in-picture corner.
Okay.
So yeah, it started with a previously an MCJ 113.
Yeah, we did a first round.
We got a guest today. My producer has a very strange romance himself, actually. Ronnie, would you mind telling us just a little bit more about that over here?
Yeah, man. I'm just really fed up with humans.
That's quite a comb over.
And
this
so,
was, Carrie's first semester.
You can't trust people.
Dr. Carey.
So I'm into objects.
Carrie.
You know what I mean? Because they're stationary.
She's no longer there.
They're stable.
Did you move to Kentucky or Kansas? One of the K states.
And what kind of objects have you been romantically involved with?
Well, it really kind of depends.
Brian's changing our lighting.
There's flagpoles, they represent freedom, and it allows me to be able to express myself freely.
You mean whoops.
Can you show us a little bit about
that? Yeah. I brought this actually. I normally wear this all the time.
Now
this
he's
is
a
my
cowboy.
head.
Oh, yeah, we just
when
did
I feel like going out in
exercises to
public.
practice.
That is beautiful.
Hosting a show and being goofy.
My God.
Give people the opportunity to switch.
So first of all, a little back.
Yeah.
Don't remember.
Let's jump ahead a bit. Oh, there's
Don't let anything
Eli.
come between what you and what
He interned for us, 2019?
Yeah.
She was super into.
It should not take this long.
Yeah, hold on.
Doing
My brain's a little slow.
Psychic.
This man is one of the most talented chefs in the entire world.
Dr.
He's also won
Carey or
many
that-
awards and
that
has his own
student?
TV
That
show.
student.
Critic
She gave
acclaimed
us
author, and he's
free
also
reign
named
of
People
whatever we
Magazine's
wanted
most
to
sexiest
produce,
man
whatever
alive for the
topic
last
that
2
we
years.
wanted to produce.
CMAC wasn't around in
from the
2007.
ad
or no,
if I understood
it would have been
correct,
2000.
They cost, you're charging people $55.95 for a rock buddy.
2008. When I took
How
MCJ
can you justify
113.
that? I mean, it
But
makes
same thing, I got
no
full
sense.
reign for the
Makes
final
sense to me.
project.
I feel you on that.
And we did
You
a
feel me,
full
Mr. Dollar? I feel you,
spoof
dog.
episode
Thank
of
you for feeling
CSI
me. It's
in the
nice to be
studio.
felt.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. And now the final projects. Oh, that was just like a
Broadcasting
precursor.
live from
That was
Fresno,
like
California.
the
It's
first part of the
Jeopardy.
semester, and then we kind of built upon those projects for a final project. Well, we had the option to build off of what we were doing, or we just start.
And presenting today's contestants, Stephen Big Daddy Jackson.
Nice introduction.
Steven, I believe his name was. He was pretending to be a chef.
Is he making a Twinkie Wiener sandwich?
Yeah.
Luna
he was
Rain.
basically just putting together a whole
Today
bunch
we
of
have
random
with us
stuff and
two
calling it
special
art.
guests. We're hoping
Oh,
to
okay.
So
look
that
into their
that took the
futures to
consent
see
of
what
the
the fates
Twinkie.
hold.
That was like his
And
masterpiece.
reconnect
And
with those.
Vincent LeBon.
So these really work.
What is it, Director Carey?
Oh, is this a game
that
show?
is $100 for you.
Oh, I love a good game show.
So we did a
guys get
game
the
show
point of the
based
game
off
now?
like of
Got
things
that?
we
Remember?
already
I
had done
suppose.
before.
Questions in the
So
form
it's
of
just
your
like
answers.
trying to call
Ready?
back like
All right.
what we did in certain episodes.
Steven?
Oh, that's a great
Can I
shirt.
get
The cat's
Studio
smoking.
113 for 100?
Studio 113 for $100.
I would wear that.
The studio's camera pedestals originate
I
from
think
this
we
game
might
show.
show our commercials throughout
What is
this.
The Price is Right?
He worked on
Price
a
is Right
great
is correct.
little short 1 minute.
That's $100 for
commercial
Steven.
where He did an infomercial
Can I get
for selling
Hysterical events
rocks.
for 100.
Historical events for 100.
Emma Stone and Dwayne
Paul
Rock.
Luna was murdered in 2018 by a gang of these small mammals. Remember to let me read the entire question before you buzz in.
Murdered by a gang of small mammals.
Vincent.
What is squirrels?
Squirrels is correct.
Oh.
You have control of the border. Carrie has a PhD in this field.
Dang, game show's still going.
Game show still going.
Dr. Carey. With a PhD?
The answer is urban studies.
I don't know.
With the nap pods.
Oh, a field segment.
In the recharge zone, students can reserve a time to de-stress and catch up on some sleep using a nap pod. These nap pods burst into campus in 2017. Each chair comes with a set of features available to help you take a nap and relax for a little part of your day.
So I actually heard about it from my friend Chase. She was
Those
the one
weren't
who
around
did
when
nap
I
pods
was
with me
there.
today.
Sleeping pods?
Oh, for CMAC?
Yeah.
Jeff wants
Some sleeping pods?
Yeah, let's
I
get,
love that.
let's get some nap pods. Yeah, just right over here. Just right outside of our. Oh.
So this is kind of like the way I thought.
right here.
Moody. we got the nap pods.
According to the American Psychological
In the house.
Association, 45% of college students are stressed out. The most common side effect of stress is lack of sleep. The University Health
Oh, is that,
Center says that
is
serious
it
health
Chase?
problems,
Yeah, Chase is up
physically and mentally, can occur from extensive sleep
Let's get a nap
I
pod
use
for
nap pods
CMAC.
because I get.
Oh, that is.
Well, that's all the time we have for
There I
today. Thank you so much for
Hey.
tuning
I was
in on
getting
Channel
confused
113
about
News.
something I don't
I'm Xavier
really
Wardy.
remember. I think
And
it
that's
was,
And I'm Monet
Xavier, right?
Schlotterbeck.
I think it
From
was
all of
like
us here in the
something
studio.
about tips for
Good
like
luck on your
staying
finals,
healthy
and enjoy
during
your winter
finals
break.
week or something like that.
Oh.
So I think that talked about like going to sleep early and staying.
Oh,
fresh.
and you, oh, look at that. You pointing at the camera. That's nice.
Nice.
Touch. Very cool. And in 2018, you were a CMAC intern, correct?
No, 2019.
Oh, you were the intern the next year.
Yeah, the
Okay.
next year.
Okay. Well, we'll come back.
From when, 2018?
From January to May.
Well, we're
Those
not.
ones were from 2018.
We're almost done with 2018. I do want to share this "What is CMAC" video that I feel like different. Like it just kept evolving. Like it started with the script from Don Priest all the way back in 2015, and this video just kept evolving. But it's just a little introductory to what is CMAC. So if you're just joining us and not sure what CMAC is, here's what is CMAC.
Is this our orientation?
Hi, I'm Johnny Pacina, Programming Coordinator at CMAC. I'm here to guide you through an introduction to CMAC and how to take advantage of an opportunity to produce your own programs for local TV. We're here to help you tell your story. I'll break it down into 4 parts. Number 1, what is CMAC? Number 2, services we offer. Number 3, courses we offer. And number 4, how it all works together. What is CMAC? First, there's the building we're in. Longtime residents may recognize it as the former home of the Metropolitan Museum, and it was the original location for the Fresno Bee before that. There's a long history of community involvement associated with the building, making it the perfect home for CMAC. CMAC is a designated PEG organization. PEG stands for Public, Education, and Government, and we operate these channels for Fresno and Clovis. CMAC's channels are broadcast within the cities of Fresno and Clovis and parts of Fresno, Madera, Merced, Kings, and Tulare counties. Funding comes from the 2 local cable television providers, Comcast and AT&T. They are required by law to contribute 1% of their gross revenue for local PEG operations. CMAC uses the funds to lease the facilities and purchase equipment to support the community's needs. Content produced by members can be seen by cable subscribers on the PEG channels and on CMAC's website, cmac.tv. This is the TV studio. It comes equipped with multiple HD cameras, a state-of-the-art lighting grid, and a green screen. I like to think of the studio as a blank palette, waiting for you to bring it to life. The control room contains all the equipment found in any professional television studio. Here, we have a video switcher. It controls all the video and graphic sources. The multi-viewer displays all the available content. The audio mixer handles and blends all the sound elements. The intercom system facilitates communication throughout the crew. There's also a full range of field production equipment to work on a project away from the studio. Cameras, microphones, lighting, tripods. The mobile production vehicle, also known as the MPV, is a television studio on wheels. CMAC members can work alongside the MPV engineer to capture or live broadcast sporting events, concerts, or parades. This might be a bit overwhelming, but fear not, we'll train you on how to use it all. We offer classes in studio production to learn how to produce a multi-camera talk, variety, or music show. Field production to shoot narrative or documentary productions away from the studio. And editing to assemble the raw footage into a final program. CMAC is staffed by experienced video producers to operate the channels and train members on facilities and equipment. Along with operating the PEG channels for Fresno and Clovis, CMAC provides non-commercial video services. CMAC staff can be hired to produce content for individuals or nonprofit organizations. It was a Tuesday. I was working the day shift at CMAC programming. It was like any other day, until she walked into my office.
Are you Johnny Pacina? I need your help.
Johnny's the name. Video's the game. What can I do you for?
I want to make videos, but I'm new to this. I don't know how to break into this joint.
No problem. I've been down this road before. Come with me. We have a training program here at CMAC. It all starts with learning how to plan and produce for a video. Pre-production is everything. Then, we have a series of courses you can take to learn how to work in the CMAC studio or out on the field. Studio teaches you the basics of multi-camera production. Learn the equipment and how it all works together to create a show. Members in the 3-part course learn how to work together as a team. And in the final session, they produce a program that will be broadcast on the CMAC public channel. Field introduces members to the various cameras and accessories available for checkout. Learn how to get the best results from the combination of microphones, lights, and tripods. Editing will teach members how to take all the footage they shot, combine it with graphics and music, and turn it into a program suitable for airtime. We also have some specialty courses offered periodically. Dive deeper into screenwriting, audio, and even the studio jib. My personal favorite is the Short Film Boot Camp. Members shoot and edit a short film in one day. It's the most challenging course we offer. And if you're worried about falling behind, we have online tutorials to help you get through complicated tasks.
That's all very exciting, Pacina. But how do I sign up?
Right, it's easy enough. Go to cmac.tv/membership, pay up your scratch, and then you can sign up for courses. Once you're done with the courses, you'll be able to check out equipment and facilities and start creating your own content. And remember, any content you create with CMAC equipment and facilities must follow the rules outlined in the CMAC Members Guide and be broadcast on a CMAC channel. We've covered what CMAC is and what we have to offer. Now let's talk about how it all works together. The first step is to become a member. A membership for an individual costs $50 per year. Students can join for $25 per year. We have special plans for organizations who may require one or more memberships for their employees. The full details are located in our Members Guide. The guide is available on cmac.tv, and all members must read and follow the rules outlined in the guide. After becoming a member and finishing the online orientation, you'll need to attend the pre-production course. After that, you'll be able to submit a proposal for a program you want to produce. Then, you can take field production, studio production, and editing courses to get you certified to use CMAC facilities and equipment. If you already have video production experience, you can test out of courses by contacting the training coordinator. After being certified and having your proposal approved, it's time to start production. Keep in mind, only certified members are allowed to operate CMAC equipment. That's CMAC. What CMAC is, services we offer, training that members have access to, and how it all works together. We hope you become a member and take advantage of all that we have to offer. You could step through these doors and make your own programs, like these members did.
Something for everyone to get together and have fun with.
Ah, it's dark. What happened?
What happened?
Who turned the lights off?
Where did we go?
Oh, God, that's worse.
It's bright. Oh, what's that? Oh, blue, green, purple, rainbow, USA.
USA. Oh, we don't have the moving lights also.
Yellow.
I can turn on the
orange. Red, orange and red are very similar.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what
Gray.
that is. What's it? That one? Whoa.
Daylight.
Daylight. No, whatever that is. So you could tell that this is.
Ooh. Oh, that's great.
Just one strip of purple.
You could tell this is our what? It's now 5 o'clock. We're into hour 7. Really? Is it just 7? No, it's like 8, right?
No. We started at 10.
No, this is hour 8.
Well, okay, we've completed 7 hours.
Yeah, we are into hour 8 of this live stream. And clearly, Kyle and I at least, or maybe just me, losing our minds a little bit.
But it is 5 p.m. It's time to move on to the year 2019. Woo! We had some really cool stuff happening in 2019. Our volunteers of the year were Doc, or Lazarus, and Smiley. And our producers of the year were Nico, Michael, and Ben. They collectively made a show called E.T. Pee-wee Football.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Edison Tigers Pee-wee Football.
And they won the championship game that year. They traveled to like
Wisconsin or something?
Somewhere back east.
Yeah, and they asked very politely if they could take the cameras with them, and we said, as long as you bring them back in one piece.
Yes.
And Joe Macharia, another former CMAC
intern,
from Fresno State, a really cool lineup. So I don't have descriptions for these videos. You put together some links. Let's just play a video and see what it is. Here we go. Oh no.
My thing used to preview them.
Oh, it's me.
Oh no.
Exciting announcement. We got a couple of new things here at CMAC that I wanted you to know about. The first is this right here. Oh yeah, I was revealing it.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, this is our brand new
the very TV
studio
that we're looking at.
You're making a video in the studio. You can set up this monitor to be in the background of a video and put the logo for your video on the screen.
Subsequently, we got
or you can just have it anywhere in the studio if your talent needs to be able to see themselves. This is a much bigger monitor than our previous monitor, and you should be able to see yourself just fine. But we could and it's huge. It looks to the studio great on camera as well. Yeah, you won't be able to check this out. This is going to stay here in the studio, and you can use it when you have the studio checked out for production. So that's the first announcement. The second exciting announcement is we got a brand new camera here at CMAC. This is the Canon C100 cinema camera. That's a fun camera.
Everyone got that.
I really enjoy that camera. This camera is a field camera for checkout. Any CMAC member can check this out. We won't have a specific workshop on it, but if you're interested in learning more about this camera, email us at info@cmac.tv. It is an interchangeable lens camera, and you will get this lens, a 24-70 2.8 lens when you check out the camera, but if you have your own Canon EF lenses, you can use those lenses with this camera. It also has XLR and 8 hours. It has neutral density for really bright situations. It has a swivel screen. It shoots 24, 30, and 60 frame rate at 1080p, and it has the ability to plug in two SD cards. So the same SD cards that you can use with our other field cameras will work just fine with this camera. Also, when you check out the camera, you'll get 2 batteries for all-day battery life, lens cleaner, little puffer to clean the lens and the sensor, and a battery charger. Here's some content that we've already made with this brand new camera. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh yeah.
I missed that.
You missed this?
That we've already made with this brand new camera.
We made that clip for something else.
I need to see that in slow motion.
Yeah, we did some slow motion at the taste of it. Hey, there's Alex. Yeah, this was the Fresno State taste. Oh yeah, Mariano. What did taste is like an acronym. It's it stood for something. Oh, and then we used the camera for Anita to create our Captain Marvel.
So that's it. That's the new camera and the new studio monitor that's here at CMAC. If you want to use any of this equipment, you just have to be a CMAC member. Visit cmac.tv for more info, or if you have any questions, email us at info@cmac.tv. See you next time.
Yes, what a fun time. 2019. What else? What of these unknown links?
I added descriptions.
Oh, you added descriptions?
So that we won't be in the dark.
I mean, it was kind of fun to just play video.
So that we won't be in the dark.
Video roulette. Okay, so we talked about how CMAC hosted the ACM West conference in 2017. But then in 2019, the entire CMAC stuff, we closed CMAC for a week.
Yeah.
A week and some days. And took the whole staff to Long Beach. And I made a vlog.
You did.
Let's watch CMAC goes
portion
to
of the vlog. Let's watch a portion.
Long Beach. Here we go. We're in the van. We just picked up the van. We're headed down the freeway down to Long Beach for ACM West. Yeah.
We are going to Long Beach to ACM West.
Hello?
Hanging out with you guys. I kind of like y'all. Okay, I'm gonna read now.
ACM West, well, I guess it's the Association of Community Media, Western United States. This year held in beautiful downtown Long Beach, but it's a meeting where all the people from all the pegs, local access from the Western United States, including Hawaii, come to Long Beach in this year, 2019, and share what they've been doing. And they have breakout sessions, and they have big awards ceremony on Friday, and everybody gets drunk and has a good time.
We just made it to Long Beach. We're at the Maya Hotel. We're gonna check in and then check out PadNet. And check out this pool area. We've got ping pong. We got giant checkers and chess. And then there's these like bungalow things back here. I am going to take a nap. I'm gonna take a nap on one of these bungalows. I'm really excited. Johnny, what are you looking forward to at ACM West?
I think I'm most looking forward to just meeting the people. I've seen a lot of familiar faces already, but it's always neat to see like the past year recap of kind of what they've been up to and what they've done and the unique challenges they have at their organizations. We might have similar ones, and just kind of sort of go through that problem solving process. So I'm really looking forward to that the most, speaking to other people. So.
we just arrived at HadNet. It is Long Beach's Community Media Center. It's part of a larger organization, Long Beach Community Action Partnership. And we're gonna get a tour, we're gonna look around. Oh, a room to make music. All right, time for day one? I don't know. The ACM West conference. I gotta talk at 10:30. But first, let's get some breakfast. I just finished my little chat at ACM West about creating videos with mobile devices and tiny mirrorless cameras like this one. I think it went really well, got to meet some cool people, but now it is just raining like crazy. Look at this. Like, I wanted to go swimming, and now it's really coming down. All right, well, there's gonna be another session. I'm gonna go to that. And then tonight we might be going on a boat in the harbor, but if it's raining like this, I don't know if we will. I hope we do. I've been looking forward to it. All right, check it in a little bit. Breakout sessions are done. The round table's done. Caesar did a really cool round table about sports. Awesome. And now we are getting on a yacht.
Getting on a yacht, I guess, yeah.
To go mingle and have dinner and be out on the Long Beach harbor.
And I think that's it right
Whoa.
there. Whoa. That's nifty.
That's crazy. This yacht is crazy! Plus the view is really nice too.
Slow.
Ah, good memories.
Good memories.
That was a fun ACM West.
It was. It's important for us to go to conferences like these because it gives us a different perspective on what we do, and we get to meet our counterparts in other cities and see how they serve their communities and provide services. So it's always a good time.
Yeah. Where will
pretty fondly.
Where will ACM West be next year?
It's going to be in Santa Barbara.
Hey,
Santa Barbara.
That'll be
in
fun.
February.
All right. Up next, we've got the 2019 Tower District Mardi Gras Parade. I don't think I worked on this one. This one is, I don't think I've watched or
this might be the one with the drone shot in it.
Yes, Matt Hackney's drone footage.
Oh, I think I was part of this one actually.
Pat McNey.
Yeah, if you're just
this is the one we did.
Collaborative would like to thank Detention
I think I was directing.
and Mamma Mia Pizzeria for
Nice.
their support
Or
in
like,
helping us
I need
produce
to
this
direct. I
program.
wasn't supposed to.
It's because of our contributors and volunteers that
someone
CMAC
got
is
put on
able
the
to
spot
provide
and they-
programming to the
Are we
community.
talking over this?
Yeah, okay.
Everybody, I'm Lindsay Hyatt, and this is my co-host and Tower District expert, Peter Robertson. Hi, Peter.
Hello, Lindsay. Thank you for having me today.
We're here today in lovely Fresno, California at the 22nd Annual Mardi Gras Parade. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We got a really good turnout here.
I'm really happy, and it hasn't rained.
It hasn't. Fingers crossed, right?
Fingers crossed.
We got umbrellas, though. Do you notice anything different that stands out about this particular year?
Well, I think the crowd's happy to come and celebrate. I think the Tower District looks really nice. The streets are clean.
Here, we actually have an interview with Jemmy himself, so let's take a closer look at the local musician.
The people would join together in their little village groups and clubs, and they would dress up and they would ride around singing and playing and taking donations from everybody to put into the gumbo pot for the feast.
Number 1 is Lonesome Gem and the Lunatics. Jemmy Bloomstein and the Lunatics lead the Tower District's Mardi Gras usually, so this is no surprise. They perform Zydeco music, setting the stage for a New Orleans-style parade. Excited to see their float. Ooh, it looks like they're playing music as they go by. That's pretty hard to do, playing music on a moving vehicle.
I am impressed.
And I'm looking for vehicle number 2 here, but it looks like they're stuck at that stoplight.
I think number 2 is the fire truck. Oh, that's a great backdrop. Bobby Salazar's Lucy's Lounge, Mama Mia's Pizzeria. That is a wonderful, wonderful backdrop. He's been in every parade since the beginning, and
wow.
His family is very, very well-known musicians, folk artists, and they are contributed a lot to the music scene. I'm very, very happy to see them in the parade again this year.
And the whole band stayed together this whole time?
No, I know he has different musicians that will play with him, but he was interviewed earlier, and he's very well known for his fiddle playing, as well as his harmonica playing and his singing.
Wow.
So he's done a lot of concerts here in Fresno for the last 30 to 40 years. When I came to Fresno in 1980 and 84, I knew of him, and so he is definitely a mainstay for the Tower and a mainstay for the Mardi Gras Parade as well. Well, this is exciting. Cody Soperopoulos is in the second float, and when he comes up on the camera, I'll talk about them.
Oh, look, it looks like Jem really has a good fan base here. Everyone is getting so excited as he goes by. We have little kids running out.
International furniture. This is great.
They're real close now.
Yeah, they'll be coming in front of... Are we in the grandstand, Lindsay? Is that what we call us? We're right in front of...
Yeah, we're right out in front of Detention Billiards.
Yes, Detention Billiards across the street from Sequoia Brewing. We're in a nice spot. The drone footage is amazing this year. You know, we have a licensed pilot that is in charge of the drone, and I was very impressed to see these aerial shots of the parade, and CMAC is just doing some amazing stuff to put this all together.
I know, it
Dang, live drone footage?
Yeah.
You got Matt Hackney, you got Hat Mackney. Yep. to provide some real life drone footage at the Mardi Gras parade. That was amazing.
If you're just joining us, this is our 10-hour live stream looking back at 10 years of CMAC programming. Each hour we are focusing on a different year of our history. We are in hour 8 I almost said 7. We're in hour 8 of our live stream. It's almost over.
This represents the year 2019.
Yes, 2019.
We started at 10 a.m. Here we are. We're going to make it all the way to today. We're playing our favorite videos that have ever played on the CMAC channels. Some made by CMAC staff, some made by members.
And we are live on Facebook and YouTube, and you can leave a comment, and we will shout you out if you leave us a comment. So please interact with us. You can also hit that donate button that's underneath the video screen there on Facebook and YouTube. Help us raise some money to support the next 10 years of CMAC, you know. Donate $10 for 10 years, how about?
Yeah.
Or, you know, or $1 or $100 even, you know, anything you can spare.
Yes. And I want to jump into our next video. This is called Oakhurst Spirits. It's not what I thought. I thought it was going to be a spooky season video. These spirits are drinkable.
Like a distillery or something.
This was
Drinkable
produced
spirits.
by Lisa and Caesar. Yeah.
And it actually won an award as well from ACM West.
Yes, it won the Wave Award.
Yes.
Here we go. Oakhurst Spirits.
I'm it. I'm the man with the plan here. I am the co-owner and distiller of Oakhurst Spirits. I was born and raised in San Diego, but 2016 was the year the whiskey god said, "We want you to make whiskey." We've been coming to Oakhurst for many years, coming up to Yosemite. We like the whole Sierras, we like the Owen Valley, we like the whole area. So we finally said, okay, let's go ahead and do this. So we purchased the building up here and moved the business, and here we are, making whiskey in Oakhurst. It hasn't seen the light of day for over a year. All right, do I have a thief? I think I have it. So, this is 89 proof.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this is actually very nice. Remember that? I grind, I distill, I make a mash all in one day, and I try to do at least 3 of those a week. I'll do 4-grain bourbons, or I'll do, right now I'm doing a run of 2-grain bourbons. I do ryes. I'm kind of excited because I have a new type of, I bought a rye from a McAdams rye, and I'm kind of looking forward to those. But you have to, when you do those things, you're looking at a couple years for the actual finished product. So, I mean, you can do taste intermittently and everything and see how things are coming along, and you go, okay. But you have to be really careful, because I've done things where at 6 months it was like, oh man, this is horrible. But then a year later, it's like, whoa, you know, everything changed. So you have to be really careful about, you know, judging what you're doing interim or intermittently. And you can't judge things, you know, by right away. 6 months, you might do a taste. 8 months, you might do a taste, and then even that 2 months, things are going to change in that time frame. So a lot of times it's just, you have to wait. It's just infinite patience is all it is. But craft whiskey, you never know what you're going to get. You're always going to get something different all the time. The barrels are different, the runs are different, everything's different, because you're not making, you know, 500,000 gallons at a whack. You know, you're making 15, 20 gallons. I like the open fermentation process because, first of all, it makes your tanks easier to clean. And second of all, it gives you, after the yeast is done, there's a lot of bacteria and wild yeast in the air up here. So it gives you, when it inoculates your mash, it gives you what are known as long chain alcohol chemicals. And when you distill, and they stay in the barrel a while, it forms different, what are called esters. So people will drink different whiskeys and they'll get a butterscotch flavor, they'll get a strawberry flavor, they'll get a maple flavor. And those are all results of infections from bacteria in your mash. So it gives your whiskey more complexity, it makes it more wild, you know? When you're in the brewing world, everything has to be really clean, because the mash or the wort is your product. So if it gets infected or anything, it gives you off flavors, and that's not good for a beer maker or even a wine maker. But for a whiskey maker, you're not drinking the mash, you're drinking the alcohol. And that's what you're after, is the different flavors from the alcohol. And then different barrels do different things too. I remember the first time I cracked the rye barrel, it was like these amazing flavors came from this one barrel. So you never know what's going to happen with the barrel too. The wood is always the overpowering flavors in the whiskeys, because you always get the caramel flavors, you get the vanilla, you get the tannins. So you get those flavors will come into the whiskeys. But you want to also have the flavors of the grains too. You know, it's like I don't want to be making stuff that just tastes like wood. You know, that I want to have the grain flavors in there, and that's where the balance of the barrel is that it modifies those grain flavors so that they all become a combination of flavors. You don't want anything to be overpowered. A lot of people like it really dark or really charcoaly or something like that, which is fine, but you want to try to balance your flavors, and that's what is important to me, that things have the flavors of the grains, but they also have the flavor of the barrel too. One of the things I always did not enjoy about bourbons is if there's a lot of corn in them, they get kind of oily. Because when you look at the ferment on a bourbon, I mean, there's not this much oil sitting on top of the ferment, and if you're doing big corn bourbons, then that oil flavor will transfer into the bourbon. And I've really liked that. So my bourbons are more cut down. They have there's more. I'm like right at the 50 or 60% corn level, 51% or 60% corn level, and then I'll go with a rye or a wheat, and so it gives a little bit of spice on the back end. And that's what I really like. So you have the sweet of the bourbon, but you don't pick up that oil flavor. And then you have a little pop of the rye on the back, and then the wheat will give you a little bit of sweet too. The wheat and the corn are a little bit sweeter grains. The corn and the wheat come from the valley, and that's predominantly the grains. The rye comes from north of Sacramento because it's too hot to grow rye in the valley here. The flavors for my vodkas and gin are local flavors too. And also, I have a farmer down in Clovis. He comes and he picks up my spent mash, and he takes it back to Clovis and feeds it to his chickens and cows. And I get eggs from him, so there's no waste there. So everything gets reused. Wow, I lost a chunk. So what happens is, you ever heard of the angel share?
It evaporates, right?
Yeah. But there's also a thing called the devil's cut.
I've heard that too, and I can't remember what it is.
So what the devil's cut is, the barrel will soak up.
Oh, we're in the dark again. Oh!
Sorry.
Oh man, yeah. Lisa and Caesar did a great job with that video.
Yeah, that was fun.
I partially think I kept teasing them like, "Oh, you just keep wanting to go make this video because you want free alcohol." But you know, it was also a very nice video.
Doesn't hurt.
Seems like a great guy. I was learning things. I didn't know all the particulars of making bourbon and rye and whiskey.
And percentages of corn.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I'm 50% corn these days, but
add another percent and you could be bourbon.
I could be bourbon, 51%. What's this? We've got a video titled "What's Happening at CMAC?" Let's find out what was happening at CMAC in 2019. We're at Gigi's Food Factory, trying some of the new dishes that they got up in here. They got Mediterranean food, hamburgers, and pizza. What did you get?
I got the chicken lula kebab plate at Gigi's Pizza and Grill. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Gigi's Food Factory.
Gigi's Food Factory. We'll see what's going on.
Initial reaction.
Ready? Pretty good.
A lot of flavor. That garlic's on point. I'll try the chicken.
The food,
Yeah.
mostly.
Same. Maricela, what's your favorite part about baseball?
Never mind, that was gonna be inappropriate to say.
My favorite thing is just kind of walking around the stadium and looking for the best food, specifically garlic fries. So here we go. What's happening now? What's happening now?
I am getting a Waffle sundae.
Woo! He's making it back there. He's making it.
It's like, all right.
If it looks good, I'm gonna come back after these fries and get
Try
one
to
myself.
wash down the garlic flavor.
Yeah.
Maybe they have garlic flavored ice cream for you.
Ew.
Look at even a cherry on top.
Ranch dressing from a pump? It's amazing.
We'll get it.
So that video was less what was happening at CMAC, but just like what was happening with us.
What CMAC was doing.
What we were doing, it was a lot, it was really food involved. I forgot, yeah, we went and tasted Gigi's Food Factory when it opened. That was pretty fun. And then, yeah, we try to go to a Grizzlies game every other year. It seems like it shakes out to be just as like a team building exercise, fun bonding, staff bonding.
Was that the last year you guys went?
It might have been due to COVID. And all
Yeah,
that.
I don't think we've been back. We've been back to the Grizzly Stadium for Dirk Chansey Park for Fresno City's commencement because they moved, because of COVID, they moved to an outdoor commencement. But yeah, I was just very hungry in 2019, I guess.
Nothing's changed.
All right, we've got a video titled CMAC Stories, an interview with JoJo. Yes, Jeff?
Jeff produced this.
Tell us more, Jeff.
I'm trying to remember, but yeah, this was the first CMAC Stories. It was
Project Stardust.
Yeah, that's...
That was our
Rogue One
internal
reference.
code name.
Needs more context.
Yeah, it was gonna be like this quarterly video series that we did, just highlighting different members of CMAC, and I think we only made like 3 or 4 of them. But this one was the first one, and I believe Maricela edited this one.
Nice.
Yeah.
A team effort.
Sounds about right.
We love it. Let's see what was up with JoJo in 2019.
Which is what I'm trying to do. Then I really believe you can change the world with music. I really, truly believe that. I've never seen people fight when they were enjoying a real good song. I heard a rumor that there was a public access station called CMAC. Heard it through different people. And I said, well, let me go check it out. So I came in when CMAC was first here. It only had been open maybe a year when I got here. And I saw that there was nobody doing what I was doing. So I said, well, I'm gonna bring in all the people that are grassroots that, you know, maybe they're not perfect in their music, but they're grinders or they got hope or they're positive people that are trying. I'll bring them on. And the show just blew up. Went through all the channels that I had to go through, all the orientation, all the stuff. I did all that, and glad I did because now I can bring bands in. You guys have the facility to do it. When you grew up around, how you say, poor development areas, there's desperate people there. So, you know, they have children that are neglected. Most of my friends were neglected children that came from parents that didn't really care about them, or they came from broken homes or didn't have fathers. Most all my friends, none of us had fathers. We were all raised by mothers, so we called each other's moms our mom. The same old cliche story of hanging with the gangs and all that stuff. That's what I went through. But wasn't working out. Instead of being a victim of my environment, I just decided, well, fine, I'll just come up here to Fresno. Came up here and got into a whole different life. When I turned 21, I started getting more into music, because that's what I was raised on, was music my whole life. When I was a child, my uncle used to have to babysit me when I was 5 years old, 4 years old. And instead of watching me go crazy, and he would put me in lazy boy, put these big old huge headphones on me, have me sit in front of the radio and listen to the radio. And for some reason, I would just sit there and I would behave. And I would never move. So I would just listen to the music, the radio, all day long, he said, to where I fell asleep. With the radio on while I'm asleep, I would still be hearing all the songs. And that went on for years. When I want to soothe down and calm down, put on the headphone, put on music, whatever, calms me. But at the same time, what it was doing to me was it was making me very musically influenced. I think it was calming me to the point where it was like dosing me, keeping me, you know, cool. So now when I go and life's hectic, I come here, do my show, meet new people, hear their music, see what they're doing. Next thing I know, I'm in another world. I can get away from the world for a while because I'm enjoying this person's talent, or the music that I'm getting, the vibe I'm getting from them. And it feels good and something new I've never experienced before, and that's what we like. People all like, especially people go to vacations, they want to experience something I ain't got to go on vacation. I experience something new every time I meet people, every time I meet a new band, every time I meet a new artist and they're playing something or they're doing something I've never seen before. That's something new to me I've never seen before. Mountains are mountains, trees are trees, seas are seas. But individual people, that's what I'm after. Those are gifts you don't see unless you get to know a person. And that's very hard to do nowadays, to get to know people. People don't trust one another, so it's hard to let anybody in. I see myself as a cultivator of music, the cultivator of people and personalities of different kinds of people, and putting them all together. Because this is a time in history we'll never get again. These people that perform these kind of music, especially the classic rock and the gold era of music that we grew up on, nobody will be around in another 20 years to do that kind of stuff because they don't remember that music or they don't have it in their soul to do it. Music is universal, so music can be spread to anyone. I think it does. Music does calm the savage beast. I really do. I was in jail one time for something I didn't really do. I was in a dorm with about maybe 50 inmates. Everything was segregated. The whites were over there, the Mexicans were over there. Even the Mexicans segregated themselves. You had Chicanos and you had what they called border brothers. They were separate. So you had all white, black, different Chicanos here, everything, all the races separate. But at night, when the lights went out and all the correctional officers told us to go to bed, you ain't gonna believe this. I started singing I Shot the Sheriff. After I sang, Mexican people started singing their song. After he was done, the Chicano guy started singing his song. After he finished his song, a black man upstairs in the upstairs tier started singing his song. And he had a voice I could not, so beautiful. Then the white brother country music man who was a murderer, who killed somebody for touching his piano, he started singing a song. That whole night, everybody started singing songs, and it was a beautiful thing, and it's never happened before, but I learned music brings people together. And that's when I learned the secret. If I could bring music and put it out there, I could unite this person with that person easily. Everybody has a talent. Everybody has a gift. So, but some are musicians, so if I can get them in the spotlight and give them hope, it makes more musicians out there flourish. CMAC, it's a great outlet for those who have no other means to get recognized. So if you have that potential of hundreds of thousands of people could see your show, I would jump at that chance. When we were young kids, man, we would have beat up each other to get on TV. So it's a great access for entertainment for artists in this town.
Hey, very cool, nice work. To Monty Sala for the edit, and then Jeff did the camera and did the interview.
What was that series supposed to be called?
CMAC Stories.
CMAC Stories, interviews with CMAC members. Maybe we could bring that back.
Might have to bring that back.
You
I
had
think
some
we
ideas.
Did like 3 episodes, maybe 4 episodes.
Yeah. Something we did, I feel like we did it in 2017, maybe definitely 2018, 2019, but we actually made a video of it, was our collaboration with the library.
Yeah.
The Fresno County Library.
Which one? Which collaboration?
Summer at your library.
Summer at your library.
That was, yeah, so we, Lisa and I would travel to many of the different libraries across the county and do mini workshops on how to plan and basic filming and editing with your mobile device, just to do extra workshops and kind of reach out into the community. And the library had some really cool spots all across the county. Like different libraries have like different emphasis. Stuff like the Betty Rodriguez Library at Shields and Cedar is like the technology library. And then there's like the old style library, like they still use the Dewey Decimal System out of drawers in the downtown Fresno library. It's very old school in there, but it was so cool to get to travel to all of them. But we have a video about Summer at your library. Let's take a look at that.
I'm about to show you right now my favorite books.
Yay.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
You did a great job on that.
Yeah, so the kids made all the footage. We talked about storytelling.
You did a great job going to the 10 library branches and teaching them all how to make videos.
Yeah, honestly, the hard part was some of them are like tucked away and like driving out to Selma or something, be like, where is this library?
Yeah.
Where is the library in Selma? You grew up in Selma.
Selma, it's kind of near downtown.
Yeah.
So like where the Cultural Arts Center is, that big park.
Yeah.
You know where that big park is over there?
Yes.
It's behind that.
Yes.
Like across from the new police department.
Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, I remember getting lost and like I can't find it. The one in Reedley too was also hard to find. But yeah, the kids then took all of our iPads and filmed some stuff. And because they filmed on our iPads, I just saved all the footage. And that was just like an iMovie trailer template. And I just, thanks for the break, parents. made some
The library short. That was a funny one.
The what?
It said the winner of the librarian award.
Oh,
the Shush Award.
The Shush Award.
Yes. I made up a fake award. And actually, we were making lots of noise at the library. So I don't know if they necessarily appreciated us sending kids around with iPads and like acting out stuff and talking about their favorite books. But it all worked out.
Boy, we are nearing the end of our 8th hour of the stream. Crazy. We're getting close to 6 o'clock. Watching that video reminded me of projects from previous years that we just ran out of time. We're only focusing on an hour of our history a year. Gosh, I'm losing my mind. I can't even talk.
We've been doing this for so long.
Since 10 a.m. Each hour, we're focusing on a different year of CMAC's history, and the hour just goes by so quickly that we don't get a chance to hit on everything that we meant to hit on. So, just backtracking to the year 2015.
What was something that we missed? What did we miss?
Our partnership with the library. Where we worked with the library, we purchased cameras and handed them out to folks who are experiencing homelessness, and they got to take photographs and kind of document what it is like to live on the streets. And then worked with the library staff to interview those individuals and then edit it together into a half-hour documentary called Our Lives Surviving the Streets of Fresno.
Yeah.
It was a great project, and I was on our list of things to hit on, and there's just too many things on our list.
We'll put when this video wraps up, the archived one on YouTube, we'll put all of the links to everything and in the description or in the pinned comment so that you could go back and watch.
It's just a testament to the amount of work that we've done over the last 10 years and all the different projects and all the different partnerships.
And all of our collaborators.
All the collaborators, it's just impossible to mention it all, even in a 10-hour live stream. Another thing we skipped over in 2017 was the Big Tell. That's when we started.
The first year of the Big Tell,
film contest, another project that's still going on.
Partnership with the community, Central Valley Community Foundation.
Yeah. When is the screening of this year's Big Tell?
Yeah, so
all 10.
I guess we can, because I did get confirmation that it's going to be on Thanksgiving weekend. I think it's Saturday, November 26th at 8 o'clock on KC24 and on CMAC at the same time. Will be the debut of this year's The Big Tell Film Contest documentary films. So 10 documentary films.
November 26th is the Saturday.
Yeah, November 26th at 8 o'clock. So look out for that.
Very excited to watch these documentaries.
Cool.
Yes.
But we are still, as I mentioned, in the 5 o'clock hour. We're talking about CMAC programming activities from 2019.
Yes.
What else do we got on our list, Kyle?
So we did something fun at CMAC Fest for 2019. We set up a slow-mo booth. We took our cameras. We had cameras that could do high-speed recording to create slow-motion video. It was a fun blast. Here is kind of a recap of that.
And we mentioned earlier that, while we are celebrating kind of 10 years and looking back at programming that was produced, we are also celebrating our 10th anniversary with CMAC Fest coming back this year.
Yes.
So November 3rd, Art Hop Night.
5 p.m.
Yeah, 5 to 9 roughly. We're going to have a big outdoor event here at CMAC in partnership with Fresno Street Eats. So you're going to have food trucks, you're going to have art vendors, some of the CMAC staff, live music. Some of the CMAC staff will be showing off their own personal artwork. It's going to be a fun time, so come down and join us for that.
Yes.
But let's take a look at
some of the fun that was.
There'll also be a slow-mo booth.
Another slow motion booth.
Let's see what the slow-mo booth was like at CMAC Fest 2019.
Yes. There's just music.
But this is when you'll get to experience. There's Doc, who's our producer of the year or volunteer of the year in 2019.
But then he produced the year.
Yeah, he was volunteer of the year.
Tino and his son Jimmy, second place winner of the 2017 Filmmakes. You can take home the gold the next one. But we took this slow-mo footage and recorded it. Oh, there's Caesar's daughter, Emmy. And then we took the video clips the same night and plugged them into the CMAC and the MTV. And we had a projector hooked up to that, and we were projecting it on the wall shortly after they were recorded. So the way that it looks like
Fest and jump into this logo.
Bring your phone. We'll set up a way to airdrop, snap drop it to you. You can have that video immediately. Oh yeah, that one was kind of gross. They wanted to spit beer at each other. Kids really understood. Oh, there's Zach Saldana and our DJ that night. Whipping their hand. Jump. I can someone jumped down on the jump. There's Parker. We'd get to see Edna.
finish your film, because a lot of people who are interested in creating a documentary film or any kind of creative endeavor, it's very easy to get stuck and to just quit. But the fact that all 12 of these kids spent 14 weeks with us, actually it was more than 14 weeks, probably more like 16, 17 weeks, and they completed their films for better or worse. It was awesome.
Yeah, Youth Voices.
Really cool.
We will likely do this again next year. So if you're
definitely will.
interested in learning more, sign up for the CMAC newsletter at cmac.tv/newsletter.
Yeah.
And you'll get email updates about what's happening at CMAC, including the next time we open up the cohort for CMAC Youth Voices. Okay, so in 2020, the first CMAC Youth Voices cohort finished their films. I would like to play one of the uplifting story and probably the happiest story of the three documentaries. Tolteca, about a local candy entrepreneur. Let's take a look.
Welcome to Tolteca. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm not. Mi nombre es Aarón Ordaz. Yo soy originario de la Ciudad de México y de allá emigré hacia los Estados Unidos, principalmente en California. Los Ángeles fue mi llegada principal cuando llegué recientemente aquí a Estados Unidos. Yo llegué un abril 18 del 1987. Pero mi niñez fue muy bonita. Vengo de una familia muy unida. Todos los mexicanos somos regularmente muy unidos. No teníamos lujos, pero no teníamos carencias. En mi adolescencia, yo estaba estudiando, antes de venir hacia acá, la universidad. Estaba en la Universidad Autónoma de México, cruzando mi tercer trimestre en ingeniería en mecánica. Y platicando con varios amigos, me dijeron que en el Politécnico era una mejor escuela para cursar una carrera técnica. Entonces decidí cambiarme de escuela de la Universidad Autónoma de México al Politécnico. En ese inter pierdo un trimestre de escuela y por coincidencia uno de mis primos, primo hermano, venía a Estados Unidos a trabajar con su papá, un tío hermano de mi madre, y me invita. Entonces yo dije, bueno, pues vamos a Estados Unidos a pasear mientras regreso a la escuela. Y llegando aquí, mi sorpresa fue de que comencé a trabajar. Me gustó. Vi la diferencia entre lo que uno gana en México y lo que ganaba aquí. Y después de 3 meses que yo tenía que regresar a México, me quedé. Porque empecé a trabajar en una empresa a donde me dieron la oportunidad de empezar en ventas. En los fines de semana o los días que tenía libres, me dio por ir a comprar productos de dulce y me venía al área de Santa Bárbara, Oxnard, Ventura, a vender esos productos y al mismo tiempo como que a medio vacacionar el fin de semana con las ganancias que me proveía el producto. Así que lo hacía sin la intención de hacer un negocio, pero cuando me di cuenta de la necesidad de esos productos en esas zonas y que a medida que yo iba subiendo más hacia el norte eran mejores aceptados, empecé a considerar la idea de realmente enfocarme en ese tipo de negocio. Así que me di cuenta que teníamos que buscar un hombre muy corto, que fuera fácil de identificar, pero al mismo tiempo que tuviera peso. Y dije, bueno, yo soy originario de la Ciudad de México. Los que fundaron la Ciudad de México fueron los toltecas. Los toltecas fueron los primeros que fundaron toda la planicie de la Ciudad de México. Dejaron un legado muy bonito, en el cual toda la cultura de los toltecas es muy grande. Y como en ese entonces y a la fecha no hay tantas compañías que tengan el nombre de tolteca, por eso dije, bueno, creo que el más apropiado es tolteca. Entonces, como teníamos que hacer una fusión entre lo mexicano y lo americano, entonces por eso es Candies Tolteca. Empezamos la casa, podríamos decir que en la sala de la casa. Eventualmente nos dimos a la tarea de rentar una pequeña bodega que en ese entonces medía tal vez 2.500 pies. Contratamos a 2 personas que nos ayudaban a empacar o a reempacar el dulce que yo compraba, y yo, que era el que me dedicaba a vender todo. Y pues, después de muchos años, estamos hablando de 22 años, hemos podido crear una empresa en la que distribuimos todo tipo de dulce mexicano, botanas. Contamos ahorita con 22 vendedores que andan en todo el norte de California, Nevada, Utah. Afortunadamente le podemos dar trabajo en la zona de empaque a un promedio de 13 personas, más lo que involucra oficina, serían tal vez otras 5 personas. Y ese ha sido un arduo trabajo, pero siempre muy bonito, con la mentalidad de llegar lo más arriba que se pueda. Creo que este país nos brinda muchas oportunidades, porque es un país noble, es un país a donde el que lucha por alcanzar un sueño lo puede lograr. Creo que es muy bonito el poder ver lo que has logrado y la gente que te está rodeando y que te está acompañando en la aventura.
Hey, yeah, Ruben made a great documentary, and it was a team effort. He was collaborating with other youth voices, cohort members. Sorry, I'm just getting us back online on Facebook. CMAC 10-year anniversary live stream.
At that time, were students still receiving the stipend?
That first year we didn't do a stipend. They all got iPads instead.
That was their stipend.
Yeah, that was their stipend. They all got an iPad. And then the second year we introduced the stipends. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And we're back on Facebook.
Back
Excellent.
on Facebook.
Very cool.
Do we
Very
have
cool.
the donate button attached to that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let's see if I can fix that while we're live. Oh yeah, I can hear ourselves.
All right, so we're still in the year 2020, the dark times, the beginning of the dark times. But before the dark times, there was one other thing we did before the world shut down, and that was StoryCorps, a partnership with KVPR and NPR. The StoryCorps Airstreamer came and parked outside of CMAC, and people could schedule times to sit down and record with their loved ones and have it archived in the StoryCorps archives. And if selected, you know, the NPR people would kind of listen to them, and if they liked the story, they would play it on the radio. And they would, the person who did it would also get a copy of a recording. And then it was also like, if you missed StoryCorps, you could also become a CMAC member and come use our podcast studio and do the same thing as well. But no, it was really cool. Joe Moore came out and talked. You talked a little bit. Someone from the National StoryCorps thing talked. This video is a little long, so we might jump around in it. But let's check out a little bit of the StoryCorps kickoff event.
I want to welcome you all here today to CMAC, this beautiful facility in downtown Fresno. My name is Joe Moore from Valley Public Radio, and we are so pleased to welcome StoryCorps to Central California. On behalf of everyone at the radio station, we were thrilled almost a year ago when we first started talking with StoryCorps that they wanted to come here to the Valley, and it was just an honor to have the mobile tour come here to Central California for its longest stop of the year. They're going to be here for just about 6 weeks, recording 150 stories from 300 Valley residents that capture the rich history and legacy of so many people here in Central California. Before we go any further, I want to thank some folks who helped make this possible. First of all, the entire StoryCorps team who's here. You'll hear from them in a little bit, but they have done just an incredible job. And also Danielle Anderson, who's not here today in the advanced team, but they've just been a pleasure to work with and an honor to be partnered with as part of this project here in launching this in Fresno. I would also like to thank Brian Harley of CMAC for being such gracious hosts of this, and for all of their work that went into this. There were some technical challenges we had to overcome, and I'd like to thank him for that, and also the Electric Motor Shop for helping us out in making those technical hurdles eventually just fade away, and it's all working here very nicely. I would also like to take a moment and recognize our sponsors that are helping make this stop on the StoryCorps mobile tour possible, and that's the Karazi Foundation. Attorney Ty Karazi, please give them a round of applause. I know Ty wanted to be here today. I haven't seen him here right now, but he is very busy as a local attorney and doing great work there. So we thank them for their sponsorship of StoryCorps, and also Semi Real Estate and Sharina Semi, who is here today. Please give them a round of applause. And not only their sponsorship of this, but also helping us find the housing to house the 3 StoryCorps staff members who are here today. Thank you so much for your support of the station and of this project and of our community. So I just have very brief remarks. You know, StoryCorps is something that I've been familiar with for many years now, as it broadcasts its weekly national features on NPR's Morning Edition every Friday. I always like to say it's the one part of the week when the news of the day sort of goes to the side burner with NPR, and we really hear human stories. And so often they are just so moving and touching. Sometimes they're funny, sometimes they're sad, sometimes they're about love, sometimes they're about heartbreak or about loss or about family and belonging. And all of those themes are so important, especially I think at a time like today when it seems like our country is so divided. I think a project like StoryCorps is something that can really bring people together. So we are so honored to be able to work with StoryCorps. We hope that we'll hear some of these local stories eventually on the national broadcast. But beyond that, we're also really pleased and honored to announce that we are going to be launching our own series drawn from the recordings that are made here in the Valley, which we will call StoryCorps San Joaquin. After StoryCorps leaves, they're going to hand us all of these hours of tape, and we'll go through and find the best parts, and we're going to be launching a series this spring and summer that will be a broadcast series on Valley Edition and also a standalone podcast that will feature highlights from the stories we gather here. So we can't wait to have those on our air and do all of that. And I know our team of reporters and producers are going to be doing that. I'd like to also honor and recognize all of the Valley Public Radio staff members here today. If you could please raise your hands for doing all of the hard work that makes the station happen and makes projects like this possible. And one final note, on March 19th at Bitwise South Stadium, we will be celebrating the launch of StoryCorps San Joaquin with a listening event. You'll be able to hear some of the great work that StoryCorps has done in other communities. They even have some really cool animations that they have created that go along with some of the other stories they've recorded. And if you haven't, please check out storycorps.org. And you can also sign up for the remaining events, remaining recording sessions that are going to be released. The second round of reservations is coming out very soon. So storycorps.org and sign up there. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome our partner for the venue, Brian Harley of CMAC, to tell you a little more about CMAC. So please give him a round of applause.
Yay!
Brian, you don't want to watch yourself? You don't want to watch?
No, I'm right here. I'm live.
Yeah.
In person.
That was March or late February. StoryCorps was only here for like 2 weeks, and then the world shut down.
Yeah.
And then the trailer was here for quite a while. Like, it was only supposed to be here for 6 weeks, but it ended up being here for like 2 or 3 months.
Like they just left it.
Well, there was somebody. Well,
no, they packed up and left.
They packed up and left.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I feel
They got outta here.
like they kept it here because they weren't sure how to.
They had a lot more places on their tour. You know, they from Fresno, before Fresno, I think they were in Long Beach, somewhere in Southern California. They came here. They were supposed to stop all along California on their way back to DC, where they're based, and that just got completely thrown out the window with the pandemic and all that.
But now they know how to do it remotely, and in fact, StoryCorps for this year, their big thing is like trying to get people across the aisle to talk. And Lauren, my wife, has signed up to talk to someone who is politically opposite her, and they're supposed to talk for an hour and work through.
That's related to StoryCorps. It's a separate program called One Small Step.
One Small Step,
where they try to pair up folks from differing political views to talk about anything except politics.
Yeah.
So it's just, trying to bridge that divide between people who, might otherwise disagree when it comes to things like politics. So yeah, it's a really cool program. We've hosted a couple of the recordings here. And yeah, you can hit the link on our website and sign up if you're interested in participating in that program.
Yeah,
It's
and
cool.
yeah, some of the people you can choose to do it locally with people that are local, or you can choose to do it remotely. And I think Lauren's doing it over a Zoom call.
Yeah,
which would be super cool.
Nice.
But then the world shut down, and we were like, "Cool, we'll work from home for 2 weeks," and then 2 weeks became a month. And then 2 months. But we did, shortly after starting to work from home, we were contacted by the Fresno Teachers Association. They were trying to do a fundraiser to raise funds to continue to be able to serve lunches to students in the area, in Fresno Unified. And so that they could still eat if their parents had to work or had food deserts.
Yep.
They rely on school for food. So this is a concert we did here in the studio. We all kind of socially distanced, and the band 40 Watt Hype came and set up, and they isolated together. They were already like working together to continue to play together, and this is the little concert that we put on to raise money for the Fresno Teachers Association.
Performance by Fresno Unified Superintendent Bob Nelson. In addition to the great music, you'll have an opportunity to donate to feed families of Fresno Unified students affected by the COVID-19 crisis. So let's get started with tonight's concert presented by the Fresno Teachers Association and CMAC.
Shining like the city, come and get it if you feel it. There's all my people gonna rise tonight. So look out all that's below, cause it's about to explode. But before we walk out that door, we gotta...
All right, welcome everybody. On behalf of the educators of Fresno Unified and on behalf of CMAC, welcome. My name is Manuel Bonilla. I am the president of the Fresno Teachers Association. Welcome to our first ever stay-at-home concert live stream via our Facebook page and New Rock 104's Facebook page and many other Facebook pages like CMAC and I believe a couple other organizations. So with me tonight is 40 Watt Hype. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. We are trying to practice social distancing as much as possible. And so before we get started, I just want to go ahead and introduce Aaron. Aaron, thank you so much for being here. Can you tell us a little bit about your band?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for having us and thinking of us in this time. This is Andrew Munoz on keys. This is Robert Ruffner on the trombone, Mr. Sean Alderete on the drums, and Pat Olvera on the bass. And we've been based out of the Central Valley for quite some time. We've traveled all over the country and had our music films and television shows and stuff, so we're trying to spread the Central Valley love out.
For sure. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the band, where you could find their merchandise, where you can find their music. That's coming up. We're definitely going to get to the music right now. But the reason why we're coming together is because we obviously have a need in our community. We have many different needs that we need to try to meet. And this concert is about trying to do that. We know that we have families that are or that are impacted by this crisis. And so we, as an organization, Fresno Teachers Association, are pledging $10,000 to help feed those families, the families of Fresno and Fresno Unified. And we are asking you, if you can donate anything, that you please do so. Help us to match that money. We have 3 different ways that you could do that. We have a GoFundMe page, and that information is on your screen, a Venmo at Fresno Teachers, and with our Cash App as well, also Fresno Teachers. So multiple ways that you could donate tonight. We'll talk more about how you might be able to do that. But first, let's just get straight to the music. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. Again, we'll be back to talk a little bit more about how you could get their music. But right now, let's do it live. Ladies and gentlemen, 40 Watt Hype.
All right. Thanks everybody for tuning in and joining us. You know, I was talking to someone the other day and they said, you know, isn't it going to be weird where you guys bring all your stuff and you get set up and you play to an empty room? And I thought about it. And I said, you know what, this is a band full of lifelong musicians and we're totally accustomed and totally used to playing to empty rooms all the time. So this is nothing new. Appreciate you guys tuning in.
Want you to get caught in negativity. We seem to want to let and when we can't stand on our 2 feet. And people talking while they should be on that walking, should be living what you learned. Oh my man, gotta get out the house, get up and do something. Hey.
Actually, tonight instead of get out the house, get up and do something, I think it's going to be stay in the house, sit out, and do nothing, right? Hey! Let me tell you. Hey, let me tell you about the way my day begins. I pray that I may have the strength to drag the lane to get me head in this game. Get out the house, get up, and do nothing. Too many sleepless nights, too many solo flights, too many baby mites, too many parasites. Get them out your mind, man, cause we don't need it. And please don't feed it, cause it'll breed it. Panther seeds in the ground, it's out in diseases. To get your rhyme to reason, that ain't the way to please it. They got you down low, feeling so lonely, feeling so phony, feeling so lonely, feeling so homely. My man, you got to get out the house, get up and do something.
You got to get up. And I know you got your problem, but you got to solve them. You know you got to get up. Cause we all need somebody that we can hold on to. And you know you got to get up. I know you got your problem, but you got to solve them. You know you got to get up. Cause we all need somebody that we can cause we don't stop. And we don't stop. Right now you gotta hold. Right now you gotta hold. See once you got it. You see once you got it. We clock it like a metronome. People got to let you know. All in together now. Stand on up and shout like you mean it. I thrown it up, that's why they said you got to get up. The music is the message and the music is the setup. Keep on marching and keep on marching and keep on driving and driving and driving. We're turning like that phoenix on the next horizon. It's down in the minds to turn the gold to the diamonds. Hey, we gon' make it right tonight. We gon' start it up and let it ride tonight. Shining like a city, come and get it if you feel me. Cause all my people gonna ride. And look out all that's below. It's about to explode. Before we walk out that door, we gotta want more. You got to get up. And I know you got your problem, but you got to solve them. You know you got to get up. Cause we all need somebody somebody that we can hold.
TV to get continuity. We seek to want to lend a hand when we can stand on our 2 feet. Come on, the people talking while they should be on their walking, should be living what you learn. Oh my man, get out the house, get up and do something.
Oh man, 40 Watt Hype, they're one of my favorite local bands. I honestly, I could just watch that whole video again. I've said that to about a couple of videos today, but that also one. I just remember like sitting, I was mixing the sound for that show, and I was just like, oh man, this is so cool. 40 Watt Hype, they've been around forever. When I was younger and like trying to play music locally and stuff, like they were the band to play with. It's really, really cool. So 2020, working from home, the start of the pandemic, the panini, the panorama, and one of the things that we realized we needed to do was to inspire CMAC members and the community to keep creating from home. So one of the things that we did was started making tutorials about creating from home, grabbing your phone and filming, use iMovie or like LumaFusion or something simple to edit, and so that you could still make the videos that you want to make. You know, some of these long time CMAC members that we've seen, like Jackie and Debbie, wanted to keep making stuff, and we just had to pivot really, really quickly. And we kind of talked about, we've got the podcast studio upstairs. Podcasting still, as popular as it was a few years ago. And I made a tutorial called Podcasting with Anchor, because Anchor had recently come out with a mobile app to essentially make podcasts with your phone, with your iPad. You can even like do like remote calls with people and record. And people were asking like, I want to learn how to make a podcast from home. And I was like, great, you could do it with your phone. And
upload it straight through Anchor. It'll go to all the different platforms.
Yes, yeah. With your Anchor account, you can
piece it together,
edit it, and then publish it all from your mobile device. So this is knocked our previously most watched video on YouTube, which was another tutorial on how to do green screen with the new tech TriCaster. That one had like nearly 70,000 views. And this just a few months ago, this video beat that video for most views. So here's just a little snippet of the tutorial. And if you are interested in learning more about this tutorial or the other tutorials we made while working from home, I will tell you where to find that. Everyone, Kyle from CMAC here, and in today's tutorial I kind of wanted to change things up and talk about an app that I really don't have any experience with, and I thought it might be fun if you come along on this journey with me and we figure out how to record, edit, and publish a podcast through the Anchor app. Anchor is an app and platform that allows you to record, edit, and upload your podcasts to Anchor servers, and they will push it out to be played on practically any podcast platform that you like to listen to, whether that be that podcast app that comes with Apple devices or Google devices, Spotify, Overcast, Pocket Cast, wherever you want to listen to audio podcasts. This should be your one-stop shop to set it all up. The reason for this is podcasts are decentralized. It's not quite like YouTube where you go to youtube.com and search for the video you want. There isn't necessarily one podcast website. Instead, it's all decentralized and wrapped around a system called RSS. But the point of Anchor is to kind of simplify that and act like the YouTube for podcasts. So let's check it out. Let's see if we can set up a podcast from scratch and get it online. The Anchor app works on both iOS, iPadOS, and Android devices. Plus, they have a web interface if you're recording and editing on a computer. But I kind of want to keep it simple. I want to do it all from my mobile device. I'm going to use my iPad today, but theoretically, this should be very, very similar if you're doing it on a phone as well. First, I need to download the app. I have the little cloud icon because I have already downloaded the app, but I started to download it and thought, you know what? Let's take people along for this ride. So I'm in the App Store. I pulled up the page for the app. It's got all the information about it right here. And I'm just going to hit the cloud icon to download it. Now, if you hadn't already downloaded it, it would say Get App, and you would download it. All right, the app just finished downloading. Let's open it up. I think right at the beginning, it's going to want to set up an account. Actually, it's asking if I can use Bluetooth, so I'm going to hit OK. So Anchor allows me to log in up in the top right, sign up with my Facebook account, or sign up with just my email address. I'm going to sign up with my email address just to kind of set it up from scratch. All right, type in my name, my email. I'm going to make a simple password for the account. After creating an account, I have to verify my account so I can move forward. So I'm going to check my email, tap on the link in my email, and then return to the Anchor app.
Later that same evening.
It asks, what brings you to Anchor? I want to make a new podcast, tell me more about podcasting, or switch my existing podcast to Anchor. Now, I kind of know what the basics of podcasting are, and if you need to know the basics of podcasting, check out our other tutorials about an introduction to podcasting and podcasting from home. I kind of know what a podcast is, and I don't have an existing podcast I want to move into Anchor, so I'm going to select, I want to make a new podcast. All right, notifications, push notifications. Sure. I don't like a lot of push notifications, but for the sake of today and this tutorial, let's turn on some notifications. All right, so it looks like there's a number of things I can do right inside of this app. I can record by myself. I can record with friends. I believe if I wanted to record remotely with other people, they will also need to have the Anchor app on their mobile device as well. And then it essentially creates a phone call and records that phone call with all people in the call. Library, okay, so it's going to hang on to the audio for me. So probably if I record something like an intro and I want it to be the same every time, I can reuse that same audio for every episode. Voice messages, listeners can send in questions, submissions for your next episode. That's really cool. So if you have an episode and it's a Q&A style episode and you want people to be able to drop a line and ask questions, looks like there's a system for people to record voice messages, send them to you so that you can incorporate them into your next episode. It's got interludes. So I think these are little pieces of sound, little musical bits or sound effects that can take us from one segment to another in the podcast. And then there are actual dedicated sounds. I think these are sound effects and little music stingers to take us from section to section as well. And full-on songs from Spotify. So Spotify owns Anchor. They are kind of the back end of Anchor, and it looks like it'll allow us to pull songs from Spotify that are approved for use to use in these Anchor podcasts. Very cool. All right, well, I kind of have an outline for a brand new podcast. Let's do a little recording. So I have some notes as to what my podcast is going to be. Definitely check out our tutorial on pre-production so you can see what you need to put together before you even press record on your podcast. Very simple. Tap here to start recording. All right, so let me get my notes here. And I believe I can record these segment by segment. So I'm going to simply start with an introduction, do it as many times as I need to kind of get it right. So Anchor's telling me it's okay to just use the microphone built right into my iPad. And honestly, the microphone built into an iPad, iPhone, or Android phone is going to be great as long as you're in a quiet environment. I would probably also move into an even quieter environment with less reflections. My office still has 4 walls and sound kind of bounces around a little bit. If I could record inside of my car, cars are great because they're insulated and they're trying to keep outside sounds out, or a closet filled with clothes. That works really great too. If you can get inside your closet with your mobile device to record your audio podcast, that will sound great. No reflections and not a lot of sound coming in from the outside. So I'll enable my microphone. All right, here we go. Welcome to Movies with Kyle, a show where Kyle talks about the movies that he's checked out and gives his recommendation to check it out or not. That's okay. Let me try it again.
And we're back.
Okay, you don't need to listen to me fumble around with creating a podcast on the spot in my iPad. But yeah, we created a series of tutorials from how to plan to make a video or a podcast, and then producing a video from home with a mobile device, or eventually we reopened Checkout, and you could check out cameras, and then started to check out computers, so then you can edit. And all of these tutorials, I believe, are at cmac.tv/tutorial or tutorials?
Video tutorials.
Video-tutorials.
Yes.
Yes. We'll put the link in the description of the video. And we've made these tutorials completely free. Even if you're not a CMAC member, you can watch these tutorials that we've made on our website for free to just start creating. Even if you don't live in the Central Valley, you're not a CMAC member, you can watch these tutorials and get going.
But we're also back in person now, so come to a workshop.
It's real life. It's 2022. We're open. We're in person. We have workshops available for members.
Last month I taught a podcast workshop and it was great.
Yeah.
So we've got opportunities now.
We mentioned earlier Kirk Cruz, guest artist, teaching artist, did a workshop on storyboarding, which was really, really cool. And we're going to plan even more of those teaching artist events, but also our kind of core workshops to get you what you need to know to make videos and podcasts here at CMAC. Now, let's take a look at some stuff some members made while sheltering in place, working from home. We had some really cool stuff from a friend of CMAC. Let's see, here it is. Dom Satterberg, he is a friend of CMAC. He was also a video producer at Fresno State at the time. He's now moved to Washington, but he started this series called Dom the DP in the Garage, where he just kind of set up camera equipment in his garage, kind of like I did at my office at home to make tutorials. It's a really cool YouTube account. Follow Dom the DP. Let's take a look at what Dom was up to. Play full screen.
Hello. Let me zoom in here. Ooh, look at that. I think we're focused here. How's my hair? I'm a 38-year-old dad of 3. I've never had a YouTube channel. I don't even know what I'm doing, but I have all this gear. I was out here earlier with my kids. We set up some lights. We were playing with cameras and taking photos. And before I tear it all down, I wanted to make a video and essentially put it out to the world that I'm here to answer your questions. I'm by no means an expert at anything, but I've got some knowledge in this brain of mine about sports cinematography, higher ed video production, among other things, parenting. So I just want to kind of throw out my first video in this beautiful setting. Whatever questions you have, is it about the gear I use? Is it about my lazy eye? Yes, that's a thing. Is it about how I got into certain industries, some interesting times we're living in. I just want to be able to create content and help out people out there who, a lot of us are sitting at home right now. Some have jobs, some don't have jobs. I'm blessed to still have a job. I've got some knowledge that I'd love to share with you. And by you, I mean my 11 YouTube subscribers as it sits today. A, hopefully the subscriber count goes up. B, hopefully I can provide some value to you. And if no one has any questions, then I'm probably gonna get the Flowbee out and give myself a haircut. Let me know what your question is, and I will be back next week to answer those questions. Hit me up.
Yes. So Dom, the DP, he's a director of photography now for T-Mobile.
T-Mobile.
And he does the NFL films. He interned. He said he had to intern for like a year, unpaid, just showing up at the football games. Back when they did the reels on film. So he wasn't doing the NFL live broadcast. He was NFL Films, which is like a division under the NFL organization, and they recorded stuff for the Wednesday shows.
Yeah. Documentary pieces and stuff.
Yeah, and it's really he does really great work. I've known him for like 13 years now. We go way back, and it was just always cool to hear his stories, and it's awesome that he made a YouTube account to tell those stories. So follow him on YouTube. We post his videos on the CMAC channel as well, and the CMAC website. But he's got some really great information, and thank goodness he's got more than 12 subscribers. I don't know, he's probably got like 2,000 or something. He's really taken off. It's really good stuff. Very informative. Good stuff to learn from. Let's take a look at another member that was working on cool projects during the Panini. Danny Minch is a local comedian and hosts a couple of comedy shows. But while everyone was sheltering in place at home, Danny did some cooking videos, some cooking shows, because he is vegan. And this is one of my favorite videos of his. He explains how to make vegan scrambled eggs. I didn't know that there was such a thing. I learned that it existed, and now you will too, and also learn how to make it. So here's Danny Minch's vegan scrambled eggs.
Hey guys, just getting the camera angles. Oh, I better shut that door. Camera angle set. Looking very forward to my birthday show, giving back to some people. I am super excited. There is nothing else in this coffee. Nothing, I swear to you. I need some type of cream. I'm going to have what I cultured vegan butter, Italian food today. So I'm going to go with some coffee. This is honest to God coffee. There is nothing else in this coffee. Nothing, I swear to you. Nothing else in this coffee. Vegan. This is 100% vegan. Also, let me go through some more of the spices. Of course, you're going to need a brick of tofu. The butter I use is, I've told you this before, and I'm not sponsored by them, is Miyoko's cultured vegan butter. And a little couple of extra things I put in. You guys probably won't have this. This is Delicio bacon seasoning. It's 100% vegan, but it gives a little smoky flavor to it. Nikki, thank you for joining in. Triple K, thanks for tuning in. They have many different flavors. For this one, I use the bacon seasoning because why? Here's why I put just a touch of this in with my tofu, because when you're making breakfast, a lot of times you're cooking the bacon alongside the eggs. The bacon is right by the eggs, and a little bit of that grease gets into a lot of times your scrambled eggs, and it gives it a little bacon-y flavor. So since we are not going to be doing too much cooking with bacon, because this is a vegan meal, I do have what I love is this smokehouse, Lifehouse tempeh, smoky tempeh, which is a great bacon substitute. I use it in soups. I also use it in nachos, like when I'm going to cut some nachos up and put some the fake cheese on top of it and all that stuff for the vegan nachos. Had some last night. It was fantastic. Drizzle a little barbecue sauce over the top of it. Make it a little southwestern flavor. But you actually have to special order this. The only place I know that might carry it is Amazon. But I get it directly through the company. You don't have to use this. You could use a little touch. I mean, the drop. Just a drop. Don't use a whole bunch. Just a drop of a Wright's liquid smoke, which is also vegan. So it's just smoky water. Just put it in there. So thank you for watching. We're going to get to the eggs in just a second. We're going to need some type of cream. I'm going to be using this Khalifa Better Half unsweetened, unflavored coconut and almond cream. If you want it to be a little more savory, go with just all coconut. If you want it to be a little less savory, not as good, to me, is almond milk, because almond milk is a little bit thinner. And we're going to do an episode on me making almond milk, because I like to make my own almond milk. So that's going to be a fun thing. I'm going to make it 2 ways for you guys, too. So we've got our yeast, garlic powder, salt. I'm not using any salt in mine today, because I'm going to be using the onion salt instead of the granulated onion and the salt. So this is going to be my one thing. And then my secret little ingredient, aside from the bacon flavoring, is you get this at Trader Joe's. You could get any brand really, but I really prefer the Trader Joe's vegan chickenless seasoning salt. Another reason we're not putting any more salt in it, because we're putting salt and salt. Just a touch of this, like an 1/8 of a teaspoon of this in there, will give it just a, just like that bacon, just a, that will pop the scramble so well. So what we're going to do, we're going to put those all together in a little ramekin right now. And, you know, that's what she said, ramekin. How do you like my background over here, over the table? It's a nice little sitting area with that chair is covered in a dog pattern. I should bring you closer to it. It's a beautiful dog chair. And of course my dog's bed is right in front of it. So you're getting to see my living room as well as getting to cook with me in a vegan way. Mike Thompson, thanks for joining. Sarah, thank you for waving in, for joining in. Sola, thank you again for joining in. Get your coffee. Let's get to our spices. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to take 1/4 teaspoon, the little guy, of garlic powder. And you can put a little bit more if you like. You don't want it to be overpowerly garlic in there. This is just going to give it a little bite to give it that egg flavor. Now I use 1/8 of this bacon seasoning. If you don't
My mic wasn't on. I didn't have my mic on. The whole time. I thought I did it. I did not. Well, we're back. Tell Danny Minch to make more vegan cooking so that I don't eat a cheeseburger on my lunch break, dinner break. Check out Danny Minch's comedy on Facebook and Instagram. And let's check out another member program. This one is very, very cool. I believe it originated in 2020. The Egerts, Explore with the Egerts, member Tammy Egert made some cool stuff. This is them exploring the Viking Lewis Creek. I don't know where that is, but we're gonna take a look, so I will learn where it is.
After so many days of rain, we finally got a break in the weather, and even some sun. So it's time to go mountain biking and exploring out at Lewis Creek Trail. Lewis Creek is located about an hour's drive east of Fresno, and the parking is located right off of Highway 41. There's actually a sign a few miles after the Bass Lake turnoff, so it's really a miss. The trail itself is considered a moderate trail from one end to the other. It's about 3.81 miles. But really, most people usually only travel a couple of miles up to the waterfall and then head back to their car.
I don't know why they have this sign here. I have never seen a mountain lion, nor have I ever heard of a mountain lion in this area. But I guess they do exist. Otherwise, I don't think they would have a sign up. A little disturbing, but I think we'll be okay.
There are actually several ways to access Lewis Creek Trail. You can get to it by going out to Camp Sugar Pine and up Cedar Valley Road. We like this one. I think it's the best start because it has the least incline to get going on your bike.
All right, then go ahead and go. Whoa.
Garry's gonna help me take my bike across.
Yep.
You are? Okay. What a wonderful husband. Going across a log instead of a built trail. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to go across. I don't have a bike, so it's going to be a lot easier. But I will have to deal with this camera. Did you stay on one side of it? Awkward, huh? We got metal on the bottom of my shoes, so they're kind of slippery. Woo! We made it! Yay! No swim for us today. You're probably going, boo! That would have been funny to watch.
actually poured out onto the trail. And a team of us literally, I'm surprised how much it has come down. A team of us literally dug this down and made the stream back into its natural water course. Really cool. What do you think of the... It worked! Digging the little bit that we did, it finally got...
All right.
Yeah. Tammy and her family were really inspiring, especially in 2020, to get out and go explore, go hike a trail. The nice thing about the Central Valley is we're surrounded by so many great opportunities. Yosemite, Sequoia National Park, Kings Canyon National Park, but also just the stuff around us, Pincushion and everything, and Dinky Creek.
Get out there and explore, people.
Yeah, because I need to do that to work off this cheeseburger I just ate.
Yes.
For sure.
Well, we are nearing the end of hour 9 of this 10-hour live stream.
Yes.
Crazy.
The year 2020,
2020
is almost behind us. Sometimes it still feels like it's 2020.
I know, yes. But we wanted to shout out, before we move on to 2021, shout out our producers and volunteers of the year from 2020. Producers of the year were Julia and Lennis, who produce
On Me
Network. Produce about, several hours of content every single day.
5 hours of content every week.
Every week, yeah. With their show, On Me Network, which focuses on news and information for the Black community.
Yes.
And they've been doing this for many years now, and started airing daily on CMAC in 2020. They do an awesome job. They're still doing it in 2022. Very cool people. I believe they're also involved in the African American Museum of Central California, which is just down the street here in downtown.
Yes, I see Linus riding his bike from there quite often. It's very cool.
Very cool people. Also, producers of the year in 2020 were James Whitfield, who was a member here at CMAC, did a show called Barbershop Talk, where he just went to his local barbershop, place he would always go, and just captured the interesting conversations that take place inside the barbershop.
Yeah, really great stuff.
Would also, cover his church services at the church that he attended. Really nice guy. Unfortunately passed away in 2020 as well.
Yes.
But just always loved seeing him around the media center. He was really, positive kind of person to be around.
Yeah, great energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we had a third producer of the year. Not common to have 3 producers. We usually have 1 or 2.
And it was Shira Gordon.
Yes. Dr. Shira Gordon.
Dr. Shira Gordon, science communicator extraordinaire.
And now works for the federal government making videos.
Yes.
So she really cut her teeth here. She was one of the few members to make a 360 video. She made the life of a tree nut. I want to say that was in 2018. I couldn't find the link to it because you have to watch on YouTube so you can get the 360 experience.
Yep.
I think she's kind of cleaned up her YouTube channel now that she works for the government. But yeah, really, really cool and informative educational science videos.
Yep. And then our volunteer of the year in 2020 was Ed Goto.
Edward Goto. Yes. He was a big proponent of the Fulton Mall, the walking mall.
Yes.
And he himself as a producer created a series of videos about why Fulton should have stayed a mall, and was quite sad when it got turned back into a street.
Also a winner of the Big Tell grant from last year and this year.
Yes, making documentaries for the Big Tell.
Yeah, produced a documentary about Stan Bitters and his unique ceramic artwork.
You can see his artwork outside of Duncan Ceramics, or I Heart to Create now. those colorful wheels outside. You can see them from Clovis Avenue at Shields by the airport.
And then I think Ed's documentary this year is going to be about the mochi place down in Chinatown.
Yes, yeah. Mochi ice cream. It's like the size of your fist.
It apparently has been there in Chinatown for 100 years. It's one of few places in the United States that's still
handmade,
locally owned, family owned, and making mochi in that traditional way.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. And it's relatively inexpensive. It's cash only. So if you find yourself in downtown or Chinatown and want some mochi ice cream.
What's the place called? I'm totally blanking.
I don't know either. I know how to get there.
It's in Chinatown.
And then I need to bring a $10 bill to buy like 3 pieces of mochi.
Yeah.
But Ed was Volunteer of the Year because of his hard work working alongside member Doug Bloomer, filming, editing, and just all around good guy, helping out, figures in action.
It was a hard year to be a Volunteer of the Year, 2020.
Yeah.
There weren't a lot of opportunities, but I'd like to think that Ed's award is definitely a recognition of his body of work as a CMAC member. He was an early CMAC member, I think probably joined in 2012 with folks like Garry Johnson and Paul Starcevich, early member. So very appreciative of Ed and all that he does.
And he's still here regularly. He was here last week. Yeah.
Saw him Saturday.
Yeah.
So it's the 7 o'clock hour, gentlemen.
Our 9th. We're entering
our 9th.
Our
final hour. I think I had said 9th hour. I'm losing track of what I'm saying.
We've been doing this. We've been doing this for 9 hours.
Daylight.
For 9 hours, and it shows. I think at the beginning of at 10 o'clock, Jeff made the comment. We'll see what your energy level's like when you get to the last hour. And
I've got it. No, we've got it.
Viewers, leave us a comment.
How disheveled we look.
I can't even articulate it anymore. I can't even articulate.
Don't have words.
No.
Any longer.
No. But it's been fun.
It's been fun. It's been a great.
But we got 1 hour to go, people.
1 more hour. We're gonna look at stuff from 2021, but also maybe a little bit of 2022.
Yeah. 2022 is not quite done yet, but we'll touch on a couple things.
Yeah.
Nice.
I want to kick off this hour with some videos we made as a partnership with the City of Fresno and the BPAC, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
They reached out to us and said, we want to make some PSAs, public service announcements, about some rules and changes happening in Fresno regarding bicycle safety. So this first one is the Class 4 Bikeways PSA. This is actually very controversial right now because of what Van Ness looks like. But this is how to ride. No comment. You ride it almost every day.
Let's watch the PSA.
Let's watch the PSA.
Fresno is building newer, safer bike lanes across the city. These protected cycle tracks provide a physical barrier between the bike lane and motor vehicle traffic, creating a safer cycling zone. These cycle tracks will instill confidence in riders, yet everyone on the road is still required to obey all traffic laws. Cyclists should still ride responsibly and exercise caution when riding in the protected lanes. For motorists, this means that the roads you've been driving on may be changing. Be on the lookout for new parking, driveway, and intersection changes. For residents and tenants on these changing roads, be aware that mail, trash, and parking locations may move as well. Fresno is excited to provide diverse transportation options to our residents. Sharing the road is easy. Learn more at fresno.gov/BPAC.
Yes, riding safe and protected bike lanes. Fresno needs more protected bike lanes.
Yes.
So yeah, Van Ness.
More bike lanes in general.
Is a trickier street to have it on. That was our street and Maple Street. Maple right by Fresno, south of Fresno State. Our street in downtown. Those are great spots to have it. Not as much parking was taken out, but it's a little controversial on Van Ness because quite a lot of street parking was taken away to put in these protected bicycle lanes.
Yeah.
But I would much rather have a whole lot of more people on bicycles and be safe than have a whole lot more parking. That's my opinion. I think that's the opinion of most people on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So pick up a bike, pick up an electric scooter, an electric bike.
Yes.
Ride more often than drive. Save a dino corpse.
Yeah, and get some exercise at the same time.
Yeah.
Unless you're scootering.
You
can still exercise while scootering.
Yeah, you got to balance.
Went from just the fear of hitting a pothole. I know I do. If you're just joining us, welcome to our 10-hour live stream where we look back at the last 10 years of CMAC programming and activities. We are in hour 9 of our stream, and so we are talking about content from 2021. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, hit that donate button. Help us raise some money to support CMAC for the next 10 years. We got a couple more donations on YouTube. Thank you for those watching on YouTube. We're up to $139
Amazing.
raised. Amazing.
Thank you so much.
$40 raised on Facebook. Thank you, everybody. It sounds like a small amount of money, but you know what? It helps pay. That's like 8 memberships for students right there that we can pay. So awesome. Yeah, we really appreciate your support. We've got a comment from Tong here. He says he went to school with Aaron from 40 Watt Hype.
What?
From 7th grade to 12th grade. AWOL is my guy. Nice.
Yes. 40 Watt Hype, man.
They're very talented.
Great local band.
We got another comment from Josiah. He's just given us a clapping hand emoji. So thank you for the love, Josiah.
Amazing.
And let's get going. What else do we have from 2021 that we want to take a look at?
Let's take a look at a CMAC Youth Voices documentary.
All right.
So year 2 of CMAC Youth Voices happened in 2021.
Oh yeah, I love this one. This is a documentary called Field Workers, made by Oscar Ledesma. And this actually won an award. I think we haven't even told Oscar that it won an award, but it won a WAVE award at ACM West earlier this year. Well, your award's in the mail, Oscar. But you did a great job on this documentary. I really enjoyed it. It was one of my favorite ones from last year.
Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is Oscar Ledesma. I'm 18. I'm a senior in Kerman High School, and my documentary film is called Field Workers. What inspired me to make the film was I live near the fields, so I always saw just what was happening, or how they were taking advantage of them. So at a young age, I was born in a ranch. I've always been in a ranch. I currently still live in a ranch, and I just saw all of that. I saw my father every day. He comes back. He has back problems. He has to take off his boots, but he can barely do it because he's just very tired. His calluses all over his arms, and I just saw that. Even my brother at a young age, at the age of 7, he had to go to work. My mother. Instead of having to take care of us, she had to go to the fields to work. So I was just basically raised by my brother. And I knew I needed to talk about that problem because that's the one problem I feel like I needed to talk about because I saw it my whole life. Something I hope people take away from my film is just respect towards field workers, what we do for you guys, the food we put on the table for y'all. And just every time you eat an apple or get an avocado, you realize how much people had to work to get that fruit or vegetable towards your local grocery store. My name is Oscar Ledesma, and this is my film, Field Workers.
Me dices que te hablaron mal de mí, que en lugar de dar amor, puedo sufrir, que no tengo sentimiento y que solo eres un juego, que te haré llorar, que no soy para ti.
This is my uncle Luis Ledesma. I got to interview him and follow him around his work. It was pretty fun. We started off the day by going to the barn, feeding the horses, and I'm just lying to you, it was miserable. The hot California sun was in our face the whole time. Dirt was everywhere, and we were working in manure waste. To make it worse, I wasn't paying attention and got splashed in the process.
Oh! Oh, mi mujer.
I'm not really allowed to complain since he's been doing it since he was 14 years old, and from his experience he's seen countless different people come and go because they weren't able to handle the fields.
Por mucho no han podido, que se les hace duro.
Now you're probably thinking to yourself, why? If this job is so difficult, why continue to do it?
No tengo estudio, pues tengo que trabajar en el field para sacar adelante a mis hijas. Porque hay mucha gente que han tenido sus estudios y sus padres les han podido dar estudio a sus hijos y ya ellos llegan a ser otra persona, no lo mismo que su papá, que miran el esfuerzo de sus padres y ellos luchan para tener un estudio y ya ser diferente. Cuando ya estén grandes, ellos ya están preparados, estudiados para hacer más cosas arriba.
Okay, so we know the life of a field worker is difficult, but what about someone who started in the fields but was capable of leaving that life behind? What's their story?
My name is Arturo Ledesma, and I stopped working in the fields in 2019. From a young age, I started working in the fields. I began probably around 2006 when we moved here to California. I would go with my parents to work and help them with any task that I could. I also grew up on a farm. Anything that needed to get done around the farm that I could do, I would go and get some money for that. When I turned 11, I started going more often. One summer, I got the opportunity to work full-time, and then from then I worked full-time till 2019 when I stopped. We moved from Mexico to California in 2005. I remember Mexico. At times I feel like the US doesn't appreciate me or like my people.
¿De dónde son ustedes? ¿Y tú?
Guatemala.
No llores. Vas a llegar con... Mira, ella te va a explicar y te va a ayudar. ¿Cierto, Consuelo?
¿Qué va a pasar con su consulado? Papá. Papá. Ay, con mi tía por lo menos para que después llegue mi mami. ¿Me puedes abrir alguien cerró la puerta esa? Que me venga a traer mi tía para llevar.
I just feel like field workers should get more respect, and we should take this narrative away that we're stealing people's jobs or that we're lazy, because I invite anybody who has that opinion, come work one day under the sun, couple hours, and see how you feel. Most likely you won't make it to the day. Learn, maybe, you know, when you go pick up that fruit in the grocery store, you know, think of how many hands it has took to get that fruit there. It probably has gone through somebody picking it, to somebody processing it and packaging it, to somebody delivering it. So it's, you know, it's definitely a lot of hard work that goes into putting food on people's tables.
Oh no, wrong camera.
Hello.
There we go. How did I take the wrong camera? That's a heavy topic, but Oscar,
yeah,
really handled it with a right amount of seriousness, but also levity to keep a viewer for a topic like that. That was really cool. I would like to play a video that we made, Brian.
Sure.
In 2021, we brought Swedefest back to the people.
Okay.
In person.
Yes.
In 2020, it was all remote.
Correct.
We did a virtual screening, and that was fun. But it was really cool to have people in person, and we did it outside, right outside of CMAC, and we created a video to kick off Swedefest, a tiny little Swede from Rogue One, and Rocky Rodriguez said we could call him.
Okay.
Via FaceTime, and just maybe we can get some thoughts from him about creating in a global pandemic. Let's see, FaceTime Rocky Rodriguez.
If you were with us at 10 a.m. this morning, which I bet you weren't, we were talking about Sweet Fest then. And yeah, Sweet Fest, again, it's an opportunity for folks to make their own, recreate their favorite movie in under 4 minutes or less in a super kind of low budget fashion, just with whatever you have lying around the house. Submit it to us and we share it for everyone to enjoy on the big screen.
So here's the other co-creator of Sweet Fest. It's Rocky. I just got you on my phone, and we're just gonna put you on the video there.
All right, that seems like a fancy way of doing this.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Here, look, and I'll flip my camera around so you can. Oh no, maybe. There you go. Is
that working?
Nope, you still don't see Brian. But Rocky, we're talking about the year 2021. What was it like to bring Sweet Fest back live and in person?
How was it? It was great to see, everyone kind of come out and have a good time. And once again, after missing a whole year of not being able to have that communal experience of watching things, we had to, have these Zoom watch parties and all these other kind of workarounds of having these kind of community events. To finally have this event where everyone kind of came together, it was still safe, it was outdoors. It felt great, and it felt people really kind of for a lot of people, I think it was their first time kind of doing something like that post-pandemic, so the world kind of changed a little bit, and we kind of changed along with it, but it was cool, and it was a great experience, and Sweet Fest is still here. If the pandemic could not get us down, and we're going to be doing it again.
Yeah. So Sweet Fest for this year, entries are due
December 5th.
December 5th, and to be determined the actual date of the Sweet Fest screening, the date, time, location, TBD.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Very much. Plenty of time to submit. So I just want to say congratulations to everyone there at CMAC. 10 years. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
And you guys are doing an awesome job over there.
Yeah. Thanks, Rocky. We're gonna play the Swede from the kickoff Swede from 2021 from Rogue One. Any thoughts?
Awesome.
Any notes to warn people before we watch it?
No, it's just one of probably the most amazing Star Wars moment that we've seen in the past 20 years, maybe, and we got to it was fun, and that's including Mandalorian. I'm gonna have to say that, better than anything we've seen there. So
wow.
Make sure to secure the airlock and prepare the escape pods. Your Highness, the transmission we received. What did they send us?
Hope.
was awesome.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Another great Star Wars Swede.
So that was our remake, obviously the last scene of Rogue One. So now it's time for you to think about, like, what is your favorite scene from a movie you really like? And then you can remake that in under 4 minutes or less, submit it to us, and we will gather somewhere in December with a large screen, and we will watch them all together. It's a whole lot of fun. If you've never done it, please consider submitting. You have pretty much another 2 months to create your own suite of film.
Hopefully you've got some leftover costume stuff from Halloween and can put it to use.
Halloween is a great time to start planning your suite of film, because you're already kind of thinking about, oh, what's my costume going to be? And so many costumes these days are like based on movies or TV or popular culture. So perfect opportunity. Pick out your costume and then make that your suited film at the same time. And you don't need any fancy equipment to do this. Some of that we shot on a phone. We've shot past suited films on a phone. So, all you need is what's in your pocket to make your own suited film.
Yeah. I'd like to jump now to a series that we made here at CMAC. We actually started in 2020, but we continued through 2021. I do need to show a little bit of the clip from 2020 for this next clip to have context. But I'm really proud of how this media literacy series of tutorial videos turned out. We just ran out of time talking about 2020. Even though it was a pandemic, we still made a lot of stuff. And I skipped over this. I didn't get to it. But I want to play a little bit of Natalie's What is Media Literacy video so we can then jump into the media literacy videos we made in 2021. Let's take a look.
Everyone, it's Natalie from CMAC, and today I want to talk to you about media literacy. We are living in an age defined by media and technology. For many of us, the majority of our waking hours largely center around interacting with media, from checking our email and social media pages, to ordering food online, to winding down in front of the TV after a long day. Media is everywhere, on our phones, tablets, laptops, televisions, in our cars, at work, at the grocery store, at the gas station, everywhere. Media has become so commonplace that we often don't think about the messages communicated to us through these different platforms. Media literacy is the ability to think critically about the media messages we come in contact with every day. Media has been around for as long as writing and reading, but the importance of media literacy started with a period called yellow journalism. It was a time when newspapers were competing for customers and the truth wasn't their top priority. Fast forward 100 years and you will see not much has changed. Now we have things like clickbait. A juicy headline or image is used to entice a reader to viewing a story on social media, often linking back to the news or aggregate website. In both yellow journalism and clickbait, the author of the articles are hoping to profit from the reader or convince the reader of a political or social cause. So what is media literacy? When I think of the word literacy, I think back to those reading comprehension tests we used to take in grade school. You know, the ones where you had to read a passage and then explain what you read? Well, that's part of it. The National Association for Media Literacy Education defines media literacy as the ability to access, evaluate, analyze, act, communicate, and create using all forms of media. All right, so let's break that definition down a little bit. Access. When we talk about access to media, we're talking about the kinds of media messages you interact with and where. Did you read that article on Facebook or Twitter? Did you see that video on YouTube or Instagram? Access speaks to where you find and interact with media, but it also speaks to the ability of the reader to find the content in the first place. Does the reader have internet access, which allows them to access media available to the general public? Is money, technology, or location a hindrance to them in finding that information? Evaluate. When you saw that article on Facebook or watched that video on YouTube, were you aware that those messages were created by someone trying to communicate something to you? That someone is often a reporter or content creator who is paid by an organization, company, or product to create the content. If the content creator is truly independent, then they also have a reason for creating the content in the first place. Evaluate, in this definition, is about taking a closer look at where the media message is coming from. It's about asking ourselves, who's trying to communicate this to me? Analyze. To analyze media messages means to try and make sense of the message. What is the creator trying to say to me? Act. As an audience member, after you've evaluated and analyzed the media message, what do you do with it? Buy a product, vote for a certain candidate, share the message with others? Communicate. How do you share what you've seen, read, or heard with your friends and family? Do you talk to them in person, maybe retweet or post on Facebook? Create. If you create media, what is your responsibility to your audience? Essentially, being media literate means that we are able to think critically about the media messages we consume, ask questions about the media we interact with, and be aware of how we participate in the creation of media. Now, you might be thinking, why is media literacy important? Isn't the media just a form of entertainment? No, it's not. Media is a powerful communication tool that can influence our perspectives, our beliefs, and our behaviors. And again, media is everywhere. It's a staple in our culture. The average American spends over 10 hours a day using media. This includes...
Great stuff from Natalie.
Yeah.
And this was a real team effort. Natalie and Lisa worked on the script. Caesar and Johnny helped film it. I helped edit it. It really all came together. And there was a series of videos that you can still see on cmac.tv/video tutorials. You can watch the whole series of media literacy videos.
That's a series we're still working on.
And we're still, we're adding to it. We've got more.
Yeah, the National Media Literacy Week is the last week of October, and so that'll be coming up soon. And we've got 2 new videos for you guys. One of them is about media representation, and what does media representation mean? And then I think the other one is about...
I forget.
I think it's also related to media representation. In some way. It's like a deeper dive.
Yeah.
So understanding the concept and then a deeper dive into it. And both Natalie and Lisa have been working very hard on that. And you'll see those videos in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Also a couple workshops this month relating to media literacy.
Yep.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we got a workshop
next Wednesday and then the Wednesday after.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, exciting. And where can people sign up for workshops?
cmac.tv/workshops.
Yeah.
Boom. All right. So that video that we just watched actually came out in 2020. I felt it's got a time crunch, ran out of time. But so let's check out the version that we made in 2021. This is very cool. We took Natalie's video, and we felt it was very important to expand the reach of this video, so we actually recreated it in Spanish. Caesar and Marisela worked together to bring the media literacy videos that we created in 2020 to a Spanish audience in 2021. Let's take a look at that.
Hola a todos, soy César de CMAC y hoy quiero hablarles sobre la alfabetización mediática. Vivimos en una época definida por los medios de comunicación y tecnología. La mayoría de nuestras horas se centran en gran medida en interactuar con los medios de comunicación, desde revisar nuestro correo electrónico y páginas de redes sociales hasta pedir comida en línea o relajarse frente al televisor después de un largo día. Los medios de comunicación están en todas partes, en nuestros teléfonos, tabletas, computadoras, televisores, en nuestros automóviles, en el trabajo, en la tienda, en la gasolinera, en todas partes. Los medios de comunicación se han vuelto tan comunes que a menudo no pensamos en todos los mensajes que nos comunican a través de estas diferentes plataformas. La alfabetización mediática es la capacidad de pensar críticamente sobre los mensajes de los medios de comunicación con los que entramos en contacto todos los días. Los medios de comunicación han existido durante tanto tiempo como la escritura y la lectura, pero la importancia de la alfabetización mediática comenzó en un periodo llamado Yellow Journalism, o periodismo amarillista. Era una época en la que los periódicos competían por los clientes y la verdad no era su máxima prioridad. Recorre los últimos 100 años y verás que no ha cambiado mucho. Ahora tenemos cosas como clickbait. Un titular llamativo o una imagen se utiliza para atraer a un lector a ver una historia en las redes sociales, a menudo relacionada a una noticia o un sitio web. Tanto en periodismo amarillista como en el clickbait, el autor de los artículos espera beneficiarse del lector o convencer al lector de una causa política o social. Entonces, ¿qué es la alfabetización mediática? Cuando pienso en la palabra alfabetización, pienso en esas pruebas de conocimiento que solíamos tomar en la escuela primaria. Ya sabes, los que tenías que leer un párrafo y luego explicarlo. Bueno, esto es parte de eso. La Asociación Nacional para la Educación en Alfabetización de los Medios de Comunicación, o NAMLE, define la alfabetización mediática como la capacidad de acceder, evaluar, analizar, actuar, comunicarse y crear utilizando todas las formas de medios. Muy bien, vamos a desglosar esta definición un poco. Acceso. Cuando hablamos de acceso a los medios de comunicación, estamos hablando...
Hey. Yes, so if you want to continue watching our media literacy series in English or in Spanish, check out cmac.tv/video-
He's starting to lose it.
tutorial. I almost said youtube.com/cmac.tv, which also would have worked, but that's not the link I've been talking about.
I was going to say, you've done a pretty good job keeping your energy up this whole time.
I'm trying.
I have not. I am fading quickly.
We got
Kyle was keeping it together until that moment.
Oh, I was so close. We got 26 minutes left on the clock.
Yes.
All right. But we're still in 2021/2022. We could, we'll show some.
And that's a good segue into, when throughout the day, when we cover in different years, we've been talking about new staff members that have joined us throughout the history of the organization. And 2022 was a big year. We added a lot of new folks to the staff, namely this gentleman right here,
Alex Soto.
Mr. Soto.
But also
in January 22. But also, Andrea Franco, Jamila Liu. Sorry, I can't articulate. We've been doing this since 10 a.m.
Our tongues are turning into jelly.
Jamila Liu. And Ben Cruz as well.
Cruz joined us.
And also Sergio Cortez and Mang Lee joined us as teaching artists. I think looking back, we haven't added as many folks to our team since like 2016.
Yeah.
So 2022 is a big year for growing the staff.
Big year, yes. Speaking of Ben Cruz, at the time he was a Fresno State intern, and he said, "Hey, Kyle, I've got these friends who are trying to rename, the town outside of Fresno that's kind of got a slur in its name, and they want to make a public service announcement about changing the name of the town." And thankfully, since then, the state of California has mandated that all of the towns and government things named after this word to be changed. So it will be changing, but we made a PSA to kind of help educate people why S Valley's name needed to be changed. So let's take a look at this public service announcement.
What if I told you there was one word commonly used to dehumanize Native American women, and that Webster's dictionary defines this word as offensive and outdated? What if I told you an entire town was named after this word? That word is squaw. My name is Roman Raintree, and I'm a member of the Dunlap Band of Mono Indians and Choinumni people. My mother, Gina Charlie, is my inspiration for working to rename our community. When we use language that degrades and dehumanizes people, it sends the message that their lives are not worth protecting. According to the National Congress of American Indian Policy Research Center, nearly half of Native American women report having experienced sexual violence, and over 1/3 will be raped in their lifetimes. In California, cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women are among the highest in the nation. Our towns and landmarks should be named after things and people we honor and celebrate. The routine use of an offensive slur is contrary to our shared values. Please join us and amplify our call to respect our community and end the use of this derogatory term for geographic naming. To learn more, visit the website below. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So the town will likely be named either Bear Mountain Valley or Yokuts Valley. I think they're still trying to figure out if and when, or which of those two and when.
Yeah.
But it's very cool that a shorter version of PSA has also played on Valley PBS, and the full length version that you just saw is played at a couple of Native American film festivals, and I think it's even slated to play at one in San Francisco later this month, which is really, really cool. But it was a partnership between us, Roman, and the Northern California ACLU. It was really really nice project to work on.
Yeah, and I believe his wife was one of the winners of the Big Tell this
She's
year.
also working on a Big Tell documentary.
Yeah, Reka Raintree, and working on a documentary on a similar topic.
Yeah. Very cool, very cool. The next video I would like to play is from a CMAC board member, Diane Flowers, and her family do a music show called Ellis and Caleb, A Musical Journey. Their sons, Ellis and Caleb, are fantastic musicians. I've gotten the opportunity to play with Ellis in an orchestra for a musical. He's a fantastic multi-instrumentalist, both he and his brothers. So I'd love to play a little bit of a musical journey. This is their third episode that launched in 2020. Let's take a look.
Hello, and welcome to A Musical Journey. I'm Ellis.
And I'm Caleb. It's a family affair in the studio today, or should I say, church. I'm here with 4 of my cousins who play the drums with me as well, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves and say how long they've been playing.
Hi, my name is Jordan. I've been playing for 10 years.
Hello, my name is Leonard, and I've been playing for my entire life.
Hello, my name is Marcel, and I've been playing my whole entire life.
Hello, my name is Jeremiah, and I've been playing for 14 years.
Wonderful, wonderful. And where did you guys get started playing the drums exactly?
I started playing at Fresno Temple when they needed a real drummer, and I just picked up.
I started playing here pretty much after church, almost every Sunday.
Interesting.
Yeah, I started playing in the church, actually here at the Witness of Jesus Christ Church. So.
And I've been playing here at the church. I actually started off beating on my grandmother's Bible, and from there, it went from a drum set
to a tambourine. Yes.
Right. What I know now about it, I wish I would have.
And I just want to say that I am very appreciative of my 2 older cousins who they said grew up in the church, played the drum.
Hey, where did Brian go? Oh, there he is. Ellis and Caleb musical journey. It's very, very fun. They're such a musical family. I cherish the time I got to play with Ellis. So talented. It's insane how much talent that family has.
Are you musically inclined?
I am not. My grandmother was. My grandmother, she could play anything on the piano. You'd tell her play anything, she could just, boom, do it.
Wow.
Yeah, she was a genius. Tried to teach me a little bit of piano, but it just didn't stick.
What about you, Alex?
Yeah.
I'm not. Although, when we get a bigger apartment, I am going to get myself a guitar.
Hey.
I've been itching to learn.
You don't need a big, you could just get a little tiny guitar.
Our place is pretty small.
Okay.
Get a mandolin.
I mean, I can maybe get like a little ukulele.
Yeah, ukulele. There you go. There you go. So we just played something from a CMAC board member. I'd love to play something from another CMAC board member, Angelica Fernandez. This is a music video, Little Lies, and the artist is Slingerland. Let's take a look at Little Lies by Slingerland. Oh no. Play. What? Where's the play button?
We're back.
Ah!
Psych.
There it is.
How could you keep this from me for an entire lifetime? I don't understand the plan. I don't understand. You admit nothing while I dream of good hands to hold me. I'm looking for a loving grasp as I am falling fast. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. We must have listened to that song 1,000 times. I'm running on the board and I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes, no, I can't open my Mama, may I pose a question you might have heard before? I never did receive the answers I was looking for. Don't stay out too late, don't run away. You cannot hide forever in itsy bitsy spider nursery rhymes. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. We must have listened to that song 1,000 times. I'm running on the board and I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes, no, I can't open my
Very cool music video Angelica put together. Some iconic downtown Fresno locations, but with a retro Super 16 vibe.
Yeah.
That's very, very cool. We're down to the last 10-ish minutes here.
Wow.
We made it almost a full 10 hours. I have one other CMAC or community member video. Our friend Kristen Crace put together a show when she was at home called The Uninspired Pantry. And I love this show. It's another cooking show where Kristen kind of just takes stuff she has in her pantry and cooks it together and walks you through it and what she can make. And she makes some tasty food. Let's see, will it load? There it is. Let's check out The Uninspired Pantry.
Hi everyone! It is the first day of fall, and that means I am making soup. I'm so excited that it's the first day of fall. Now, it is 99 degrees today, so fall is relative here in California, especially here in the Central Valley. But I am going to embrace it no matter what, because I love fall and I love to make soup. And this is possibly the easiest soup ever because it involves many, many canned foods. So if you were ever on Weight Watchers in the late 90s, early 2000s, you probably already know this soup. It's called taco soup, or some people call it 9-can soup. There are many, many variations, and you can definitely add or subtract any of the things that you personally like yourself. The original recipe didn't have any fresh ingredients in it at all. It was all cans except for the ground beef. I do know that some people use canned chicken instead of beef. It works just as well. It's delicious. So the recipe involves these ingredients. This is my personal variation of this recipe, and this is what I like to put in it. Sometimes I add other things. I like to put lima beans in it, but I couldn't find any at the store, so I'm not going to do that. And I'm mostly working off of cans that were already in my house. The first thing I'm going to start out with is some shallots. Normally I would do a yellow onion, but I had shallots already, so that's what we're using. I've got about 4 cloves of garlic. I have a pound of ground beef. And then we're going to put in these fire roasted diced tomatoes, and I've got some Italian stewed tomatoes. My mom uses Rotel instead. I am gonna use some kidney, 1 can of kidney, 1 can of pinto beans, and I am going to add a can of whole kernel corn. I'm adding a can of carrots, and I'm going to add a little tiny can of whole peas. And I'm probably also going to add a bell pepper. If you're going according to the original recipe, you'll add a packet of ranch dressing seasoning and a packet of taco seasoning, and you throw it all in a pot and let it cook for an hour, and you're good to go, and it's delicious. So let's get started. All right, real quick, I'm going to talk you through.
And it's fall again.
It's fall again. It's been 1 year since.
It's still 90 degrees out.
It's still 90 degrees. 80 degrees now that the sun's gone down, but 90 degrees outside during the day. But Kristen, yeah, has a ton of cool recipes. You can check out the Uninspired Pantry on the CMAC website or on our YouTube channel. Really cool stuff. Also a great actor. She's part of the Fools Collaborative, and is a hilarious human being. One of the greats in Fresno. So we're down to the last
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Roughly
8 minutes. Yes. So I've got one last CMAC video to play for us tonight. This is a project by me and Ben Cruz, all about the new CMAC app. And we'll talk more about it after this video. Let's start at the beginning. There we go. Love CMAC but don't have all the channels on your TV? CMAC is now available on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and it's always free. Watch any of the 3 channels whenever you want with the power of your remote. Got an Apple TV? You can stream CMAC live or on demand using the free CMAC app. On the home screen, open the App Store. Now search CMAC. The CMAC app will pop up. You can download the app, and that's it. Got a Roku TV? Using the main menu on the left, go to Streaming Channels. From here, go to Search Channels. Type CMAC, and the CMAC channel will pop up. Download it, and that's it. Have a new Fire TV? On the home screen, just click on the search icon in the top left corner and search CMAC, or use the microphone and say CMAC. The CMAC app will pop up, select it, and download the app. That's it. You'll be able to stream CMAC Live or watch your favorite programs on demand. For the latest updates, follow us on social media or check out cmac.tv. Happy streaming.
Yeah. So 2021 is when we introduced our Amazon Fire TV app. We've had our other apps on Roku and Apple TV for many years now, but now we're on all three of your major streaming platforms. And
So
you can download it now.
You don't have to have cable to watch CMAC. It helps us if you have cable.
Sure.
But not the end of the world. You can watch CMAC on our website, cmac.tv. You can watch it on the Apple TV, the Roku, or the Amazon Fire TV boxes, and hopefully a whitelist our own CMAC iOS and Android app eventually.
Coming soon.
But that's in the works.
Yeah.
We're really excited.
In fact, all of the programming you watch today, you can watch on demand on those apps.
Yes, I will try to put links down in the description of the YouTube version of this video. If anyone wants to watch these videos and more, it'll all be there. I'll put that in as soon as we wrap up. We're almost done. It's 7:54.
Yes, we've been at this since 10 a.m.
Yes.
A 10-hour live stream for the 10th anniversary of CMAC.
On October 10th.
This is all Alex's fault because it was his idea to do a 10-hour live stream.
And then
what do you have to say for yourself?
We almost didn't do it, and I was like, no, we've got to do it. I'll just do it. I'll just go live, and I'll just play a bunch of clips.
And that's pretty much what happened.
And that's what happened. And I'm glad that you came and hung out with me, Brian.
Yeah,
it wouldn't have been the same without you. Alex, thank you for this wonderful idea. My full delirium thanks you. So could you do a 10-hour live stream at CMAC? I guess so. What do you want to?
8.5 hours.
Maybe it's not ideal, but if you want to learn more, visit our website, cmac.tv. If you want to support CMAC, you can do so with the donate button below this YouTube video.
Smash that donate button down there on YouTube and hit the link on Facebook. We appreciate your support, helping us bring CMAC into the next 10 years. And we've just scratched the surface of the last 10 years of CMAC's history.
There's so much more.
So much programming. I think we mentioned it at the beginning of the stream when our mics were off. But there was a couple times over the last 10 hours that our mics have been off. Apologies. But over the last 10 years, over 13,000 programs have aired on the channel. And that is... most of that is from folks like you out there who are producing things, and that's why we are here. That's why we exist, to help give a voice to our community. So please, if you're not involved in CMAC yet, if you're interested, come on down, give you a tour, and get you going. And maybe, when we do the 20-year retrospective, we'll be looking back at some of the content that you make.
A 20-hour live stream.
Uh-oh.
All right, everybody. We've just got a few minutes left. Once again, please check out our website, cmac.tv. Send us an email, info@cmac.tv. If you have videos that you've made in the Central Valley and want to see them play on the CMAC channels, submit them at cmac.tv/playback. If you want to become a member, check out cmac.tv/membership. And if you want to learn more, check out our workshops at cmac.tv/workshops or our video tutorials at cmac.tv/video-tutorials or youtube.com/cmactv.
And the 10-year celebration doesn't end tonight. We are celebrating on Art Hop Night on November 3rd, so come on out to CMAC Fest. It's back after a 2-year hiatus. We're going to have food trucks, live music, art vendors. Some of the CMAC staff will be showing off their own personal art, activities, tours. It's going to be a great time. And again, celebrating the 10 years of CMAC.
Very excited. And if you need a reason to create something, Swedefest is returning in person this December. You can recreate your favorite movie, TV show, video game, book in a homemade movie, 4 minutes or less. Your submissions are due December 5th to swedefest.com. We will announce when and where the screening will be, hopefully later that week at a location and a time that is convenient for everyone.
There's so many things going on, right, guys?
Yes.
So many things going
lot
on,
of things
so much to
going on.
talk about. We couldn't do it all in 10 hours. But yeah, thanks for joining us if you did.
Yes.
Over the 10 hours. I'm sure nobody stuck around for
All
the whole
10
10 hours, but thank you to those who donated on YouTube and Facebook.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Those who tuned in at all over the 10 hours, we appreciate you. And here's to the next 10 years.
Yes. Thank you so much. We've got just 1 minute left. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts?
Alex, streaming for you for 3 hours. Have you ever been online for this long?
I have not been on the line.
How do you feel?
It's awesome. I've done a couple of like video game streams for like an hour or two with friends. This has been the longest, and I'm glad it's with you all.
Yes. Thank
And
you,
I'm
Brian.
excited for the next 10 years, see what comes.
And the next 10 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I'm tired, but this was fun. This was great. I don't want the lights burn me. I feel like a vampire right now. I just want to go lay in the darkness.
I'm ready for a nap. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you for putting this idea together, for allowing us to do this idea, and for everyone who's made a video over the last 10 years, whether we played it today or not. You made this possible, and we are down to the last 3, 2, 1. 10 hours! Woo! Okay, I'm going to end the stream. See you later.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
everybody.